my knees.
All right, welcome in. 6 minutes now past the hour. It is a brand new day, and we thank you so much for being with us here on the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Good time gang here in studio settling in. And don't forget, rickandbubba.com has all the information about the show you need, upcoming events, links of the day and show notes, all the social links. It's all there. The store, everything you need to know. Rick and Bubba, spell out and.com. All right, let's bring everybody in. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess. To my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all? Everybody good? Fired up? Ready to go?
Yep. Yeah.
Well, I can tell you one thing.
Yeah.
This one over here is happy.
Yeah, yes.
Been eating all morning.
Oh, yeah, got me good peanuts.
You want to talk about it?
Haircut and peanuts.
That's right. They go hand in hand.
You want to thank anybody for your peanuts?
Don Day, of course. Don, these are good. This is a good batch, too.
Yeah, it is. And you
Y'all
got
want
your
some?
Shave and a haircut.
This is where
and
he's
peanuts.
going to claim that there's a bag in there for me with an M on
It
it.
is.
For Michael.
He ignores it.
Right. He is.
Whatever. The G, one has a G on it, one has a M on it.
He's been off in that for a while.
Oh, I bet.
I mean, at one point he had 2 piles, like he was a little squirrel, like piled up here on the counter, and just you see him. Do you see him now? Because they're gone.
No, there's a couple little
Little man
crumbs.
was
You don't
hungry.
get them out to not eat. You get them out to eat them.
That's right, buddy. So thank you to Don Day for his peanuts. Greg is excited.
I don't know why you're so offended by it.
No, I just want to know what you're going to do for Don Day. We've talked about that for years.
I've
now.
met Don, and we're
We've
good
met
buddies.
him. You said hey to him.
No, more than that.
Well, apparently you're not the only one, because at the Bible study there is a line of people going, "Can I have mine now?
Yeah,
can I have
he's
mine?"
got all kinds of peanut eaters.
I did see that you got a
Shave and a haircut.
Yeah, about time, wasn't it?
and are you glad with how you got in and out of there? Because I know
Oh,
you're very
yeah.
sensitive to that.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't there no time.
Now, so when y'all pull up, do y'all kind of like
do.
look in and just see
Yeah.
what you got?
If it's full, I keep
Oh,
going.
the other day I actually got out of the car. I couldn't see in, not the way the
Is
glare
it tinted?
was.
Okay.
And I actually opened the door, and the minute I opened the door, I was like, well, there's no hope here. So I just walked off,
Yeah.
and I went to a different place. But normally, I get in there and
Oh, yeah.
quick, easy to the point.
Yeah, I almost got
15
faked
minutes.
off. I went there yesterday, and there were a bunch of people sitting there, but they were people that worked at a
Oh,
different
okay.
one or
Yeah.
anyway. So
So
they
you
were,
off?
Yeah, so they
So
said,
you
no,
off?
because I was like, hey, and they would go, oh no, there's a chair right here.
Do y'all go? I want such and such to cut my hair, or first available, or just
I go
off?
first available.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I never
you
even-
don't- you
And
don't-
I do
never
get the girl
even
who
seen
flips
that.
the cone, and she's
He's
good.
all about that.
I've never seen anybody do that.
When the boys
Cut, flip.
when the boys were younger, of course, I didn't have to get my hair cut, so don't start the jokes there. But I would always have the responsibility of getting them to get their hair cut.
Oh yeah.
And we would hop around. You know, we got our favorite little place here. Oh, she didn't have any appointments. Let's go somewhere else. But anytime that we went to a place that has multiple chairs and it's kind of like, hey, we'll just take anybody, come on, whatever. Terry was always adamant that this one lady could cut their hair better than anybody
Oh,
else.
yeah.
And I would sit there and I'd always be uncomfortable. It was an awkward moment that others were available and their chair was empty and they were just sitting there waiting.
Yeah.
And when I checked in, I would say, I want to go with, Susie. And Susie's got like 3 people
Yeah,
and they're
I
all
know
waiting
that,
on her. And then they just kind of look at me like, so I'm available. What about me?
I know.
And it was just that
Feel
weird.
bad.
It was a weird moment. And I'm like, well, I'm just going to go sit down over here because you know
I'm gonna
me, I
be
hate
quiet because I feel bad. Yeah, I know. I'm the same way. I don't want that.
And they probably all
I'm
do the
available.
same-
And I don't want you to do
No,
it.
no, I'm sure about you.
No, I just go first available. They all do. They all do. What are you gonna do with this hair?
I
My
do-
goodness, it's
listen.
not like it's
I do first available, but I do have a preference. Like, there's a few in there that I'm like, I really hope it's not her today. That kind
I
of thing.
can't think.
But none of them have messed it up. Like,
yeah, I
you
was about to
can't-
say,
you can't
what do
mess
they,
this up.
Well, they get out and just.
That's all they do.
Now, there was
3
one
and
where
1.
we used to go
Blend it.
at the old studio that you scared.
I
of.
was scared to death. Thought she was gonna hurt me.
It's not like they're stringing y'all's hair out and
Really?
like going
Seriously.
and cutting it. Pinching it between 2 fingers and cutting it. They kind of just.
Well, down the top of mine, they did.
Oh, do they
She'll
really?
get those out. Shake
Greg, I walked in there one day. Hey, I walked in there one day, panicked and left. There was
I know.
nobody in there.
There was two that I was kinda
panicked
scared of.
and left. Like,
Did you really?
Yes.
Do you remember the one that?
Never mind.
Do you remember the one that was so tatted and had all them? Did you go to that place?
She was sweet as could be.
She was.
I liked her.
Scary.
She could be scary. She was, but she did a good job.
She did.
She's sweet as could be.
But you got to admit, that first time you sat in the chair, you're like, oh, wow.
I know.
Yeah.
Because I had so many questions, like I wanted to ask.
Oh, yeah.
But at that other place, just scared. I mean, like I was scared. Like I really was. It's like, I'm going to leave here hurt.
I'm going to back out of here.
Question. When is the last time y'all had a Slurpee?
A Slurpee.
Like at the convenience
Define
store?
a Slurpee. So anything that's like the frozen type.
Yeah.
Because you got different brands.
Right.
You got Slush
Do
Puppy.
you
Yeah.
include Sonic Slushy in this?
No, are you talking about in a store?
Yeah, I'm talking about more like at a convenience store.
Okay.
You walk in, the little machine in
It's-
there.
I was a kid.
It's been years.
Huh?
It's been years. There was
years?
this place that had a
Slushy, Slurpee kind of thing?
Yeah. The last time, and I mean, I was grown. It's been within the past 5 to 10 years, but
Right.
this one store had Tang flavored,
Okay.
and I love me some Tang.
Did you?
Yeah,
Okay.
pretty good.
Got a good
Kind
one
of
there.
wish they still did it.
Well, today apparently is National Slurpee Day,
Right.
but I call them more slushies.
Well, if you
slush,
include
whatever.
I've
the
never called
Sonic
it a
Slushy,
Slurpee.
But it's
then I'm all about that. I have had one of those in the last 5 years.
Yeah, no,
You get
I'm
them with the
talking
nerds
more
in it.
about your 7-Eleven, Speedway,
Okay.
all that kind of stuff. Apparently, 7-Eleven, you get a free Slurpee today, frozen drink, as part of this National Slurpee Day.
And
But I guess it's been about maybe 2 weeks ago. River wanted to go to the golf range, and it was like at 2:00 in the afternoon. My grandson, he's 3.
You talking about the temperature of hell?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, it's, of course, when you're 3, you don't feel the heat.
Right.
You're just like, let's go. And I'm thinking, oh, no. And it's bad when you pull up. We have a local golf range there. And I mean, don't think 5-star, but it accomplishes what you need. It's nice. Go get a bucket and plenty of places to hit and stuff. You pull up, and there is nobody nobody's hitting. That lets you know how hot it is.
Yeah.
It was one of those, almost triple digit
we've had a
days.
few.
And we go out there, and he wanted the little $10 bucket. And, buddy, let me tell you something. He hit till he couldn't hit anymore. Then he wanted to go over to the little putting area and putt and chip and have a good old time. We got out of there. I was so hot. It's like I felt like I had ran 10 miles, okay? I was just dripping wet. He's hot. I'm hot. And I went, you know what? Let's go get a slushie. Let's go to the little, gas station around the corner and get a Slurpee, slushy, whatever you want to call them. So we go in there. And I asked the lady before I got too excited, hey, is your machine working or something? I don't want to get in here. And, oh, yes, sir. So we go over there, and he gets him the biggest little slushy that he's ever had in his life, and I get one. So it's been, but before then, it had
Tongue
been
turned
years. Yes, it's exactly. He wanted blue.
Yeah.
It had been years since we had one. But it took care, because I've heard that, if you're dehydrated or real hot, go get you one.
I'm not anti-slush.
Yeah.
Helms, that new gas station that's built on I-20, you know what I'm talking about, around Pelsey?
Yeah.
Boy, they got a selection. I haven't bought any. If you walk in there and look at that wall, they got a wall of slushy spouts like you ain't ever seen.
Right.
I
Really?
mean,
Well, you've got
got
the
a bunch of 'em.
slushy, Slurpee, icy, whatever you want to call it. That's today, and so you've got 7-Elevens giving away free Slurpees and all kinds of freebies going on. Different speedways, Stripes. Have you seen those stores?
Stripes. Huh.
I hadn't
I
either.
don't know
Maybe.
what a stripe is.
Yeah, but apparently it's a 7-Eleven, type store,
tell you locally-
speedway kind of store.
In my world, in my route here, Circle K has bought everything.
Everything.
I mean, they
everything.
buying out Mapcos like crazy.
Yeah, that's a fact. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. A lot going on today. Greg's got his peanuts and a haircut, so the day has started. Bluebell ice cream. We love some ice cream.
What flavor?
They've got an ice cream drop today. They haven't told me, but I just know they're bringing that on by. A lot of times they are celebrating a new flavor, or they're bringing one back, or whatever. But we'll have a good surprise at some point in today's show. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You've heard us talk about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out than right now. They just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like that optimized gel tip for a custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's B-I-G-V as in voice, O-X. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com. Can't pay the IRS, receiving threatening letters, it's about to get worse. The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hardworking Americans like you. You need Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation and call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower your risk of cancer. You should considering doing what I do, and that's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor selected for studied health benefits. Get 15% off and free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com and use the new promo code BIGBOX. That's B-I-G-V as in voice, O-X, to get your discount. Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all 3 major networks, but without funding agendas you don't agree with. Switching sends the message you support free speech, our Constitution, and our military veterans. First responders are heroes. Their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Check them out at patriotmobile.com/bigbox. That's B-I-G-V as in voice, O-X. Or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Well, summer's here and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. Maybe it's golf, bike riding, boating, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. But if everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, check out Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Give it a try at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order. Or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally. Fight pain with Relief Factor.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com. Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses. To find the one right for you, take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test it out than by sleeping on it. So they offer a 100-day free trial, and they've got over 12,000 five-star reviews. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. That's B-I-G and V as in voice, O-X. helixsleep.com/bigbox to save up to 30% off your mattress order. This July, as we celebrate the birth of our nation, it's important to reflect on the freedoms our forefathers fought for. But today, some of those freedoms are under attack. Look no further than the treatment of our president, Donald Trump. Now, if the left can go after him, they can also come after you. That's why now more than ever, we need to stick together and fight back. AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and it's more than just a senior discount organization. AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. Now, you'll enjoy money-saving benefits. The AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. Learn more about how AMAC is actively fighting for our freedoms by visiting amac.us/bigvox. Join me and thousands of others that are proud to be AMAC members and get in on the election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years. Visit amac.us/bigvox today.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. RBU this week, we have author and director Joel Gilbert on. He is the author of Michelle Obama 2024, her real-life story and plan for power, and he also directed a documentary called Michelle Obama 2024, and we are lucky enough to have him on RBU this week. Looking forward to that. As we do a deep dive into Michelle Obama's life and everything about it. He has spent a lot of time in interviews on Michelle Obama and can give us a lot of insight into the way she's thinking and the Obamas in general, if we don't already know enough about them. But she is a topic in this week's RBU with author and director Joel Gilbert. This week's RBU. So we'll record that today. It will publish on Saturday morning on all podcast formats, Blaze TV, Pluto TV, Facebook, YouTube, you name it. Plus, make sure you follow us on social media at Rick and Bubba. We always send out an audio and video link, so that's real easy for you to click on. So however you do that and however you watch or listen to your podcast, make sure that you are up for that. Helmsy, I have a nightmare for you, and I guess it would be really any of us, not just you, but
it's got
I
to do
know,
with bees, doesn't it?
Man, I'm telling you. Have y'all seen this Arizona golf course groundsman?
No.
No, I have not.
He is 57. He suffered a horrific freak death after being attacked by a swarm of angry bees while working on the 8th hole of their golf course.
Is this them Africanized bees they call them or whatever?
I don't know.
Killer bees.
He was he was there on hole 8 at it says Push Ridge course. I've never heard of it, and it's there in Arizona. And so it was on June 24th when he was stung by a swarm of bees. He was mowing the lawn around 7 a.m. And the swarm attacked him. He was taken to the hospital, died due to complications from the bee stings. The first person I thought of was Helmsy, but really any of us would hate this.
Killed by bees.
Have y'all ever kind of gone over? I remember when I was cutting the grass at my former house. It's probably been 7 years ago. I went over some yellow jackets. I guess there was a hole in there, and buddy, they came up around that lawnmower.
And get you.
I don't know. I guess if we had video of it, it probably would have made the top 10 list or something. I got to screaming and hollering and jumping off that. I was running around in circles in the yard trying to get them off.
That happened to me.
It was awful.
At my parents' house, and I jumped in the river. Just went straight to the river.
But
they'll swarm you.
They will.
Yeah. The story it's sad because
well, yeah, man,
he was
dead.
It said he was attacked by a traveling swarm of bees is what it said.
So they just travel around and attack people.
I guess so. I don't know.
Didn't know there was such a thing.
Golly,
a traveling rogue swarm.
Yeah. In April, I guess y'all saw this in April, the Arizona Diamondbacks game against the Dodgers.
Yeah, remember that.
It was delayed due to a bee colony swarming behind home plate.
Yeah, remember
y'all see it up on the net? Yeah.
He had to go
Guy had to go up and get it.
They weren't mad, though.
No, they weren't mad.
They weren't looking for blood.
They were not mad.
He moved them right out of there.
Golly. That's
what
awful. What an awful way to go, man.
What if you were a bee expert?
Well, let me tell you something.
I could see you in that beekeeper suit.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm going to tell you what. One River, Wilburn has it out for bees right now after stepping on one.
And
yesterday he had a fly swatter, and he and I went on. He claimed we were going on a bee hunt. Oh, yeah. I'm like, well, buddy, we probably don't need to do that. But he even though we feel like we got the one that got him, he was still every time we would get one, and he did get two. Oh, yeah. He would claim that was the one.
Oh.
He got that.
He got him.
Yep. That and I gave him the technique on how to get a fly. You know, there's a technique to that. Yeah. If you go in too fast, it's gone. You got to go real slow and then get right on top of it.
Slap.
He got about 5 of them. Mm-hmm. How about I didn't realize we had that many flies around the house.
Yeah, I don't like flies.
Yeah, I don't like flies either.
They get in the house and bug you.
Yeah, they do. And I've heard all the fly remedies and all that. Something
Oh,
about
my
cinnamon
God.
works
What about
good.
The bag of water with just crazy stuff.
Golly. But anyway, Helmsy, sorry about that. Just thought about it, saw it,
tough one.
and just I was like, hey, I gotta let him know about this.
Speaking of that, the flies, is there anything worse than a fly strip? The way they look, they're hanging
just
down, and there's
awful.
just millions of flies. on them.
They're
stuck
awful.
to them.
They're awful. Look, I love to go out on the back porch and like have dinner, like just paper plates, sit there and eat, and enjoy dinner time. And, we're in the shade. Maybe there's a little breeze, but here come the flies.
Here they come.
Do people
Nobody invited
have
them.
do people have the bug zappers anymore?
Yeah, oh yeah.
like
My
good
neighbor
bug,
does.
yeah.
My neighbor has
Okay.
one. Yeah, yes, he does. He
I
sure
just like
does.
watching that.
Yeah.
And I've heard all the put water in a sandwich bag and
Yeah,
hang it.
hang it, or-
I've heard all that. And I'm sure there's things that we can do, but it's a bip to us.
Urine? No, that's earache.
Yeah,
That's your earache.
we just turn on the fan and create enough wind to
Yeah.
where they can't really
not a bad
zone
idea.
in on us.
Kind of like they do at the drive-thru when they.
Yeah. Helmsy, we have controversy at the Nathan's hot dog eating contest
Yes.
that Greg was telling me about. We have a cheater.
You can't do nothing right.
How do you
without
cheat
that.
in this?
I know. It's like, where do you hide the hot dogs?
Well,
You
if
know,
I
I
read
mean-
it right, and who knows, they count by the empty plates. They give them like 5 at a time, and then they count all the empty plates to get the official count. Well, one guy who actually is married to whatever pseudo, the female champion, it's her husband. He is accused of getting an empty plate and putting it and stacking it on top of his to give him 5 more dogs in his count. And
Do you think he could have accidentally grabbed an extra one? They got stuck together or something?
He's claiming
I
he's
don't know how it
innocent.
works.
he's claiming he's innocent.
He's
but,
claiming it is just a mistake,
Yes.
but they're claiming foul. That
Foul.
That
People
they've counted.
see him.
Oh, okay. So videotape showed what he did. I
Well,
guess that's how he
you
got
know, I
busted.
halfway read it. I'm trying to find it now.
Yeah, but
Hold
there's
on.
actually a story out about we got us a cheater at Nathan's.
Yep, got us a cheater.
Got us
First
a
year
cheat-
without chestnut, now people are trying to cheat.
But Helmsy, the first response I had for him before the show started was, "How do you do that? How do you cheat?"
I know.
I mean, you're right there in front of everybody.
He gained 5 dogs.
If somebody-
moved him into 4th place, $1,000.
Okay.
That's what it said.
I mean, so they go by plates. They don't have somebody standing there watching. Okay, how many did you
Have
eat?
you seen that mess? That's going to be hard to keep up with.
I guess so.
I mean, it's Nick Weary.
Okay.
Yeah, he's accused. He basically he moved an additional plate onto his stack in front of him after the competition had ended, eventually increasing his score by 5 full dogs.
Which got him into what, third? You said
4th.
Fourth.
Yep, empty plates are used to determine the official tally.
Cheat.
I'm like you. You think they would have a better way to do it.
Yeah.
But then again, if nobody's cheating, it's a pretty good way to do it.
But you would think somebody would be counting. Do you remember that time we were at the CrossFit Games and we were judging?
Yeah, I messed up on.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And
We're supposed to be counting
We were
reps.
just supposed to be.
That's
there.
not a job you
My
get
mind would
that you
wonder.
get.
I like, oh,
Yeah,
that means
and
that.
then all of a sudden, for some stupid reason, I find myself in the finals counting double unders of
I
some
know.
guy,
Of all, and them are the hardest.
and
to
I'm
count.
thinking to myself, Speedy, you better pay attention.
Whether he wins or loses is going to depend on you.
Right. I'm like 1, 2, 3, 4. You don't think about anything else. 5.
I know,
Oh
it's
my gosh,
tough.
what was that? 8? Was
I
that
didn't like
9?
the pressure at all.
No. But you would think somebody would be sitting there counting hot dogs.
What were we doing?
I don't know. We had requested, look, we'll count stuff, but please don't put us in anything
that
important.
matters.
And the next thing you know, we're down, and it's like the money round, and it's in the finals, and we're counting stuff. What was we doing?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Can't pay the IRS? Haven't filed in a while? Receiving threatening letters? Yeah, it's about to get worse. The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hardworking Americans just like you. You need warriors on your side. You need Tax Network USA. And at tnusa.com/bigbox, Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. For instance, they discovered a limited time special offer that the IRS is willing to waive $1 billion in penalties. Find out if you qualify before it's too late, and never call the IRS alone. Let Tax Network USA and their attorneys handle it. They have preferred direct lines to the IRS. They know which agents to use, which ones to stay away from. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation now. 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. BIGV as in voice, OX. If you're looking for deals, let me say you need to be shopping at mypillow.com/bigbox. They're having their $25 extravaganza sale. Premium Giza My Pillows are $25. My sandals, $25. Six-pack My Towel sets, $25. Percale bed sheets are $25. Beach towels are $25, and there's even more. Don't forget their delicious 100% Arabica organic coffee. Start your day at 50% off. Head to mypillow.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower, you heard me right, lower your risk of cancer. Hopefully you hear this and run to the store for 5 servings of fruits and veggies every day. Probably not. Maybe you should consider doing what I do. That's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor selected for studied health benefits. There's a heart health group, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism groups, even healthy weight. What your body needs is in each scoop of that delicious Field of Greens. And will Field of Greens prevent, treat, or cure cancer? Well, of course not. But it's so powerful, it promises at your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or you get your money back. My doctor loves me doing this. So if you'd like to get 15% off and free rush shipping, go to fieldofgreens.com, use the new promo code BIGVOX. That's B-I-G and then V as in voice, O-X to get your discount. Or go to rickandbubba.com. Well, summer's here, and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. It might be golf, bike riding, boating, bird watching, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. If everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, I have one answer, Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients. It doesn't just mask pain. It helps reduce or even eliminate it. Wherever you are, and if you're hurting in your back or your neck or your joints or your muscles, in 3 weeks or less, you'll start to feel the difference all day, every day. So whatever you do, whether it's swimming, pickleball, hanging out in the garden, Relief Factor can help you feel good again and let you enjoy all your favorite outdoor activities all summer long. Give it a try by going to relieffactor.com, or you can call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order, or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. Do it today. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. But the truth is, the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap. Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, we got 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Here we go.
Let's do this. Got another day together, and we thank y'all for being with us. Hey, don't forget, July 19th, We've been talking a lot about this because it's a special night for us to be a part of. Nashville to Birmingham, stories behind the songs. It's July 19th at the Fennec, which is a great place. There on 2nd Avenue in Birmingham. 6 to 9:30 is going to be the evening that Greg and I will be there emceeing Nashville to Birmingham, stories behind the songs. A songwriters in the round experience, benefiting Rainbow Omega, community for adults with special needs. We are honored to be a part of this and look forward to that night together. There's going to be a lot of fun. We're just going to celebrate that night and these great songwriters and all the songs that they're behind and hear them, talk to them, and
You
listen
may write
to
a
them
song.
perform some of their songs. And then we're also going to have Greg, apparently we're going to have to auction some stuff off.
Okay.
And we're just going to have a good old time. It's just going to be fun.
It
And
is.
we're happy to be a part of that. That's coming up not this Friday, but next Friday if you're listening live, July 19th. Hard to believe, and I hate to sound old here. It's already July. Man, it is flying by, though. And it is amazing how fast. We just announced, I felt like yesterday that this is the last year of the Rick and Bubba show, and it's already almost August to me.
Yeah, I mean,
It's just-
once
it's
August gets
insane.
here, boom.
It's insane. Dragon breath. All right, this is a big story here. We've heard about the NBA and how they've struggled with ratings and, TBS and TNT, and they're like, man, the ratings have been down. Well, apparently they're okay because they just finalized a $76 billion extension, I should say, with ESPN.
If they're willing to invest that, they're doing okay.
And inks a deal with NBC and Amazon. But TNT isn't out of the picture yet either, they say. They say that they're still in talks with them a little bit, but the big news is there is an extension. They signed a deal with the NBA, ESPN did, and Amazon over the next 11 years, worth around $76 billion. These moves all come while not completely icing out TNT Sports, which has exclusive rights to many of the games with the NBA. We've talked a great deal about Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley and Kenny and all the guys. They do a great job. There's always something coming from them. Their chemistry is pretty funny. But should TNT decline to match the NBA's offer with Amazon and NBC, a new deal could be publicly announced before the beginning of the Summer Olympics around July 26th. So there's kind of and apparently Charles Barkley has broken his silence about inside the NBA on TNT as Shaquille O'Neal and Charles both they could be out. So we'll see how that plays out. But I mean, come on, they're pretty good together. I feel like that somebody would grab them and something would happen. You would think so anyway. What was y'all's growing up? What was y'all's go-to when it came? Because I know we grew up at a different time. We all rode bikes around the neighborhood.
Yep,
we'd get up
we're
on a
all about
bike
bikes.
and we'd ride bikes and we'd go and we'd play. Was that y'all's go-to as far as getting on something and riding it around or having fun?
And if your bike was down, broken or something, you were just left out.
Yeah.
I mean, it was terrible.
Right. It's awful.
Yeah, bikes was the thing. Now, we did. I probably shouldn't say this.
Uh-oh.
We did have a little dirt bike that we would ride.
Okay.
And I would ride it to places I wasn't supposed to, of course. But bicycles were we rode all.
thing.
Yeah, I mean miles and miles and miles away. We'd go to the pool.
Yeah.
We'd go to a friend's house.
Yeah.
Right.
And now I've even showed Amanda before. Like I used to ride my bicycle all the way to this house, and they're like, "What?"
Yeah.
Yeah, we used to go a long way.
There was a pool,
literally across town.
Oh, yeah.
There was a pool that was it was probably about a mile and a half from the house. But if you cut through a bunch of people's yards,
Yeah, I
in this
remember
field,
they would cut through.
yeah, and they would be quicker. And so we would do that from time to time. But I would take the motorcycle there more times than I needed to
Yeah.
because I wanted to look sharp. I mean, listen, if you're at the pool and you're trying to impress girls
got
and
a
all that,
motorcycle.
and everybody's on bicycles and you show up on a little dirt bike, people talk.
Yeah.
Here it comes. On
You know,
your
you're
motorcycle.
Hey,
right.
you'll turn some heads.
Yeah. The bike,
The ladies will talk.
Yeah, they will. The bicycle was my go-to as well. I would jump up.
Kids
and
now don't even know how to ride them.
No. And it's different time.
Jumping ramps.
Seeing
Seeing
different
if you could walk it, how
atmosphere.
far you could walk it.
Yeah.
Oh, we'd get all in that so much, and then we'd get off in these little patches of woods and get down by a creek or do something now, and then my parents would just say, okay, check in every now and then, and I'd go to one of my buddies, homes that because you didn't have cell phones, and I'd call the house, and they'd say, okay, yeah, be home at this time or whatever, or I wouldn't check in. They'd say, be home at dark for dinner. Or we'd have the neighborhood football games where my dad could whistle. I've talked about this, and you could literally hear him, I think, a half mile away. Yeah. And I'd hear that whistle. And we'd be right in the middle of the football game, and the guys would be like, come on, man, it's tied. And I'm like, man, I don't want that second whistle. That third one is deadly. I can't let it get to that second whistle. That means that dinner's ready. And I'd just start running. But the reason I ask that is because now everything's so advanced. Now now everything's battery powered, and kids don't have to really do much. I mean, every now and then I'll see a bike and some kids on a bike, and I almost get teared up, because I'm like, look at them. But like River, for instance, we got this little green Jeep, and it has a radio in it. Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And the battery on it just goes forever. Yeah. And he'll get on the sidewalks in the subdivision, but he's just riding around and going and doing and I'm thinking. And yesterday, as I was jogging beside him, that's how fast they go. I was thinking, man, he has got it made. Back in the day, just didn't have that. I mean, I don't know that we would have even wanted it. And he's only 3. I get that, but no. It's just different time.
Oh, we would have had it. I mean, if we'd have had it, I'm sure we'd have took part. We had there was a community center in our neighborhood, like people you could rent it out and they'd have like parties. Anyway, down there, someone had built a figure 8, and that blacktop, a figure 8, and we would race on the figure 8. Well, when you come to the crossing, a lot of times ain't nobody was checking up. You'd have a big crash about in the middle there. But we would get down them bikes and race on that figure 8 like crazy.
Golly.
And like say jumping ramps.
Yeah. And nothing was too far away to ride the bike to.
No.
Nothing. I mean, I know in Pascagoula, Mississippi, it's not a big city, but as far as riding a bike, I mean, it's you can get on out there riding, and nothing was too far away, and we'd just ride to our friend's house, and now, again, different time. Now there's so many bad people out there. Sometimes you don't want your kid riding off, and I'm sure there were bad people then too. It was just a different time, though.
And it's different with boys. Yeah. Like it was different for us.
Yeah, for sure.
And we would destroy our bikes.
Oh, yeah.
Not on purpose, but crashing them. Dad, one year, he bought us these Yamaha bikes. They're made by Yamaha. Had shocks on them.
Ooh.
And he said, okay, this is it. If y'all destroy these, I'm not buying another one. Sure enough, we destroyed them.
Really?
So then we'd piece together different bikes, make one bike, and take parts off one and rebuild it. Oh, yeah, we got pretty good at it. You had to, or you were going to be stuck. Everybody riding the bike and you sitting there watching.
Y'all good at getting the chain back on?
Oh, yeah. That chain come off all the time. You'd have to tighten it.
If you could just get one piece of the chain on and then pick the back tire up and then turn.
You ever get your pants caught in it?
Oh, yes. Yeah. And all the times you get the bottom of your pants would just be black.
You get caught in the teeth.
The first time, like when we first started the whole bicycle deal, I could not put the chain on. And so I was always nervous wreck if it come off because I was going to have to ask somebody to fix it. But I'm going to tell you, when you gain a level of confidence that you've never had, when you know you're leaving, if the chain comes off, I can fix it. That's a big deal.
That's a big deal.
Big deal.
How were y'all on riding, like as far as riding a bike, getting up on the handlebars? Did you ever take guys around with the handlebars?
Oh, a buddy of mine, because I wasn't very big growing up, and I'd jump up on his handlebars if my bike was out of commission, and we'd just ride, and I'd be sitting on the handlebars.
I never did any of that.
Oh, we come down.
I did have the little pegs, and I'd do, on the back and front.
Yeah, we didn't have that.
But I didn't do, I couldn't do anything. I could do the thing where you get up on one wheel and come back down, but that was it.
Yeah, so they started all that. What they do with bikes now, but when they put them pegs.
The movie Rad changed everything.
So the coolest thing we could do was walk it.
Yeah.
Pick it up and go on his back wheel, see who can go the furthest. Of course, you'd end up falling backwards.
Sure.
Dad just texted me, and he said, you think it's different for y'all? Like, I'm talking about my grandson, and then when we were growing up, he goes, listen to this. He said, when I was growing up, I had a paper route. And he said, I would I had a big canvas bag full of evening or morning. Put newspapers in it. Go to the bus station, get them, fold them up properly, stick them in the bag, then ride, then drop them in the bag or whatever, and then get on the bike, and for miles just riding, throwing papers in front yards. Riding the bike,
the old paper route.
Now he was also the guy too that as a senior in high school was driving the bus.
Oh yeah,
too.
I know a lot of people from that generation. That was a common thing.
Papers in the morning, bus at night.
Yeah, park the bus, go to class. You know.
But you're a student. But you're their buddy.
Yeah. Imagine today some of these idiots trying to have that responsibility. That'd be good. 16-year-old.
And parents didn't care.
Yeah.
That's another thing. They didn't care.
I just stood there yesterday and I was just reflecting back. Just wanted to ask y'all about it because I love talking about things and growing up. As I was watching River just own it in that little green Jeep yesterday, and I'm thinking, boy, times have changed. Not that we didn't have toys similar to that, but man, it's like we had to pedal everywhere.
Yeah.
You know.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code EXTRA or text EXTRA to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code EXTRA.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text EXTRA to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I juggle a lot. And managing constipation with belly pain from my irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, with laxatives and fiber isn't enough. My doctor recommended a way to get ahead of it. Then I said yes to Linzess.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Well, summer's here, and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. It might be golf, bike riding, boating, bird watching, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. If everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, I have one answer, Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients. It doesn't just mask pain. It helps reduce or even eliminate it. Wherever you are, and if you're hurting in your back, back or your neck or your joints or your muscles. In 3 weeks or less, you'll start to feel the difference all day, every day. So whatever you do, whether it's swimming, pickleball, hanging out in the garden, Relief Factor can help you feel good again and let you enjoy all your favorite outdoor activities all summer long. Give it a try by going to relieffactor.com, or you can call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order, or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. Do it today. Now, you may have heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before and thought, wait, the same sound auto quality I expect from the big guys, but at half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now's the time to check them out, because they just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds, which means you get the features that you know and you love, like the optimized gel tips for that cozy custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors to complement any and all skin tones. Seriously, if you've been wanting to check out Raycon's, there has never been a better time than right now with a 30-day happiness guarantee. What are you waiting on? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigvox. That's buyraycon.com/bigvox. BIGVOX.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother. Ooh, there is no other.
9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is brought to you by Mayo's. You know, we've been talking about Mayo's Israel for quite some time now. IsraelNeedsMe.com is the website. The fact are that, and you don't hear a lot about this in the U.S. Some outlets are still reporting about it, but people in Israel still need your help. I mean, they've gone through a lot and continue to go through a lot. Emergency war relief is still needed, and we're asking you to check out IsraelNeedsMe.com and join us in making a positive impact. For example, contributions from this audience are already helping folks in Israel with Mayo's Israel, and so check that out right now at IsraelNeedsMe.com. That's IsraelNeedsMe.com. They are actively working now to complete the rehabilitation gym, and over the past 2 months, they've completed a school that has treatment for children who survived the October 7th attack on Israel. It's just so much there I could continue to talk to you about, but the world is getting less and less friendly with Jewish people. I mean, it's just out there. You see what Hamas is doing, Iran, college campuses, their protest. It's just a lot happening right now. And you need to check out this Jewish organization that believes in Christ like we do and is making a difference there in Israel. IsraelNeedsMe.com is the website. Come alongside them and help make a difference there in Israel. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we got about 7 minutes until top of the hour, and then Rick and Bubba join us as well as Adler for the main show.
Had a couple uncomfortable moments yesterday. So, and Speedy, this is when you would melt, and I seem to handle it well, even though it bothers me. But you know, I had an international player come in yesterday from Spain on a visit with her mom.
Okay,
and it's one of those things where she has a first name that's very hard to pronounce, and so
I bet
when I'm introducing her to other people, I get tangled up. And
you got to give her a nickname. Go by it.
Well, and that so there was a few times where I just gave up, and I'm like, they're from Spain, that kind of thing.
Oh, really? That's just what you would say?
Hey, good to see you. Got a group in from Spain today.
Yeah.
And let them do it.
Really? What's their name?
Because the first couple runs, I was like, boy, I just butchered that. I even went as far. I even went as far to ask one of our players currently on the team from Spain, hey, tell me exactly how to say this name. Like,
Yeah.
send me a voice. I actually let Greg listen to it yesterday. Send me a voice message.
It had like a in the middle of it.
Did it really?
Yeah.
And it looks like Angelus, but it's Angelus. Angelus.
But it's
Angelus. And so anyway, that being said, I there was a couple times where it was just a blunder. Where I was like,
Well, you
just
give
stop,
up.
just stop. Like you can do this, and they don't know the difference. So
Right.
just be professional and smile,
just
and
try
they'll know
hard.
exactly. But
the effort was there.
it was.
A lot of pressure though, because it's not like you were in a different world, and some sports in college have this where you're predominantly international athletes that come in to play tennis there at JSU and most U.S. colleges. And it's not like they're traveling a couple of hours for the visit.
Yeah.
I mean, they flew in from Spain.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
so
true.
it's like, I got to give them a little bit here.
It is rare.
I want to deliver.
I can't just take them to Strut.
Yeah, I can't say their name. But
Yeah.
I know them wings pretty good.
Well,
Right.
it's funny y'all bring this up. So and what is it? I took them to a
Always
Phoenix.
the
I took
rocket.
them to a Phoenix.
That's
Okay.
good. It's good
Okay.
food.
Like that
Spared
place.
no expense.
And so
Voodoo pasta.
But when we went by Struts, I said, I nearly took y'all here. I
That's
said,
a good
but
one.
but and I said if dinner's later, whatever. I said, but I wanted to play it safe. I don't know that y'all want wings and so
And they understand English, right?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I didn't know. if
Very
you-
well spoken
because
in English.
because I don't know why, but if I ever meet anyone that I think they understand English, but I'm not sure, for some stupid reason I talk louder.
I know,
They're
slower.
not deaf.
No,
There were a couple
You know,
times.
that doesn't help.
If you're here for dinner,
Dinner.
right? I'm screaming at them.
Thank you.
There were
I can hear fine.
Yeah, it's not the volume.
well, to your point, Speedy, when it's rare that
This
that
is the
internationals,
library.
like actually come on a visit. Like everything's through video,
right.
and they see pictures and all that. But they actually want to come. Like, yeah, absolutely, that's fantastic. So it was a great visit. But there's just times where on these things and I get to talking and I'm using our slang and things that we like. They're probably looking at me like, what the heck's he
He
talking
said,
about?
"I don't mean to be a bib here."
And,
right. I mean to be a bip here, but don't go in there
But-
because he's a good one.
And then you have these moments, and
You
I
like
know
Coach?
I know it wasn't like negative, but there would be times where the mother and daughter would get off talking in Spanish, and I'm sitting there going, "Oh goodness, like,
Oh,
what are
no.
they saying?"
You're thinking, man, I wish I'd learned
He
that.
kind of smells.
Nobody said that.
He's
But
bumping.
you do wonder,
Yeah.
man, what they're talking about.
They
me.
were
Like-
honestly,
like,
they
do
were
not, do not come here.
they were
Ooh,
blown
widow's
away. You never know what people.
Coach mean.
You never know what people are going to think when they come from
Thanks,
different
Frankenstein.
countries, and they were blown away by what was going on at
Oh,
Jacksonville.
really?
Yeah. By the way, I'm blown away with what they've done with the football stadium. It's the first time that I've gone in there, and what they've on the inside and seen the other side where they've put the They're
Yeah, they
finishing putting the bleachers up, and
Right.
they've got some little.
Did you go to the new field
almost.
house?
I haven't been in there yet, but it's inside it. You look and they've got in the end zone where they've got seats up there, the balcony.
Yeah.
It looks fantastic. Like it caught me off guard. I don't know what I was expecting. I knew they had made a lot of changes, but wow. And of course they were like, goodness, this place is big. Everything was big to them yesterday.
Really?
And so
It's
they
big.
live in a small town, and I look at Jacksonville and I think that's a small town.
Yeah.
And they get there and they're like, this place is massive. Like,
What?
and I'm like,
Yeah.
interesting. So,
Got a
No,
Walmart.
I'm just gonna let everybody. That wasn't a gray cat that came through. It's just
What-
Bubba's head.
What does he do?
I didn't want anybody to freak out.
Hams, you really want to give them an American experience? You should have took them to Walmart.
Oh
well,
yeah,
they did stay at the Hampton Inn, so
Okay.
that's
Oh, that's a good stay though. That's good.
absolutely.
That's the spot.
If y'all had been close to Buc-ee's, you really could have
Oh man.
Do you know what they
That'd
actually?
have been a day.
Hey,
there.
they flew into Birmingham, and I nearly said, if y'all want a great experience, stop at that beaver sign on the way.
That's
It's
how
the
you
only
said
one
it.
you'll
well,
see.
that's the way I would have said it.
It's the
probably.
only one you'll see. There
Yeah.
ain't another beaver sign
No.
anywhere
Guys,
around.
I don't know if that's how you describe it all.
Well, there's a big old beaver
It
head up
is.
there.
Yeah.
Smiling.
Big beaver smiling.
Yeah. Bucky's.
Happy beaver.
Yeah, not many Bucky's. You want to stop when you see it.
Bubba.
Got the pictures, and we'll get them up.
Soon.
Is there, and also Ryan Greenwood, webmaster, is here this morning. Bubba's Grill will be up later today. Yeah. Later today, you got the pictures, and we'll get them up.
Soon.
I emailed them to you, but I got those too if you need it.
Okay.
They'll be up
soon. And Ryan Greenwood.
I got them to him late. I've assigned it to somebody in the web group, and they're getting it done right now.
The name Ryan is really in right now, so we made Ryan Greenwood come in again this morning. Speaking of that, we've talked about the Ryan of American Idol. How about the Ryan of the host of that comedy show coming to Turner South, Ryan Cameron, who joins us now. Ryan, welcome to the program. How are you, sir?
Hey, guys. How you doing this morning?
We're doing good.
Ryan, welcome. And we have to ask this question. We understand you do a morning show, right?
I do a morning show here in Atlanta.
Now, are you off this week, or how are you here with us now?
No, actually what I had to do this morning was actually put in for 1 hour of vacation time, and I'm doing that this morning, and they actually think that I'm actually on the air right now, so this has to be a really quick interview because I have to be back by the time I get off the air, so they really don't know.
You know, Ryan, I'm looking at you right now. Did you take one of Ruben's jerseys and just put your number on it?
No, definitely not. No, this is actually Ruben's waist size. And this is how big Ruben is, the old city of Brooklyn.
Well, Ryan, if you were on vacation, we were concerned that you had to get up, and we all know that doing what we do for a living, getting up is not always the easiest thing.
Yeah, I'm kind of used to it now, though. I mean, you know...
What's the secret? Because we haven't got to.
Well, the secret is you got to get there 5 minutes before the show starts.
See, I've been telling them that. I've been telling y'all that for the past 5 years. I don't get there till about 10 minutes before we start. I don't want to get there any earlier than that. 10? Sometimes 10?
Yeah.
5 minutes, just like Ryan said. That comedy show, Friday nights, 8 o'clock, what is this? Are we looking for the next great comedian? How's this going to work? Are we just featuring people?
No, these guys are already established.
Already done.
Yeah, this is not an amateur contest. A lot of these people you've seen on other shows, these are the top comedians around the country coming to Turner South to show, you know, comedy Southern style, basically. And I believe that from the audience that you'll see that's there in Atlanta, that the show just will run the gamut. And what I'm trying to do, really, guys, I got to jump in and say this, is that I saw you guys launch, and I saw, you know, the Rick and Bubba bobblehead dolls. And I just want to show you what Turner South gave me for my launch. Here is the That Comedy Show Drink Swizzle Stick. So I'm trying to work my way up to a bobblehead doll. So I don't know how much money they're going to put in this. So this has to go well because I know there's a bobblehead doll waiting for me.
Well, Ryan, let me say this. Be careful who you order them from. Let me just say that.
Yes, we've tried to market those and sell them, but have you ever tried to get some from China while the SARS scare is going on? So anyway, our bobblehead dolls will arrive, but they've got surgical masks on across the front of them. Have we lost Ryan?
No, I'm right here.
Ryan, I have to tell you, too, you have to be impressed with our technical setup here. You holding that phone in front of Granny's quilt there, I mean, that is...
This is really cool. I mean, is it really connected? I mean, this is really... I keep waiting on, you know, the Bluebird Diner to have, like... Is Thelma Lou at the Bluebird Diner on the other end of this phone?
Yeah. Ryan showed here sitting and featuring one of his Meemaw's quilts. Oh, my nose is bleeding. No, you're getting a nosebleed?
Ryan, you made Rick laugh so hard you made his nose bleed.
Ryan.
Do that.
Oh, boy. Ryan. No, Ryan, look, I'm doing my impression of Robert Downey Jr.
Uh-oh. All the white lines disappearing on the highway.
Hey, look, this, and you're going to be with B Street Live. You guys are going to combo now, and it's going to be like the Friday night block party on Turner South.
That's right.
And it all starts at 8 o'clock Eastern time.
8 o'clock, starting with me, and then B Street Live right after that. It's going to be a great little run. We're going to have 4 weeks in a row, and then the Braves will be on, and then we'll come right back. So we're really excited about it. And I really want to thank you guys for having me on this one.
Look,
Ryan, look, you can't run away that quick.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to get back. He's in a commercial break.
I happened to notice that you won an Emmy in 1994. I don't read the bottom of the screen much, but what did you win an Emmy for?
I used to do Man on the Street stuff for 11 Alive, which is a local affiliate here in Atlanta. So, you know, we do a lot of stuff. It's sort of like whatever nobody else wanted to do, I went out and made fun. So they kind of recognized that tomfoolery and said, let's give this guy an award for it. And the funny thing about it is now it's all tarnished. It's not real gold. It's sort of like gold-like.
Yeah.
So it's kind of bronze now.
Well, you need to see Bruce Almighty if you hadn't seen it. You'll appreciate his role in that.
Okay.
We're like nominated for an Emmy, and we looked, and it's like an interview with Donny Osmond, so we know we have no prayer.
Yeah, no hope whatsoever. So,
but anyway, Ryan, thanks a lot, and I'm looking forward to watching the program.
And come see us sometime.
Yeah, come up here and hang out actually live in the studio, or if we're over in Atlanta, we'll come over there and maybe try to get together.
I'd love to do that, guys. Thanks for having me on this
Thank
morning.
you, Ryan. Congratulations on getting this gig, too, by the way.
Hey, make sure you watch 8 o'clock tomorrow night, every Friday, right here on Turner South.
Ryan Cameron, your host of that comedy show, part of the Block Party Friday nights on Turner South. So catch it tomorrow night, 8 o'clock Eastern Time, as some of the best comedians from around the country. Well, here we go. It is a brand new hour on the Rick and Bubba Show, part of a brand new day on a brand new show, and we're ready to get after it today. The kickoff hour is behind us. We start this hour with the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. From the Big Boy Studio, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world, out here on the bleeding edge of technology. You can catch the show now with modern technology live or archived. Totally up to you. However you are here, we are thankful that you have joined another hour on another show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy have already knocked out the kickoff hour. That's now available to you, where it will be later today in the archives if you missed it live. Eddie Van Adler, he's running one of the options for you. It's called the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. We've got folks watching it live every day and also catching the archive or a combination of both. A best of hour also goes to Blaze TV subscribers. So Eddie Van Adler's ready to go. And Bubba and I now join the gang. So let's get him in here, the silver-tongued one. The man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome.
Slow down.
There it is. ELO.
ELO.
Sweet talking woman. Speaking of that, Michelle Obama, our topic today. As I tie that right to that, do you see how I did that?
Yeah.
Joel Gilbert is the author of Michelle Obama 2024, her real life story and plan for power. He also is director of the documentary Michelle Obama 2024. We will interview him, Lord willing, today. It will be the Rick and Bubba University podcast this weekend because it's been on hiatus a couple of weeks due to vacation and 4th of July. Bubba, let me tell you, Joel Gilbert is going to tell us today, quit wondering. She's going to run for president.
Really?
So we'll
that was first predicted, I think, by Roger Stone, a year and a half ago.
Yep.
So
yep.
We'll see.
He said this has been the plan since 2016.
Really? Just to bring her back in when Joe couldn't do it.
He also says, much like her husband and lots of famous Democrats, she's put together a bit of a fictional life that really didn't happen.
Right.
So he's going to unpack that for us, too. So Michelle Obama, those of you that are wondering, now, look, we don't know whether this cat's right or not, but he's going to say, I've done the research, and I'm telling you it's coming, and we will interview him today. That'll be out this weekend. So look for that wherever you get podcasts.
And as some people refer to her, Big Mike.
Bubba, I mean,
I don't know about all that.
I know we got updates on you today. Do you want to save that? Do you want to give it?
We'll come back
and hit that
and kind of do that. We'll just kind of billboard everything here.
Okay,
Did have a CAT scan this week.
Little billboard.
Got those results. Stephanopoulos is in trouble.
Yep.
George Stephanopoulos.
Stephanopoulos.
At ABC. He was asked by a man on the street about Joe Biden. He says he doesn't think he can serve 4 more years. The fur is flying at ABC.
I can't wait for that update. Does George not realize that everybody's toting a camera now?
Yeah.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know you could just go up to George and ask him a question. He would answer it like that.
Well, he was jogging down the streets.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been in New York. We've run into people.
Between that and Clooney,
we
everybody's
saw.
upset.
Well, I was going to get to that. The George Clooney, I told Bubba too. He and George Stephanopoulos, I guess the Georges are all in trouble today.
Oh boy!
This George Clooney thing, and we've got updates on Biden's tried to respond to it, strangely, but when you have George Clooney holding a fundraiser for you at $28,000 a plate, and now he's written an op-ed and said painfully, I do not think Joe Biden can win in November or needs to serve.
And did you see Joe Biden's answer to that?
Well, I see we have that. We'll
look. Y'all need to get off Joe. He's fine. He's vigorous and he's excellent and he's ready to be the nominee.
Well,
so y'all get off of it.
Well, don't you agree? Just based
sharper
on
than ever.
Right. Just based on these 2 examples, and we'll get response from Biden and all that coming up too. Based on just those 2 examples. Anybody that's trying to tell you the Democrats are all in on Joe Biden and they're all on the same page, that just isn't true. How about this? That's not even speculation. It just isn't true. Especially if I'm, a well-known Hollywood actor and I put an op-ed out there, or I'm the ABC guy and the guy asked me on the street what I thought and I told him.
Yeah.
So there you go. So those will be 2 updates today, and we'll get into the details of those.
To me, the way ABC is acting is even more damning than what he said because it's obvious that the president is not with us like he used to be.
Come on, yeah.
George was just being honest when he said he couldn't serve 4 more years.
Yeah.
But it shows you that ABC is more worried about the facade, the cover job, than just common sense in this. They're making an absolute mountain out of a molehill.
JP has got to clarify that she misled reporters
again
about the expert.
That's kind of like lying, isn't it?
It is, Bubba. That's
I thought it was Trump that lied all the time.
No, it's at least that's what my mama called it. But there's a lot of updates on that, and it's over on the Democratic side. It really is chaos, and you heard us just mention 3 examples. We'll unpack those today. We got a health update on Bubba today.
Y'all get off the leader of the free world. He's fine.
He's fine.
Huh?
The president is fine. Everybody knows he's fine.
He's great. Let him go to Delaware and take a break.
He's doing great. And we'll get your phone calls in today. Lots of other topics to cover when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Campaign. Will be showcased and should have won the American Idol. I'm paraphrasing. Eastern time on Turner South as part of the block party with B Street Live as well. As we get back, there's comments. Us Magazine, Us Weekly has come out. So has Fox News this morning that Clay from American Idol is saying that he was wronged and should have won the American Idol. I'm paraphrasing a little bit. They're talking about problems with the phones and all that. Of course, Reuben supporters were complaining about the same thing, but Clay is now going around doing interviews, and we have discussed how on the first American Idol that Kelly Clarkson got to have her walk, got her,
Her
crowning.
time as the winner.
Her time as the winner, release her CD first, and then now the others are releasing their CDs a year later, and Clay and Reuben seem to be acting as co-winners, which I don't think Reuben couldn't care less, but Donna is in Birmingham, said Clay was on Regis and Kathy Lee. What's up, Donna?
Hey.
Hey, Donna.
Hey.
Welcome.
Thank you. He was on there yesterday, and Kelly said, okay, we want the dirt. Did you really see the card that had the winner's name on it? And he said, yes, he did. He said he would walk around the corner, and that Ryan had the card open, and he saw it. And he said that's why he was facing Reuben, which I thought was odd when I saw it. Why is he facing sideways? And he said he wanted to be the first person to see Reuben's face when he got the news.
Okay, well, that sounds okay. But now the flip side of this is, and let me read this too, okay? This is right off the Fox News website, report out of the NewYorkPost.com. Idol judge Simon said last week that Clay caught a peek of the winner's name on the card held by Idol host Ryan Seacrest, and a lot of people have been getting on him about that. Now, this is what he said. Right before we went out onto the stage, Ryan was looking at his card. Okay, let's stop there. Ryan is preparing to walk out, okay? So he is holding the card in front of him, going over his notes. He said, I kind of glanced over and saw there was a name that was there, and it was long, and he's holding his hands up like this long, using his hands to indicate the greater length of Reuben's name compared to his. Quote, so I had an idea. I kind of put two and two together. He said, I thought it was probably Reuben who won. Now, if...
That sounds a little different than I saw his name on the card.
The way this was originally presented was that Ryan Seacrest was like, hey, you lost, Clay. Let's go out there and act like we like it. I mean, it was almost that dramatic, where actually Ryan is reading it. So that means he's got it in front of him. And right here, Clay, of his own quote, says he kind of glanced over there, which means he had to position himself so he could glance over there. And he said that, he's basing it on the length of the name on there. He couldn't even read it. So, that to me, that's a stretch at best. I mean, maybe you got some idea or whatever.
It's being presented like he looked over and saw Reuben stuttered on the card.
Yeah, or that Ryan, Seacrest left this laying around. And I meant to ask Ryan Cameron what he thought about it, but...
well, here's the thing. You know what? Who cares? Who cares if he saw it or not? What's that got to do with who won?
Yeah, I don't follow how that...
If you figured out you didn't win, okay, and so what? What's the big deal? Yeah. I mean, they have to tell you in about 5 minutes anyway. I don't even understand why that's such a big deal. Who cares? That'd be like somebody going, I realized some guy came in on a presidential election or a governor or whatever, and they got the numbers before TV did and told me I lost. Well, yeah.
Well, and I'm not trying to be the Ryan Seacrest fan club, but...
why are you so fired up about Ryan Seacrest?
Well, no, the way it keeps being portrayed is that Ryan fumbled this somehow.
I know, and he did.
And he really didn't fumble it. Really, if you read this quote, it looks like Clay was looking over his shoulder. He was reading his notes before he goes out on live TV. I don't blame him.
And said, I think Reuben won because it looked like the name was longer.
Yeah.
That's a little different story.
And
than what we're hearing.
If you count the letters, it is a little bit longer, but it's not dramatic. It isn't like it was Schwarzenegger
And you know
or
what
something on
and
there.
this-
I mean, you know.
And here's the thing I didn't like about it. Clay said, I looked over, I saw a name I think was longer than my name, so I assumed it looks like Reuben 1, and at the same time a dog walks on the stage with a Kansas tag on.
Pass the gravy, please.
20 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today as we unpack another one. Bubba from email.
Yeah, this was a great question. If Joe Biden was not president today, what would you hire him to do as a business owner? What would he be qualified to do? And this is a good question. Would you allow him to be the crossing guard at an elementary school?
No.
Where the kids are dependent on him to get across the street where there's busy traffic?
Of course not. No.
You wouldn't trust him with that.
No.
But yet we're trusting him with the nuclear codes for the whole country.
I'll go this far, and I know when you're president you don't have to. I wouldn't let him drive.
No. Would he be qualified to be a door greeter at Walmart?
Maybe.
Could he push carts across the parking lot?
No.
I don't think so.
Dan does. Possibly.
Who?
Yeah, but Dan's
Rick.
physically,
It's a friend of mine.
Oh.
physically better shape.
Well, I'm just saying Joe, though.
Right, yeah.
You can say he can, Rick.
Would you let him? I mean, do you think he'd be a good investment to have on a board? Or advisory board?
That's a
business or
no.
something?
I think he could probably greet, and he might could push carts. That's the only two I would even consider that you listed.
Me and Adler talked about this when the week was off, and I'm not being funny.
Pushing carts, by the way, in greeting's a big jump to leader of the free world.
I'm not being belittling anything. This
What'd you just say?
Belittling,
yeah,
like the job. But this is an entrant.
Are you about to say you're not about to belittle someone?
No.
Okay.
If he walked in and filled out an application at McDonald's,
correct,
to start at the bottom, not management, and run a register, after the interview, they would go, "I'm sorry, I don't think he."
No, yeah, I wouldn't hire him for that. No,
and I'm not. I mean, I'm just saying. But yet.
Because you know
leader of the
why?
most powerful
At
country in the world.
McDonald's on the entry level, he's still dealing with my product. He's still dealing with people's money.
Yeah.
He's interacting with people. No, I wouldn't do that. No.
So just food for thought today on that. Hey, y'all get off him.
Yeah, right.
I'm like you, Bubba. Hey, everybody hush. He's fine.
No more discussion of that. George Stephanopoulos. He's in trouble. He gave a little comment on the street to somebody.
Yes, he did.
And
yes, he did.
It's kind of blown up on him. He's 63 years old now. He appeared to quickly regret his off-the-cuff remark.
I bet he did.
And offered a statement of regret after he was allegedly issued an ultimatum by his boss at ABC. Earlier today, I responded to a question from a passerby. I shouldn't have, he said. ABC issued their own statement saying George expressed his own point of view and not the position of ABC News. What the two statements didn't reveal was the alleged crisis that has kicked off at ABC. The news division president, Deborah O'Connor, called a panic meeting with advisors and executives on Tuesday night, including public relation experts. It's been reported. This was a full-fledged crisis, and it exploded with far-reaching reverberations, an insider claimed to Radar Online. She is then said to have hauled George into a private meeting where she gave him an ultimatum: apologize or be taken off the air. George hosts both Good Morning America and is a moderator on Current Affairs panel show This Week. ABC bosses were reportedly concerned that the veteran broadcaster had expressed a private opinion that would fatally undermine his appearance of objectivity. He worked for Bill Clinton. He's never been objective. He was Bill Clinton's right-hand man. He's a Democrat hack. Okay? He's never been objective. We've never thought he was objective. Ain't gonna change now.
No. I don't know anybody.
I guess all of you at ABC would be fine if Trump's right-hand man was there, and you'd say, "Well, he's objective."
Right.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I don't know anybody who does the news right now that's objective. Not one person.
No, Walter Cronkite wasn't objective. He just hit it better.
Right. So they're mad. They're mad that Stephanopoulos actually answered a question honestly. And now keep in mind, he's answering that after vetting out the president and interviewing him quite extensively.
You know what I think is refreshing about it? I do think in this interview that George asked fair questions. Okay, I'm going to
More
say
than
that.
I thought he would.
Yeah,
You're right.
exactly.
Yeah, I agree.
And he gave a fair opinion that the majority of Americans see is just plainly, obvious in front of them. And I think ABC is showing not their desire to be objective. They're trying to cover their agenda by saying this. I mean, come on, guys. George, too. He's called in this Deborah O'Connor. She's never worked in the White House. She's never anchored the news. He's thinking, oh, you got to be kidding me.
Right.
I'm way beyond this.
Right.
He does.
No, you're right. You're right.
And he probably is, honestly.
Well, I think what you're seeing with the George Clooney and the George Stephanopoulos, as I said earlier, the Georges are turning, and we've talked about this. You got to understand the human nature of all of us. And Bubba, I heard you do this on something not near as important one time, and I agree with you, where sometimes you can be a fan of a team and they be so bad, you start thinking, I just think I'm better than this team as far as me, myself.
Are you talking about the Minnesota Vikings?
You know what I mean? By the way, I got an update on that. But you know what I mean? You start having some, and I don't mean arrogant pride. I mean self-worth. That you look the right kind of pride where you just value yourself a little bit to the right level. Where you look around and go, I don't think I should be associated with this. And I think that especially when you deal with people that can be as arrogant as people that, actors can be quite arrogant and things like that, I think there comes a moment where they start feeling stupid, kind of like Bill Maher started doing, pretending that Joe Biden is something that every human being can see he's not.
Hey, get off my president, man.
But you know what I mean? Do you understand what I'm saying? That when you look at something and go, I don't know, guys, if I can continue to do this narrative that y'all have asked me to do, it's almost like I can't stomach doing it anymore. And George Clooney's op-ed is about as honest and brutal as you can see because he goes in great detail of saying how much he loves Joe Biden. And I would disagree that him telling us how good a job Joe Biden has done as a senator and all that. But he believes that. What I'm saying is he doesn't have an agenda against Joe Biden personally. Mm-hmm. He's always loved, supported, and just raised $30 million for him.
Yeah.
And after that interaction at that banquet and at one of those events with him, just like Stephanopoulos, these people are interacting with him and then coming out and saying, wow. Clooney goes as far as to say he's not even as coherent as he was in 2020.
Well, yeah. I mean, we've all seen the debate footage side by side.
Right. So
the last year is he's just really fallen off.
We have to stop this pretending. Now, I find myself in an odd place because I don't want the Democrats to win in November. So do I need to start acting like the president's okay so we still have him as a candidate in November?
Hey, get off our president, man.
Right, yeah.
He's fine. He's sharper than ever.
Hey, Democrats.
That's what the Rear Admiral said
Democrats,
the other day.
y'all got us. Y'all got a great candidate. He's served this country well, and y'all probably going to win in November. Just stay with him.
Nothing to see here.
I really haven't seen anything like this since H. Ross Perot's VP. You remember him?
Oh my God!
Oh yeah, the general or whatever.
He was an admiral, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
What was his name?
I remember saying that live. Used to do that.
He never could hear what they were saying.
I can't remember. Hey, you know what else? You know what else we're watching right now? The movie Dave. Yeah, we're watching the movie Dave. We're going to see some look-alike start walking around extremely coherent. We're going to go, what happened?
Can I tell you one of my favorite scenes ever? And I laughed hard when I saw it, and I still laugh. It was on Saturday Night Live.
Oh, yeah.
Dana Carvey was playing H. Ross Perot.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was Dana Carvey did
it.
It
was. And he was really good.
And
very good.
I think it was him and Toots were driving the car, the driving cat.
Yeah.
And they carried Stockton, wasn't it? Wasn't that his name?
I think
Admiral Stockton. They carried him out to the woods and told him to get out, and then they burned rubber and got out of there.
Wasn't it Phil Hartman that played him?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
God,
yes. Funny.
That was so good. So good.
Well, yeah,
Did y'all love Toots the driving cat?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Those people, they just be so happy singing. They go, wait a minute, a cat's driving this car over the cliff. Oh, God. It was dumb, but it sure was funny.
Bottom of the hour, we'll come back. More Rick and Bubba as we churn forward. you can reach us as well. We'll get to some of your phone calls before the hour's done.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I thought, wow, that dog has walked here from Kansas.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Let's go to Dorothy in Vestavia. Hey, Dorothy, how you doing?
Hey, I'm fine. How are you guys?
We're great.
Well, Bubba just read what I was going to tell you, but that's what I heard him say, interviewed on E! Live day before yesterday. But look at the time frame then, since Bubba's already covered that. He said that day before yesterday, the story that he saw it backstage about 5 minutes before they went out and the length of the name and stuff. Then he gets on Regis and Kathy Lee yesterday and tells a different story. He also had a contradiction about why he was facing Reuben. If what he said, based on what the last caller said that he said yesterday, he told him on E! Live that he said, you know, now that I've seen that played back, I think, good grief, I look stupid. He said, really, they had turned and kind of glanced at each other, and he said, it's like, I guess I just froze. So every time I read something out of his mouth, it's different.
Yeah, and you know, I don't, and like I say, I can't get it. Is this Us Weekly interview? Is it accurate? Is it the quote in Fox News that I think I could have won?
That's from the New York Post.
Yeah, I mean, so
the quote.
You know, it's getting a little hard to believe exactly where.
Here's the thing, too, Rick. Here's the thing, too. They did a great layout in this magazine, which, by the way, there's some good stories in here. We got to cover the Jennifer Aniston, Brad Pitt high school pictures, too. But they've got a great breakdown here, Reuben and Clay and what everybody's got. Reuben has been signed to J Records, which is also the home of Luther Vandross and R&B diva Alicia Keys. Okay? Clay has been signed to RCA that launched NSYNC, Christina Aguilera, and Kelly Clarkson. Reuben, the J Record founder, Clive Davis, said that he's taking a state-of-the-art approach to Reuben's album. The idol who has been compared to Grammy winner Vandross will record R&B, hip-hop, and pop tunes. You go over to Clay's column, they say that RCA is going to make him into a young Barry Manilow.
Oh, my gosh.
That is why the pop ballad like Bridge Over Troubled Water would make an excellent first single. When you look at the fan base for Reuben, they're saying it's wide-ranging. Millions of fans who voted for Reuben represent multiple generations. The fan base for Clay includes screaming girls. Clay is a teen idol, according to a spokesperson from Rolling Stone. When you look at a career forecast for Reuben, Damon Dash, co-founder of Rockefeller Records, believes Reuben can ride the success of the idol. He says if he makes as many records as possible and stays on the radio. For Clay, they predict a hit if Clay's album is released soon. Who knows how many albums Kelly Clarkson could have sold if her album had came out three months after American Idol instead of 8 months. So both of them have got a great future. So to me, I don't know why you're focusing on all that. You know what I mean?
I don't think winning it would have got him anything more than he's getting, based on his style of music.
Yeah, and the fact that you're focusing on things that are a lot of negatives. I mean, you want who got the most votes to win, but let's face it, this telephone voting thing, it can be kind of, flaky anyway. I mean, it's all about what switch, talk to who, and long distance. I mean, you know what I mean? It's, good gosh. The margin of error here has got to be dramatic anyway. So what do? You got to go with whatever gets in, right? Isn't that what you got to do?
Well, sure. Kathy in Georgia. Kathy, how you doing?
All right, how are you?
Good. Great.
Grass, by the way.
Welcome to the show. Appreciate that. Thank you.
I've just caught on to Turner South and Rick and Bubba in the last few weeks, but I love it. I watch it. It comes on twice here. It comes on in the morning and then again at night.
It does most places, too. A little hard to tell when it's going to come on at night because it varies so much. But
so I have to watch it
sometime
every time.
at night.
Yeah, I watch it both times.
Right. And when we're off work, they're not running reruns now, which I don't understand. Everything else is a rerun. But I want to get into all that. But by the way, coming up at the top of the hour, another old movie today, so get ready for that. But anyway, so Kathy, what's going on?
Okay, what the interviews I've seen with Clay, what he and the quotes. Now this, you know how magazine and newspaper articles are. I don't think they always put things in direct quotes. I think they may be taken out of context because the things that I've seen Clay say himself in the interviews, like with Regis and Kelly, it was put to him like this: you didn't win, but you did win. And he said, you're exactly right. I didn't win the American Idol, but I did win.
Is that Clay's CD I hear in the background?
No, I'm outside. You hear birds?
Oh, I was going to say, Kathy, are you in the...
I mean, it's a valid point. Here we go. Another Rick and Bubba show is running. So, in the times we're living in, I don't know if there's ever been a time, at least as long as we've been alive, that having a strong immune system is probably the one thing that we all need to be working on the most. And you know, there's all kinds of things out there, or people say this, don't do that. One of the things that we do know is that our body is designed, this has been studied, and to run on the right fruits and vegetables. Now, not just any fruits and vegetables, the right fruits and vegetables. And at Field of Greens, what they have done, the doctors have extensively worked with scientists on what are the fruits and vegetables that the major organs of our human bodies are craving to be at optimal level. And they got it. And they put together this formula, fieldofgreens.com. This is an organic superfood, and it's each one selected to support the body functions like the heart, the liver, the kidneys, your immune system, now more than ever. And boy, are we seeing results with this product. I mean, I just absolutely love it, and the family's loving it, and the show's loving it. How about this? This is confidence here. They know they've got themselves a good product there at Brickhouse Nutrition. Better health, or you get your money back. Now, what does that mean? What they're saying is the next time you go to the checkup and they do the blood work, and they check you, and if the doctor doesn't come out and say, man, you're improving, what are you doing? If that doesn't happen, then you'll get a refund. And my doctor certainly loves this product. Love the numbers right now. So 15% off plus free rush shipping if you go ahead and give it a try at fieldofgreens.com. Use our promo code BIGVOX, BIGV as in voice, OX, fieldofgreens.com. That gets you 15% off. Or you could just go right to the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. And Bubba, speaking of health.
Speaking of health, Rick, we had our 6-month CAT scan dealing with our liver cancer, and all is clear.
All is clear.
Good news.
If you're cancer-free, say hey.
So technically full remission at this point, but the odds and the stats. According to the doctor yesterday, he said it was less than 1% that this would return at this stage, given where I'm at and what we've seen. So I get to go to a 1-year schedule now on the CAT scan, and a blessing. Thank all of you that said a prayer yesterday. We really appreciate it.
Well, this whole situation, watching this journey with you, has just had supernatural intervention written all over it.
I credit the audience for that.
Well, for how it was discovered, and what they were able to do, and now the results that we're seeing, and that was yesterday. I mean, they've all been big, but yesterday was real big.
Yeah, I think so too. I think being able to go to a year test is huge, and hopefully we won't see anything. And we've still got the I gotta say this Sigma Terra blood test, but we're not expecting any issue with that.
You don't have those?
No, but we're not expecting any issue. It's a real high-tech blood test that looks for DNA signatures of cancer cells.
Sure.
And it's very new and extremely accurate as far as finding this kind of stuff, and it will show things before it ever shows up anywhere else. So it's always good to have that test.
Sure.
And you know that could be issues anywhere in your body. So it's a very expensive test, but very good, and hopefully that will be back clear too. So far so good.
That's good.
We'll take it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
We'll take that all day long.
Very blessed. Thank you.
That was a big one. And yesterday it was almost like, and I know that there's so many people. You were talking about when you go into that room, you see so many people that are being treated for various types of cancers and all that. And Bubba had given us that incredible news and coming right off the Bible study yesterday, and I saw that and just got excited. And then right after that, another guy that is a friend of mine and has a brain tumor and had to have it removed, and he got a clear report yesterday, which we were not. There wasn't a lot of, I wouldn't say confidence. You always say that the Lord's will be done, and whatever He wants to do, He'll do. But I was like, well, I'll tell you one thing: if this day continues, I mean, if I can get one more, some good news, that'd be great. So wonderful news, Bubba. Very, very, very excited.
Yeah, we're very thankful. Thank all of you.
Mm-hmm. Looking at some other things to discuss on the program today. We do have, and Adler is looking for it. I don't know that there is an audio response, but this story that you talked about, we mentioned that George Clooney, wrote this op-ed. We just finished talking about that, and we told you what he said, and you can go read it for yourself. Now don't miss, it's crucial that you don't miss that he had a fundraiser to get Biden reelected. He
raised a lot of money,
raised $30 million
from a lot of rich friends.
Yeah. But then he had to actually interact with the current state of Joe Biden, and he painfully, in his words, says we must remove him as our candidate, or we're not going to win in November. He can't do it. I'm paraphrasing, but that's it. And and he even talks about how much he loves Joe Biden and all that. So he then Joe Biden apparently was being asked a lot of questions yesterday, and he was they asked him about George Clooney's op-ed, calling for him to step aside, and then his response as he faces this, and then people in Congress asking him to step down, his response, Bubba, was AFL CIO go go go.
What? That when he was asked about it, that was his response.
Well, at least this time he said "go go go," not "ho ho ho."
Right.
I mean, but and they're saying that the response, in the people's opinion, they're trying to figure out why he said that, is that he's believing that the labor union, which issues a statement, they stood in solidarity with him on July 3rd after the debate. I think that he's trying to say they won't leave me. Everybody else may be leaving me, and they're so strong. Who cares what George Clooney thinks?
Right.
That would require cognitive ability, so maybe not. He may just not know what else to say. George Clooney asking him to step down, Democrats asking him to step down, and I'm looking, it is in the story, it was right at $30 million that Clooney helped raise for him.
Hey, y'all get off our president.
By the way, where would you be, Bubba, if you were a friend of George Clooney's and you dropped $28,000 per plate, and then you read his op-ed, hey man, I mean my money's gone.
Kelly, you told me this was something we needed to do. Now you're bailing.
Can I ask you a question? Is this the same event where Jimmy Kimmel was up there and Obama was up there and President Obama had to help him off the stage? You remember he kind of grabbed his arm and kind of escorted him off the stage?
I don't know if that was the event, but I think Clooney was at that event too. It was either they're both the same thing or not.
All right. Because I've noticed that when they show footage of what Clooney was talking about, they show that footage.
I know. I've noticed that. Yeah, I've noticed that. So maybe it was. Here's I'm not gonna read the whole op-ed, but here it is, and it was the New York Times posted it. Here is George Clooney. I love Joe Biden, but the one battle he cannot win is the fight against time.
There you go.
None of us can. No. It's devastating to say this, but the Joe Biden I was with 3 weeks ago at the fundraiser was not the Joe Biden from 2010. Now he uses remember when he looked at Obama and used a phrase, but I'm not going to say that. He wasn't even the Joe Biden of 2020. He was the same man we all witnessed at the debate. So that debate really, so that was it. And again, when he was talking at this press conference, he did that thing I told you about the labor union. But then he got to talking about soccer when they were trying to get him to talk about this in Europe. So with the Prime Minister, I'm sorry, of Great Britain. So I don't know. I don't know what you do if you're still in the camp of we're going to save this. It's starting to crumble.
Mm-hmm.
So Adler, what is this?
Here's a quick clip from that labor union speech that Biden did. This is not the go clip, but this was said at that labor union meeting yesterday from Joe Biden.
All right.
I come from a household with a 3-bedroom. We weren't poor, but we weren't.
Here we go.
We didn't have anything left over at the end of the month. And but 3-bedroom house, 4 kids, grandpa lived with us, someone lived with us full time. I look back now and wonder how my dad handled those thin walls. But at any rate.
Said it again. He said it again.
What did you say?
How my dad handled those thin walls.
Yeah.
He said it again.
I know. What is he? Is he talking about things? I know. Yeah.
Hey.
He's talking about.
Hey.
Oh my gosh. Why is he doing this?
Stop.
Why would he? He's liable to say anything. Yeah.
I know. Well, did you see Babylon B?
What we can understand, we wish we didn't.
Did you see what Babylon B said? Said now it's gotten so bad he can't even remember Corn Pop anymore.
That's right. He's lost.
I heard he said Cracker Jack the other day.
Wow. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Woods? I'm sitting on my deck drinking coffee.
Oh, I thought
Wow.
Thought you might have been at the zoo feeding the lariat.
No.
And you can see the TV from out there?
Well, I have an outlet out here.
Hey,
So you have a TV out there?
Yeah.
Cool.
So and that's me. When I saw these,
That's the life.
when I saw these quotes supposedly from Clay, I was a little surprised because anything I had seen, he had never really got into this. This is the first time I've seen all this. So.
Right. He really is very, very happy for Ruben. And what he said on Regis and Kelly yesterday was, they asked him, did you see the name? And he said, well, yes. He said, Ryan was standing next to me, and I just glanced that way, and all I could tell was it was a long name, and I knew Clay Aiken wasn't as long as Ruben Studdard. So I assumed. He said, but before this show ever came on that night, I told Ruben, I want to be the first one to see your expression when you're announced the winner.
Yeah.
And he said, if you noticed me staring at him, that's why I was, because I had told him before we ever went out there that when you win, I want to be the first one to see your expression.
See, that's why part of me wants to go, you know what, Clay, he means he's sincere, he really is happy for Ruben. And then I hear quotes that weren't paraphrased, but actual quotes from when he was on Fox and Friends. And
unless it came out of the New York Times.
Now, but this is from Fox and Friends when he was actually on television.
Right.
And,
I could have been an intern sitting down there.
Yeah, really. Freelancer. But, kind of confusing. Clay, which one do you mean? Are you happy or are you bitter?
And which one's true?
Yeah.
All right, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
877 We Be Big is our number. Go there, and you'll talk to... CDs to us. We need those in the mail by June the 13th.
Rick, just a couple other notes from Us Weekly, and we'll go back to the phones. I know a lot of you still want to talk about some of the topics on the table. There's a great section in here about Brad and Jennifer Aniston and their pictures from high school and growing up, which is pretty funny because you always wonder what somebody looks like when they were in high school, and it's got some great shots, including a prom picture. And you got to ask the guy who's with her in this prom picture, where is he at today? But anyway, you'll need to see that. Pretty interesting, too, a story about The Bachelor, Andrew Firestone, and his pick, Jen. This is hilarious. They've got a little graphic in here. Her net worth, $50. His net worth, $2.6 billion.
Yeah.
Did you get that?
Yeah, I saw an article that they're very happy together. I bet.
Rick, they have the write-up in here has 5 surprises so far for the new couple. Number 1, there will be no prenuptial agreement in the marriage, with an estimated family fortune of more than $2.6 billion, you think that there would be some paperwork involved with that. Not so, according to lawyers for the family. So we'll see how that plays out. Shock number 2, Jen would throw up too, she says. You remember when Kirsten was leaving in the limo, she said the fact that she was thinking about Andrew proposing to Jen makes her want to throw up.
Which I was glad. I wish Clay would have said that. Reuben winning makes me want to throw up.
Jen confides back, the thought of Andrew proposing to her also would want to make me throw up, which I appreciate her saying that.
Yes.
Surprise number 3, Andrew has burped in her ear several times. Apparently this is a problem.
What? It's better being a laugh ender, though.
Surprise number 4, Andrew found out that Jen is a klutz. The signs were all over the place. Jen has broken her foot twice, and she clumsily dropped the final rose after he got down on one knee to propose. Now, Andrew sees the trend. He says it's hilarious. Says that she almost tripped over a phone cord one morning and did a face-first plant into the carpet. Surprise number 5, Jen is moving to San Francisco. She is going to move in with him, and they are going to work as PR consultants for the family's vineyard. Andrew's current roommate will also live there for the time being. They're joking that it will not be Three's Company for long, as they plan to move quickly into the marriage situation. So.
Nine minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Lord willing, another brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming out this weekend. We plan on recording today with Joel Gilbert. He's the author of Michelle Obama 2024, her real-life story and plan for power. So a lot of folks have been wondering, where's Michelle Obama in all this? We should get quite a bit of information on that coming up this weekend. Helms, let me test your mic. Testing? No, still not there. Still not there. So, yeah, Helmsy's mic's Helmsy's mic is not working for some reason, and we're looking into that, but so sorry that it's not. Also, today...
Helms, I'll tell you, when I get laryngitis and can't talk, I just consider it God trying to keep me from stepping in it. You know what I mean? So...
So
maybe he's saving you from something today.
You know what? That's true, because sometimes sometimes they'll go back and go, Lord, thank you for that. I didn't see what you were doing. Also today, the Wednesday Bible Study archive is available from yesterday on our YouTube and podcast channel, which brings me to something I wanted to discuss with you, Bubba, and with the guys. You know, we have a lot of titles for ourselves. One of them is problem solvers. You know, we've talked about, hey, we are problem solvers. So I can't remember the name again. What do we call? There was even a TV show with Kiefer Sutherland there for a little while. The person who we put away in case you're a member.
Oh yeah, he was a cabinet member that always stayed back.
What
was the name of that?
What is
show?
that called?
The last
Helmsy we can't hear him.
Designated Survivor.
That's it.
All right, now I realize
I wanted that to be a better show than it was.
Correct. Yeah. But I do
no 24.
I do realize that maybe this might not be sensible, especially for smaller churches. I understand that. But we had something happen this past Sunday that has happened before. I just heard about it happening at another church, and I'm sure people out there would go, "Oh yeah, that happened at our church one time too." Because I mean, it's not a scenario that's odd or anything. People get sick.
Yeah.
And so what I'm wondering is, because I saw it again Sunday at our church, should every Sunday there be another person who is ready with the sermon, prepared just like the pastor did, in case the pastor can't perform and can do it, or maybe just have a message ready to go? Because it happened to us Sunday, and I remember the time it happened at that other church that we're aware of, where the pastor gets up there. He's there on Sunday, so it's not like anybody's prepared.
You sometimes get sick.
Yeah, and all of a sudden they turn around and say, "I'm so sick, I got to go home." what? Nobody's got it. Nobody's got the sermon.
I don't.
Yeah.
I just take that as a sign God didn't want that message.
Right. So, but should somebody be ready? Now, I know sometimes, like if you're somebody, and I remember
You're saying a backup quarterback.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Who's ready to go? And
Clipboard
certainly, no one's going to have a negative experience that I studied the Word of God and prepared to present it. So let me tell you what happened Sunday, and I started thinking about this. So, in the Sunday school class that Sherry and I co-teach, one of the rotating teachers happens to be the discipleship pastor. Now, we call him that at the church I'm at now. Some people would say he's the associate pastor, the executive pastor. You know what I mean, the number 2 guy. And as far as the pulpit is concerned, so he was preparing to teach what was the curriculum. And at the church where I go now, we write our own curriculum. And we were studying the same thing we're doing on the Wednesday Bible study here, the book of Hebrews. And he was supposed to teach Hebrews 11 to the Sunday school class. Now, this is important to make this point. That also means that the entire church, all Sunday school classes, have the curriculum of Hebrews 11.
No.
They're all supposed to be teaching it.
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, the pastor is usually teaching something else. You're in another book of the Bible,
Right.
Okay?
Right.
Which we're in Ephesians. So it is 8:15 a.m. The first service at our church starts at 9:15 a.m. And our Sunday school class meets, because we do that deal you do where you have a service and Sunday school classes all go in at the same time.
Right.
So Sherry and I are drinking coffee, and suddenly my phone starts vibrating. And it's the discipleship pastor who's supposed to teach the Sunday school class.
Right.
Now, the Sunday school class and the service starts in an hour. Okay? And so he says, hey, man, is there any way you can teach the class? And I said, well, I'm not ready to teach Hebrews 11. And he said, well, we're here at the church, and the pastor is so sick that he's having a hard time even getting up out of his chair, and we got to send him home. And I said, okay. And he said, so I'm going to just take Hebrews 11 and preach it as a message, because that's what I've prepared.
Yeah.
Can you teach something in the Sunday school class? And I said, well, yeah. I mean, because the fact that I do go and speak at a lot of different, I have about 5 or 6 messages that I'm real familiar with that I can do. But do you see the issue? Even though that worked out, we can't ignore the fact that what was preached by the discipleship pastor was also the same thing that was being taught in Sunday school,
right?
Other than the class I taught, because we did something different. But I'm not sure everybody could go, well, I'll just come up with, they're all prepared to teach. So should there be somebody on the staff either stays with the series and prepares it as well every week, because it could happen, or maybe they just have a standalone message, that they're
I mean,
some people do, but I mean,
and I would think in a lot of the larger churches, you've got enough people that teach that they somebody could have something ready to go.
Yeah, but I start thinking about that designated survivor.
Yeah.
I think, well, don't you almost need somebody always ready to
the
get
guy with the clipboard over there, and they motion him. He has to drop it and come in.
Yeah, because
get
usually,
loose real quick.
Yeah, usually the pastor, the minister, the whatever you call the priest, whatever you call in your church, they're preparing something that really only they are working on.
Right.
Helms here from Greg's mic. He didn't like it, by the way, me grabbing it, and he kind of gave me a
really
look.
didn't.
I know there's a big church in town we all know about.
Yeah.
And where they have one pastor that speaks, and it's videoed to all the other locations.
Right.
And I have been told in the past, because of technical, like you got to think about this. What if you're at that church?
Oh, wow.
At that campus.
The multi-campus people.
And technically, you can't get that feed.
Wow.
Yeah.
So what I've been told is those pastors that are there, those pastors of those campuses,
the local one there,
they are given
They're on hot standby.
the message prior to,
and they do get it ready.
And so they have to prepare. Now think about that. They have to prepare every week, knowing probably not going to have to go up there and give the message, but they still have to be prepared.
Okay, so that's really it.
So I've heard that scenario several times from what they do.
Well, that is kind of because there's so many things you can't control. Just like that, you can't control that a human being gets sick once they get to the office. And he thought he was okay, and he got there and it was worse. And that other one we talked about, that pastor was actually about a quarter of the way in the message and turned around and said, I can't go on, and walked off. Yeah, that's when you need a designated message ready to go.
Yes.
Top of the hour. We'll come back. We'll get some of your phone calls in next hour. We'll run down some of the stories of the day. Bubba, yesterday we had Buffalo Wild Wings here. Did you know there's ice cream coming later? Have you seen that?
I noticed.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A lot of topics we don't like to talk about, but they don't just go away because you don't want to talk about them, and one of them is life insurance. I know. Nobody wants to talk about, hey, I'm going to go on in before my family, what's going to happen to them. Maybe you've planned financially and your family's fine, but you might not have that plan, and your plan is life insurance. Well, and then it gets complicated, and then it gets expensive. So, and look, trust your friends here that they're both turning 60 this year. The older you get, the more it's going to cost, so you need to move on it now. Well, it couldn't be any simpler than what Ladder has done. Ladder Life is 100% digital. There's no doctors, no needles, no paperwork if you apply for $3 million in coverage or less. That's a big number. And you're not even going to have to deal with the normal stuff. Just answer a few questions about your health in an application. And then Ladder's customers who've already done this, they're getting 4.8 out of 5 stars on Trustpilot. They made Forbes' best life insurance list. And the insurance agents they use and the companies, they have great records on paying claims and paying them quickly. So why don't you put this to rest? It could just be minutes. Those algorithms will start working, and they'll find you the life insurance you're looking for at the best price available. So use them right now, okay? Go to ladderlife.com/Bubba today. That's LADDER life.com/Bubba. Ladderlife.com/Bubba.
That's just an update from us weekly. Pretty funny, though.
Let's go to more phone calls. Let's go to Stuart in Gadsden, Alabama. Stuart listening on Mix 102.9, watching on Turner South. Stuart, how you doing?
Doing good this morning, guys. How y'all?
We're good.
Great. Listen, got a little bit of a comment on this Reuben situation. There's no doubt about it, I believe, if we just neck this thing down, that Reuben basically brought his A game from day one.
Yes.
And, I think we all know that. And he deserves to win. Clay, I believe, was brought back in, if I'm not mistaken, from the alternate bunch.
He was. He kind of came through as a wild card. And, and really on the last night, I kind of felt like Clay performed well enough to win. But it was based on the overall deal, and I think Reuben was more consistent. I agree.
I do, too. There's no doubt about it. And I believe Reuben is, like you said earlier, Rick, I believe he may be a little too nice. He is a nice guy, and I believe they may be taking advantage of that a little bit, but to neck that down as well, there's no such thing as bad publicity, and I believe they're all going to make more money in the end because of this, because when they're pitting one another against each other like they're trying to do, it's just going to make the fans want to go out and buy, the particular one that they pull for his album, which is going to put more money in the executive's pocket as well as the idol's
You got to
pocket.
look out, too. This also could be a WWF thing.
Exactly.
I mean, this could all be planned for everybody to continue to do the I'm for him, I'm for this one, I'm for that one routine. So
no doubt about it. Also, Rick, have you heard that what's his name? Clay Aiken is going to move in with Kimberly Locke, who Dee's got a crush on.
No.
Yes, absolutely. They announced that yesterday.
That's not true.
No, it is really. It is really. He is. Matter of fact, they've done got the apartment in California together.
Come on, Kim.
It's a fact. I'm sure someone else will call in and confirm
Kimberly
that.
Locke is moving in with Clay Aiken?
Yes, they're going to be roommates. And what's odd about that is someone had said, I believe last week on the show, that Clay Aiken's girlfriend, I think, was Carmen or something like that.
Yeah.
Now he's moving in with Kimberly Locke.
Well,
they're going to share a room together. Is that not odd?
Yeah, but if you're Kimberly Locke's dad, are you really threatened?
No, you're not threatening at all. I agree with you there, brother. He is a little sweet. One more thing, Rick.
Yeah.
I got an answer to another fat guy controversy.
What's that?
Now, our buddy Kurt Jarvis and you, we know, has kind of been pitted against one another on the high school deal, and it's never really been settled.
Yeah.
Rick, we know you're pumping iron. You're looking kind of buff there.
Yeah.
Why don't y'all take it to the gym, man?
Well, we did, and it's gotten so bad, and I'm not making this up.
Much like the final of American Idol, it's controversial.
Let me say this, and I'm not making this up.
I don't know. I'd like to see Rick in a bench press contest. He looks like he could push some heavy iron there.
Well, let me just say this. Kurt Jarvis started working out with me. He lasted about a week week and a half and has missed the last 5 workouts, and mysteriously always has a reason he can't come.
Rick, what are you benching?
Right now, I bench about 285.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, which, you know, that's not too good if you're in your prime, but if you're an old man, that's all right.
That's good, Rick.
Stuart,
Thank you, bud.
you didn't ask me what I bench.
What are you benching, Bubba?
Well, I ain't maxed in a while.
I hear you, Bubba.
But
I can't put enough on one bar for you, can I, Bubba?
Well, that thing got to bending, and I said, this just doesn't look good.
Enjoy the show, guys.
Thank you.
I don't know. I throw around 125, 130. You know.
Yeah, 285. That's what I curl. Well, thanks for being with us on TV. Good news. Is it Hocus Pocus? What's the one coming up next? The movie?
It's an Elvis one.
Elvis, what was it, Chris? Move, Justin. I can't see Chris. Harem Scarum.
Yeah, that's it.
And that movie's only been shown probably about 300 times. We go on vacation, one rerun of the show, can't get it. Do you like Harem Scarum next on Turner South? We'll see.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. Thank you for being with us today all across America and even around the world on various platforms, live and archived. However you're here, we're thankful that you are. As you heard, the great Ken Osborne introduce everybody. Everybody's here. And Helmsy, we got your mic working, I think. So we're back for a brand new hour. Helmsy's mic's been acting up, but I think we got it back working.
I thought
again.
Greg kicking it like a mule was inappropriate.
Bubba,
that'll fix it.
Bubba, back to being problem solvers. Is there anything more frustrating? You being an engineer, you probably can deal with this much more than I can. We just fixed it, but no one knows why it keeps doing this.
Yeah, I hate intermittent problems. I'd rather smoke.
If I can't identify, here's what happened, so we can keep that from happening again. We have no idea why these mics mute from time to time. And even Super Tom told Speedy, try this, and Speedy did it. I said, what did you do? He said, I don't really know. So that's
okay.
But anyway, all right. So I think that it's
tied to the automation, I guess.
We mentioned a little bit last hour. But give me a 1-2-1-2 over Hams. Give me a 1-2-1-2. 1-2. Don't do that. look who's back.
Is it back? Okay.
Hey, he's back.
Okay.
The cats are back.
Hey, Coach is back.
Shady's back.
Okay.
Shady's back.
So the
Back
Democrats, they're coming unhinged because, as we mentioned last hour, we gave you the George Stephanopoulos update. We gave you the George Clooney update. And the Democrat leadership, they're tired of being asked by people that normally never press them on anything, the mainstream media, are y'all going to stick with Biden? And they're really getting tired of it. And so here is Nancy Pelosi dealing with an ABC reporter, Rachel Scott, being asked if President Biden will be the Democrat nominee. Here we go.
Do you believe that him waiting so long to make this decision could harm the party?
I'm not making any comments in the hallway about the fate of our nation. Okay?
Are you concerned whether or not he can win in November?
I think he can win in November.
Do you believe he should run for re-election?
I'm not speaking English to you. I'm not going to be making any statements about any of that right now in the hallway.
See, that's Rachel Scott. That's ABC. You're not supposed to be pressing me like that.
Listen, ABC's had it between that and Snuffleupagus comment on the street. ABC will never, ever have another interview at the White House.
No,
ever.
I mean, how dare you press me on this? Am I speaking English to you, girl?
I can't believe she said that to a woman of color.
I know.
Incredibly racist.
Yes,
it was.
You could feel the
Just
white
talking down to her.
supremacy tone.
Yep.
You could. Yep. Next, Joy Reid. Oh my goodness, she's having another breakdown. Guys, I just played the clip. I mean, I don't know how to even set this up, but here's Joy Reid talking about why the Republicans can't have the White House. Here we go.
With these kinds of small things to try to pull us into a direction. All that matters in this election, and I genuinely mean this.
I know you do.
All that matters in this election, the only thing that matters in this election, is keeping Donald Trump and Project 2025 out of power. Keeping that insane ideology of white Christian nationalism and white supremacy and white male Christian dominance out of power. That's all that matters. I genuinely don't care who the Democratic nominee is, and I'm being real. I don't care. If it's Biden, fine. If it's Kamala Harris, fabulous, right? But it's going to be one of the two of them. Let's just not play crazy games now. There are rules the way that this process works. It's one of the two of them. Either one. I don't care. Or if you want to parachute somebody else in, and they not him, they not the orange one, they not the one who quotes Hitler.
They're not.
What?
Quotes Hitler.
Oh,
All right, she's all.
Quotes Hitler.
This is about keeping white male Christian dominance out. Their new.
You're going to have to back that up. You can't just say
right.
Yeah,
they
love doing that.
Their new little catchphrase is Christian nationalism.
Oh yeah. They throw out these trigger words and stuff and just keep repeating them.
Well, now don't forget, and we've said this before, but it must be said again because it's so obvious. The only religion in the world that if they put themselves in power will now put everybody under their faith or die is the Muslims. Now, you won't hear any negative comments about that from the left at all.
Yeah.
It's always the Christians you got to watch out for. And of course, that is, can I tell you, all of you out there, and some of this is not even a compliment, okay? Sadly, if you think the Western Church is even remotely ready to have the boldness and have the tenacity to try to implement in a government what we've been called to do, it ain't going to happen. If there's one thing that you don't need to be afraid of, it is that. Now that is, I mean, it's, but I know it's a great catchphrase, and what that really means is what they mean by that, because they're always talking to groups. What they mean by that what Christians but keep in mind, you can't even get Christians on the same page. There's 38,000 groups that call themselves Christians now. Right. We have churches that are not even adhering to Scripture, saying it no longer has any authority. Disciples of Jesus tend to be the real deal. But the word Christian, but what they're really trying to say is, if you let Republicans win, they're coming after the gay people.
Yeah.
If you let them win, they're coming after women because they're going to say women's supposed to submit to men. That's what they mean. They're trying to sing to their little groups,
right.
And
end of democracy,
right? And say all that.
So, and what Joy Reid is referring to is a discussion that was going on apparently between Donald Trump and General John Kelly, who they fell out later on. Mm-hmm. And they were discussing Europe and Hitler, Germany, and talking about a lot of the negative things that Hitler did. Mm-hmm. Trump pointed out, well, he did some good things, like rebuilding the economy that was in shambles after World War I. Sadly, he turned it against his own people in the world.
Right.
So there's the full quote.
He's just having a discussion about historical context of things. I don't think that would be considered praising Hitler. I understand.
Well, she
and
said
Kelly,
quoting Hitler.
Yeah, Kelly went on to say, you know, Mr. President, you can't say anything good about the guy. You just can't say that.
Right.
So they were having a discussion. It sounded like it was more private than anything. Many people have said that he did rebuild the economy that was in total shambles after World War I. That's how he rose to power.
Yeah.
I don't, you know, again, I don't think you praise Adolf Hitler. I don't think that's what he did, but that is just a discussion of historical context. I think they're taking it way over the edge of what it really was.
It goes back to calling veterans, I mean, people who've died in the active of duty, cowards and all this kind of stuff, or losers or whatever they keep saying.
And the other thing that she was trying to tie to Trump, which the entire Democrat group is doing, is the Project 2025. Have y'all heard about this?
Yes.
So Project 2025, it was it's a big plan put out by the Heritage Foundation, which is like a conservative think tank.
Yeah, they're just sitting around with a wish list.
Yes, exactly.
For their perfect world.
And Trump had nothing to do with it, but all the Democrats are saying this is what Trump is going to do. This is 100% what he's going to do. He's behind this. It's the new Russia collusion of the week.
Don't forget, too.
Buzzword that they keep saying.
Don't forget, too, and then we'll go to break because it's only 28 seconds. Let's play it. Now, this is the very party that just yesterday, when the U.S. House passed the SAVE Act, which we talked to Senator Tuberville about.
The House did pass it, by the way, meaning some Democrats crossed over. I think it was 5.
Yeah. But keep in mind that that this is requiring proof of citizenship to vote, and we can only get 5 Democrats to vote for it.
Yeah.
And they're the ones telling you, watch out for the other party.
Who's stealing democracy?
Right, yeah. This is just proving you're a citizen in the country in which you're voting.
Yeah, that's asking a lot.
And 5 Democrats are the only ones that voted for it. All the rest did not. And they're the ones saying that we have to be concerned.
What is their argument on why we don't want that?
Well, Greg.
Well, I know, but I mean, publicly.
198. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
What that means, Greg, is what the left will say that is if you require people to prove their citizenship, you're a racist.
Right.
And you're a xenophobe. And you hate people from other countries.
But only in voting.
Yeah.
Only in requiring
voting.
and other stuff, you're not.
Yeah, banks are good, hotels are good, movie theaters are good.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Was in love with everybody.
Is it Pippi Longstockings or Peppy Longstockings? Whatever. So, we've Bad Bama Jamma brought in a program where we can show different hairstyles on Bubba's face today as we continue the extreme makeover. A number of shout-outs we got to do now. Bubba had a trip yesterday and some pictures to show. Also want to thank the folks at the Montgomery Biscuits. You heard us talking about the Montgomery Biscuits on the program.
Check them hats out.
They sent us a couple of hats to promote the biscuits. And here,
check my hat out there, Pippi.
There you go.
Can you get?
And
isn't that a cool? Now, who don't like that logo? Look at that.
Yes. So
look at that little biscuit on there. Isn't that cute?
That's the new AA team coming to Montgomery, Alabama, where we're heard on Alice 96.1. You can see us on Turner South. We did a whole bit. The city's enthralled in controversy because the mascot's the biscuits. Come on. I had a guy email me. He said, I think they're just trying to make us look like a bunch of rednecks. And I said, I'm not sure the biscuit logo's what's done that.
That's probably not going to make or break the image.
I'm not sure that that might have been some PR troubles we had long before the biscuits came to town. But anyway, so I'm excited about that, and we thank them for the hats. I would, if I could have one negative critique about the hat, y'all need to watch the snap in the back. Now, I know Bubba and I have big heads, and maybe that's the problem, but they've got kind of a new, you know how the snaps in the back, how they've always been if it's an adjustable hat, these snaps don't stay together real good.
Rick, it could be our head.
I'm just giving,
but we want them to know.
Look into it before you know. I don't want you to have a lot of consumers going, "Hey, my hat won't stay in the back."
And Rick, I couldn't help but think, if we could be like the first people to throw out a pitch at the first ever Biscuits game.
Oh yeah, eating a biscuit.
Let's think about that.
So thank y'all very much, Montgomery Biscuits.
Speaking of Montgomery, Rick, I was very fortunate yesterday to be the guest down at Maxwell Air Force Base for the National Security Forum, where civic leaders from all over the nation and the world came to learn more about Air Force and defense issues.
Oh, Bubba, you kept that Switzerland shirt on?
And, there was a shot of me in front of a F-117 stealth fighter.
Yes.
They had all kind of things out there yesterday, and I just had time to print a few of these out yesterday. This is the Predator drone that you've heard about, that we're using now to for reconnaissance and to fire weapons from that are unmanned, and they're having a lot of luck with that. And all of a sudden, I can't talk this morning. There is a shot of me with an A-10 Warthog. You remember that, the tank killer?
Yeah.
Check that gun out on the front. Isn't that cool? And those teeth, do you love that? And see, I'm grinning too. Do you like that?
Oh, yeah, because you got your new grill.
Yeah, isn't that cool? Rick, also here is a shot with Master Sergeant Steve Terrence of the 908th Air Wing. He's the load master, and they have 9 of the C-130 Hercules that are based at Maxwell, and hey, they can carry a little bit of cargo.
Wow.
We had a great time down there yesterday. Got to see an air show. And this shot here, for those of you on TV, that is me standing under a B-1 bomber, which I can tell you, hey, that's a big mug, okay?
Man, that's big.
It's huge.
You need to get some of these pictures to Ryan, too, because we need to put them on the website.
Yeah, I didn't have time to get these. I did get the shots of the grill before and after, so they ought to be up shortly if I got those to him at a proper resolution. Had a little trouble getting them down to size, but... Also, this was really cool, Rick. While I was sitting in the cockpit of the B-1 bomber, we had a B-2 bomber flyby. And I got outside to it was already passing by, but there's a shot of the great bat wing as it goes by.
When I see these kind of shots, do you realize how many UFO sightings?
Oh, absolutely. Look at that. Look at that shot right there with the roof and all. And you see that and you think, hey, that's a flying saucer.
Yeah.
No.
We're back. It is the first Patriot Mobile phone troll of the day. Make your phone money matter. Switch today to Patriot Mobile by going to patriotmobile.com/bigbox. All right, so 30 seconds a pop. All 10 lines are available. Well, they're filling now. The real Greg Burgess taking them. At 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. No shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions, nothing like that in a troll. Just simply you making comments, asking questions, and bringing information to the table. Y'all got this email, but it's worth a read on the topic we talked about having someone standing by sermons that people preach they didn't know they were going to have to preach, if the pastor gets sick or something like that, or the minister or the priest or whatever. I did not know this. Did y'all know that Jonathan Edwards, the most famous sermon he ever preached in American history, that he was at a congregation that he was visiting, and they said, hey, is there any way you could do another sermon? We really need you to do one more. I'm sorry. And he had nothing prepared, went to his saddlebag on his horse, got the sermon prep notes on a sermon that he was working on, and preached Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God.
One of the classics.
Wow.
Absolutely. That brought repentance to New England. Yep. Like they said that thing was so powerful. Of course, no one would preach this sermon in hardly any churches in the West today, but they said it was so convicting that people were literally moaning and crying out during it, what do I have to do to be saved? And they said that was just in the saddlebag, and that he went and got some notes and put it together. And then he says, in a lesser-known story, it's somebody that he knows, said that we had somebody coming and during the COVID thing couldn't come, and said our pastor then went out when the guest person canceled on us at the last minute, got notes out of the Honda Civic,
And he said he preached so well that one of our elders that was sitting in front of me, that's 87 years old, turned to me after he finished a 50-minute sermon that he got out of the Honda. He said, well, he set the low water mark pretty high, didn't he?
Funny.
So, so there you go. To the phones we go. Lee in Hattiesburg. Lee, you got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Hey.
Of course, the internet's lit up with liberals about Biden's health. One lady was trying to say, FDR was paralyzed and in a wheelchair and he still served. Oh, I know what I'm saying. Look, lady, it's about his brain, being able to function mentally, right?
Yeah, FDR had perfect control of his cognitive skills. We don't care whether you can stand up or not, but you got to be able to put a thought together.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and look, if I'm not mistaken.
We continue. 866.
Biden's never been to Warm Springs, Georgia.
Shell out of Atlanta, Georgia. Go right ahead. You're on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Good morning, guys. I listen to you every morning on my drive into Birmingham.
Thank you.
I'm an ordained pastor. Not affiliated with the church. I'm an ordained Baptist, non-denominational. I have filled in as a supply preacher for those who are scheduled. But when someone called me and said, "Hey, I need you to fill in for me," on a Thursday night, I had to be ready for a Sunday. I always use one of my sermons I've prepared for other churches. So I just want to throw that out for you.
Yeah, and that's what I had to do this past Sunday. I mean, there's some that you've preached them many times. I'll even put them up, for sometimes as much as 5-6 years, then bring them back. The
truth of it's still there. Yeah.
And then sometimes, as you go on and get more and more and more and more familiar with it, like everything else, you actually do better. And you'll find things like you'll add and you'll take stuff away that maybe didn't work. But you always have the structure of it. So you in a tight, you can go. But I know some people like my wife who her preparation is always just extensive and she wants to memorize everything. There's some people that you could not say, hey, can you get up and just come up with something right now? You got something that you could just walk out? Mm-hmm. Oh, my wife would be like, whoa. If she would have had to talk Sunday, with me like we normally do, but yeah, you're right. That is one thing you can always do is have something ready to go. And we were told always be prepared to give an account for what we believe. Lines are open. 866 We Be Big to Decatur. Listen to us on 100.3 The River. Shannon, 30 seconds. Shannon, go ahead.
Hey, I was just calling to thank Adler for sharing his experience with the scam call about the grand jury.
Yeah.
I got that call yesterday.
Uh-oh. Wow. Oh, really?
Well, did you blow the whistle on them really quick?
Well, I listened to them for a little while until they told me I could get as close to $9,000 as I could and take it to the kiosk that's every 3 to 5 miles apart to pay my own bail.
Yeah. It's almost humorous to me. They're telling you to go to a supermarket with the money or something.
I hope they don't ever figure that part of the scam out, because if they can get that right,
yeah, they could really mess some people up.
I saw
'Cause nobody would be dumb enough to take money to something like that.
No.
I saw a video where an old lady was in the store feeding cash into the machine just yesterday online, and a police officer comes up to her and says, because people are like, she's up to $20,000 putting in this machine. She's on the phone. They've got, and the police officer, this is body cam footage, walks up to the old lady who's putting the money into the machine. She goes, "I'm in danger," while she was on the phone. It's just so horrible and sad. So yeah, everybody watch out. Jury duty scam. But they're doing other things too. Just hang up and man, even the number looks real coming in on your phone.
Sure.
Just so it's all very confusing.
I feel so bad when these very nice
I feel so bad
people
for her.
are taken advantage of like that.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's good to be Granny Clampett. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You're right. Have it under the mattress.
And have your double barrel shotgun ready to go.
Tim, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Good morning. I just want to make a comment. My dad was minister 55 years before he died. But, the best sermons that he ever did were the ones that God just put on his heart, brought out right then.
Sure. Yeah.
That's, God's word is God's word. You can't beat it.
No, but there's nothing wrong with preparation to be prepared.
Oh, no.
My dad
spent many hours in preparation.
Yeah, but I have had situations, honestly, where I have been. I'm talking about they're in song 2, and I'm up after song 3, and all of a sudden I will just sense in the Holy Spirit, I'm going a different way. I'm not preaching that. I'm going to do this other one.
Yep. Gotta go with it.
And every time that has happened, to your point, it's always like, Lord, this is what I'm preparing. If you want to change it, change it. Mm-hmm. And you said you'd give me what I was supposed to say if you're going to change it, so go ahead.
Just like I always pray if I'm about to say something dumb, shut my mouth.
Right.
And I have laryngitis twice a year.
Yeah. Like you said, I'm thankful for Romans 8 and the promise of, for those that are redeemed, if your prayer's wrong, the Holy Spirit will come in, intervene, and fix it.
Yeah.
Bottom of the hour, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
No doubt.
Before we knew about it, do you realize how many of y'all thought these were aliens from another planet, and we just didn't know about it yet?
And Rick, at the air show, they had I believe it was a P-51, I hope I'm saying that right, which was a World War II vintage aircraft, and a F-15E Strike Eagle demonstrate, World War II technology versus current, and they put on quite a performance yesterday. Nothing like having an airplane flying 600 miles an hour right over your head with full afterburners. So, but they did a flyby together, which I thought was kind of cool. The generations there, I thought that was kind of neat. And there's a little close-up of that, Speedy, just to show you the size difference, how they're put together. But they had the stealth fighter, the Strike Eagle, the Warthog, the B-1 bomber. They had an RC-135 reconnaissance.
What in the world does that mean, Speedy?
Aircraft.
Auto power out. What'd that mean?
I mean, it was...
running out of battery?
It has a battery save function. They have to reload it. Had the E-3 AWACS plane there yesterday, which I really got a charge out of. The Predator, and we just had a great time. I want to thank Major Lobb from the PR department there for having me as a guest yesterday. And everybody so nice. A lot of folks that listen and watch the show over at the War College. And, hey, just met a lot of great Americans yesterday. It fired me up.
Well, it ought to. You talking about the finest fighting forces in the world?
Man, I mean to tell you. Is
that what you're talking about?
Rick, no, in the history of the planet is what I'm talking about. And, you meet these folks, and men and women, and some of them just look so young,
Well, because they are.
And you realize what they've done, and several of them were back from recent combat missions that, we can't fully go into. But very, very interesting. And, the pilots were out there, and they were just answering questions. Here's the B-1 bomber. What can I explain about it? Well, how long does it do that? Well, here's, what is that? Well, that's our external fuel tank. Yeah, I mean, they just had, it was, for me being a technoid, I was on cloud nine.
Oh, yeah. I can't imagine.
Really, I'm going to tell you, I wore the Major out. He was like, well, about time to call it a day. I said, oh, wait a minute now. No, we had a great time. And I appreciate Colonel Jim Stewart, who's the commander of the 908 Airlift Wing, for having us down. And everybody at Maxwell. Great time yesterday. Thanks, guys and ladies.
Are they fired about the Montgomery biscuits?
I talked to some civic leaders, and, there's some concern about the biscuits, but I feel like that the tide may be turning a little bit.
Well, good.
Once they saw that logo, who can be against that little happy biscuit?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We are back 16 minutes.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 1
35 minutes past the hour. We're here. The Association of Mature Citizens has joined forces with the Rick and Bubba Show. We are getting our AARP cards. We remember when they first came in. I'm like, wow, how old do these people think we are? And then you think, well, I've heard about this. And then you start looking at their lobby for those of us that have a little gray, and I can't go along with that. So you thought, well, is there an alternative? And there is. And boy, have all of you responded. Good gracious. Well, you know why? I mean, we like the benefits. We like the lobby, but we want it to be a lobby that represents, our views. amac.us/bigvox right now. Election year special. You can become a member with all the benefits that come with that. Now, over 2 million Americans are doing this, and it's a trusted voice in Washington. The election year special, 4 years membership, $30. And you get the magazine as well. And yes, you get free Social Security and Medicare advice. You get all the little discounts that go along with travel and movies and restaurants, and all that's in there too. But there is an alternative. And if you're not part of it, you can be. The Association of Mature Citizens, AMAC. Go to amac.us/bigvox and look for that election year special right now. All right, so, Bubba, we got Shapiro. Everybody yesterday was sending this to me, and I'm sure to y'all, because, Shapiro can eat somebody up. And he really gets after people. And this is one of our favorites, Democratic Eric Swalwell. You call him, what is the name you have for him?
Fang Fang.
Yeah, you're right. So that was the little Chinese spy that he was smitten with.
Yeah.
So
you want to call it that,
right? I'll just say that. So so here comes. This is the talk about Project 2025, which you have all warned everybody about, and Adler said this is the thing that keeps being brought up. And so he is. He's going to be talking with Swalwell, and we got two clips. Here is the first clip. Here we go.
Mr. Shapiro, thank you for joining us today. I think it is important that you're here as one of the leading conservative voices in the country. And the country has, in the last couple of weeks, talked a lot about and Googled Project 2025. It's one of the most Googled search terms right now. And you're not going to get any censorship from me. So I just wanted to know, from your perspective, I think it would help us understand, on just like a scale of 0 to 100%, how much do you support Project 2025?
I think, like President Trump, I haven't looked all that deeply at Project 2025, but it seems that Democrats on this committee, sort of like Peter Pan and Tinkerbell, if they say Project 2025 enough, their presidential candidate becomes alive again.
And so, well, let's just talk about pieces of it, and I guess you can tell me if you support it. You probably want less bureaucracy, right?
I do.
I want less bureaucracy. You want more efficiency?
I do.
I want more efficiency. You want taxpayer money spent wisely?
I do. Congrats on becoming a Republican.
Yeah. Yeah. My parents would be proud.
And so now, when a Democrat panics, they begin to say, well, this person's so conservative and has religious convictions. And, of course, always the stance on homosexuality has to be, this is the way of saying, well, I'll tell you what, you stay with these guys, they're coming after you. So so here comes Swalwell trying to get Shapiro to comment on this. Here we go.
You did say, I think homosexual activity is a sin.
Yes, I'm a religious Jew. That's true.
There's a genetic component.
You found me out.
Orientation. But the view of all religious people I know has always been that sexual behavior is something that is up to you. And you said, I may have a desire to sleep with many women, but I do not.
I agree with me. Yes, that's true.
Congratulations on your, I'm sure it's very hard to restrain yourself.
See, that what was that? I mean, Shapiro walked that out is clear. You've heard us talk about this. Look, if you have the religious convictions he has as a Jewish person, or that we have, as Christians, the Word of God speaks to many sexual sins, not just homosexuality. So we certainly understand that you may have a desire to not adhere to the standard of sexual purity that God has ordained, but that doesn't mean that you just do it just because it's difficult or you just kind of want to. You know, or you think you think you were born a fornicator. If I was born a fornicator, which apparently I was, but God didn't make me that way, sin made me that way. So yeah, that didn't mean God's standard changed because it was something that I desired.
Right.
Or that, that's the way sin made me. That desire came from sin, not from God.
You know, I think it is interesting because Ben is not a Christian. He does not believe in Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen interviews where he has had discussions about that. But he does have a basic biblical knowledge and Judeo-Christian values. And, I thought he handled it pretty well. He was being a little funny with him, but, I think he laid it out pretty clear.
The Tinkerbell comment was funny.
Yeah, yeah, it is. Because this Project 2025, as we mentioned,
this is the new thing.
It's a think tank. Mm-hmm. And it's about a 900-page document, and it basically is some conservatives sitting around saying, if it was a perfect world, we'd have this, we'd have that, we'd have this. Mm-hmm. And some of it you're going to agree with, some of it you're going to be and some of it you may not agree with. But it's just a think tank. It is not a Donald Trump piece of legislation or goal or any of that, but it's just simply a think tank. That's all.
I haven't read anything.
And there's a lot of liberal think tanks, too, that, they would love for us to be communist. I mean, they carry it all the way out.
I like to see our show as a think tank.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure what we're thinking. But,
sometimes we talk before we think.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I haven't looked at one. I know nothing about Project 2025.
I was looking at it here now. I've never really even stopped to look at it. I mean, it is long.
If it's real wordy.
They cover everything. I mean, it looks like there's 30 different sections, maybe.
Oh, my.
They go from the White House to the executive office, central personnel agencies, Department of Defense, Department of Homeland Security, Department of State, intelligence, media agencies, agencies for international development, agriculture, education, energy and related commissions, environmental protection, health and human services, housing and urban development, the interior, justice, labor and related agencies, transportation, Department of Public Affairs, Veterans Affairs, and it still goes on. I mean, it's just a think tank. They're saying, hey, if I was king for a day, this is how we should do it.
Yeah, the Heritage Foundation is the think tank that came up with Project 2025. Right. Biden is continuing to try to tie Trump to this. And this is a tweet from Biden that went out yesterday. Project 2025 will destroy America. Look it up for yourself. We made it easy for you. And then they made the website trumpsproject2025.com. This is election interference. I mean, if you want to call that something election interference, this is it.
So let me ask you the question. Are there things in Project 2025 that we wouldn't agree with as conservatives?
Without reading it, I can't tell you if there's things in there
I don't know.
I disagree with.
Look, if there's a dream that we would shrink the government back to inside the barriers that were set up by the Founding Fathers in the Constitution, if you want to accuse me of being for that, I'd say yes. Yeah. If you want to accuse me of being conservative in my political views, I am guilty. If you want to, get after me of having a biblical worldview, I'm also guilty. Kind of like Shapiro said, yeah, I just agree with myself. Yes.
Well, just for instance,
that wouldn't be a dig. I would be like, well, yeah, sure. If you vote for the left, it probably won't be like voting for me. You're right.
Yeah, Rick, I'm here. I'm here on page 521.
Right, but I haven't read it, so I don't know.
And they're saying that under the energy section, that any new administration should immediately roll back Biden's orders, reinstate Trump-era energy dominance agendas. And they're saying basically if you open up the pipelines and at least have a perception of being energy dominant, that it will actually bring prices down across the board.
You do realize that Karine Jean-Pierre,
I don't disagree with that one.
Just was it this week or last week? It's recently. She admitted that we're now going to our reserve to drive gas prices down right before the election.
Right.
So even the Democrats admit that works.
Yeah.
They're actually doing it to try to make themselves look better by the election.
As opposed to just doing it because it's
why
good
don't we
for
do it all
everybody.
the time?
Yeah,
I
right,
mean,
right.
it works.
Not that we need to drain the strategic reserve, but we need to make the supply better because that will bring the prices down.
Yeah. Yep.
And if you bring down transportation and fuel cost, guess what? Everything goes down.
It does, apparently, since they're doing it to get the prices down before the election themselves.
One of the things Biden's claiming that Trump is going to do through Project 2025 is, quote, terminate the Constitution. Terminate it.
No, y'all have terminated the Constitution. We want to get back to it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 877 We Be Big is our toll-free number. Our fax line, 205-945-3999. On the award-winning website, rickandbubba.com. Go there today. And Ryan Green will have pictures up of Bubba's grill versus the old grill. Also, we're going to look at some hairstyles a little bit later on in the program. And also, you can go there and enter Rick and Bubba to be the Rick and Bubba Idol if you'd like to. Coming up this summer, we're taking in those CDs now, and it tells you what to do and what criteria you need to follow on the website at rickandbubba.com. Allan Asbury is here with us this morning. Allan, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Thank you.
Man, we're glad you're here. We can remember when you the song "Praying Me Through." We got a copy of it while we were in the middle of the liberation of Iraq and fighting the war on terror. Of course, that continues. And I remember playing the song with the testimonies of our fighting men and women and some of the stories of what prayer had done in the past, and we'll hear more stories of that, of what it's done during this most recent conflict as well. And so, I mean, wow, what a song!
Yeah, this is something we couldn't have planned if we tried.
Yeah.
I mean, the song was written over 5 years ago. I recorded it over a year ago. It became the Presidential Prayer Team's theme song. The Dobsons fell in love with it. James and Shirley Dobson, who's focused on the family,
right?
Yes. You may not know. And then Shirley Dobson's the chairperson for the National Day of Prayer, and they fell in love with it and said that that's their theme song as well. Had the opportunity to sing at the National Day of Prayer events in Washington, D.C. on May 1st, and it's just been crazy because you guys you played it. You were the first ones, and you put it on the air, and we appreciate it because of you.
Now,
guys.
are we not supposed to play it?
No, hey.
That's happened a few times
Yeah,
too. So,
no,
I mean, as long as it became a hit, that's good.
Right. Yeah.
Sometimes we jump the gun a little bit.
Yeah, you did we pull a Derryberry by playing Allan Asbury before it was available?
You know what? It was one of those things where we heard that you guys were playing. We were very excited about it. So we were just along for the ride, basically. The song took off, and we just happened to be, along for the ride. So it was awesome. It's now that because of this, it went mainstream. It went into the secular field, and we had to put it in the Walmart, and not only is it in the Christian bookstores, but it's at Walmart and all those places because of the demand being so high.
Well, Allan, catch us up to speed. Tell us about you. Where are you from? And just catch us up to speed on Allan Asbury a little bit.
Well, I'm originally from New Mexico, Carlsbad, New Mexico. Everybody heard of the Carlsbad Caverns? I wasn't in the caves.
Allan,
but you were close.
I was close.
Allan, I'd like to say that I heard of it, but where I grew up, DeSoto Caverns in Gatlinburg was about it.
If DeSoto didn't track through there about 3 times, we didn't know about it.
So, when you grow up in small town Alabama, you just don't get to New Mexico a lot.
Okay, I understand.
But I hear it's beautiful.
Well, it is.
Yeah, it is.
Is it humidity low? I mean, this debate about dry heat still.
It is just dry heat.
But in the 140 is still hot. No
matter how you look at it,
right.
Hot is hot. Whether it's humid hot or what. But yeah, it's definitely hot out there. So then after that, I went to I had the opportunity to play for Texas Tech football or
Red Raider.
No, you play a little ball.
Yeah, I play a little ball.
He's a Red Raider.
No, well, I didn't go there.
Okay, well, never mind. He wasn't a Red Raider.
The Red Raiders wanted you to be a Red Raider.
They wanted me to be, but it didn't happen. There were other plans. What
position did you play?
Well, I was defensive end.
Okay. So
well, Rick, look, he's huge, man.
Yeah, I was just wondering if he thought he could block me. That's all I could think about when he first walked in. He said he played a little ball. That's just the first thing.
Well, a lot of times,
but he played on defense, so I'm gonna let it.
Tend to be a little bit smaller.
Right.
Sometimes they're not big,
sure.
wide shoulder guys, and
especially if you think of a Christian singer, you think, well, he would probably be slow to anger. You would hope.
Right.
And but then a guy like this walks in, you go, wow, well, you won't make fun of what he's wearing.
Well,
you know what I mean?
You hope he's slow to anger.
Right.
Well, the football team that I played for, just high school only, okay?
Yeah.
Was the Mighty Cavemen. Because of the caverns.
Yes, the Mighty Cavemen.
You were the Mighty Cavemen? You're kidding.
We had the best line in America.
Right.
Our line, I mean, even our own running backs couldn't get through it.
Wow.
Yeah.
So defensively, y'all owned it.
You talking about your offensive line?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, they couldn't get through.
Tell me that your mascot looked like the caveman
It's
cartoon.
exactly what it was.
Captain
exactly.
Caveman?
Exactly.
Oh,
I mean,
I love
pretty close to that.
Well, that's
hilarious.
And so, and then you went from New Mexico to then what happened?
Well, see, I was also very, very heavily into music all my life. Born and raised in a Christian home with a family that would go and sing at churches and all kinds of different places. And
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Looking ahead to the upcoming events from rickandbubba.com and themanchurch.com. So this Sunday night, honored to be headed to Wetumpka, Alabama, representing the show. Their Village Church is hosting the event. It is sold out, but just letting all the guys know. And I'm hearing from some of you that I look forward, Lord willing, to seeing all of you there on Sunday night. So you can find that and look forward to seeing all of you there. Then next weekend, Speedy and Greg. If you want to see them from the Rick and Bubba Show, you sure can. It'll be in Birmingham, Alabama at the Finnick downtown. And you can find all that information at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. It is Nashville to Birmingham. Some of Nashville's most successful songwriters are coming in. They'll be in the round. They'll be playing their songs for you, telling stories behind the inspiration for the songs. And you'll be raising money for a great organization called Rainbow Omega, which is a community for special needs adults. And they do incredible work. So you'll get to hang out with Speedy and Greg, and you'll hear some phenomenal music and help a great cause all at the same time. So find that. That's for July 19th, which is 1 week from tomorrow. And then on July the 20th, Lord willing, back to themanchurch.com, Rich Wingo and I will head for a Man Church one day. Breakfast is included on Saturday morning, coming up on July the 20th. I'll leave the show a little bit early next Friday and catch a plane into Houston and then over to Orange, Texas. So that is coming up this weekend. If you're in that area and want to join us, you can. Just find that at themanchurch.com for Saturday, July the 20th. Bubba, speaking of flying, I can't believe I just mentioned that, then doing these next videos. I don't know. It's kind of we don't understand why we both like the Smithsonian's air tragedies, that stupid show. Why am I watching that?
Air disaster.
Why am I watching?
It's okay unless you're scheduled to go on a trip.
Right, 1 week from tomorrow. But anyway, I saw a couple of these yesterday. One of them I haven't. First of all, we'll start with 7A. Now, we can't play the audio here because the swearing is so bad. But this is United Airlines. It's a passenger.
Oh, I saw it.
Filmed biting a flight attendant and ripping off a piece of her uniform.
Yeah. Yes.
And what are they? Should I pot this down?
I've got it down.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, and
she's crazy. She's ripping off the old shoulder pad thing.
Oh my goodness! Yeah,
now she bit it off.
Yeah, and
somebody's mad.
You're not making a good argument. You don't need to be restrained when you're doing that. You're actually biting off pieces of the uniform of the
spitting.
And this is the issue, as we've said 1,000 times. You can't just pull off on the side of the road.
No.
Oh no.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I mean,
let me tell you,
you're 30,000.
They ain't gonna do much now. She's got those hands tied behind her. She ain't gonna do much.
She's still mouthing.
They need to put a sock in her mouth.
They do.
Like.
Do they? Yeah. Does anybody know what started this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Speedy, go ahead. No, you're good. In the story we have, it says it started because the woman was blocked from getting to the plane's bathroom. She apparently verbally and then physically attacked a family in the back of the plane after not being able to go to the bathroom at one moment. And then the kids started screaming. That kind of escalated. The passenger said the staff escorted her to a different seat around the middle of the plane, I guess, and then she started yelling and cussing hit everyone, and then that led to some other stuff. But it just all started because she couldn't get to the bathroom; it was blocked.
That's a
Well, why aren't they blocking the bathroom?
Yeah, I understand trying to
on
get
her
to the
side
bathroom, but I don't know that you go to this extreme with it.
Well, you know what you do.
So what do? They got her cuffed. Where do they stuff her?
That's a good question.
It says that she was cuffed after she threatened the plane. I guess everybody on the plane.
Yeah,
and the
people
flight
are
attendant.
clapping about
yeah,
it, so.
yeah. She bit I guess a section of the uniform. Just
ripped it right off. Patch on there on the shoulder.
She resisted the cuffs as she was biting and spitting and kicking. One passenger who got up to help was spit at multiple times in the face. Another passenger said the staff found the biggest part of the plane,
I saw that.
and it was a mess, man.
No, goodness, somebody let her go to the bathroom.
All right, is this a joke when we said what did they do with her? And I saw the line you're talking about, Speedy. It says that they set her in between the biggest bodies on the plane.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's
what
real.
it says.
That's not real.
Yeah,
That's
no,
real.
it's real. It's a fact.
Yeah, real.
Penalize the big body.
See there,
They
this is when
squeezed her in.
this is when you need fat people.
Yes.
All right, y'all squeeze her in here. She can't move.
Do y'all want to hear the plane's reaction once she got off?
Yeah,
Sure.
Here she's off the plane, and here's the whole plane.
Bye, guys.
They clap.
That
I would
let
too.
you know probably
not
who's
near as
in the wrong
enthusiastic
there.
as people going to see Taylor Swift. All right,
So she started screaming, "Don't touch me, let me go." And then I don't know why people
tase me,
do
bro.
this. They all of a sudden go, "Why are you trying to kill me?" Well, no, we're not trying
to
kill
kill
you.
her.
Man, we're just trying to settle you down. Nobody's trying to kill you.
She may not have she may be struggle a little bit mentally.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, I've heard of panic attacks and all that,
Sure.
but come on. Wow.
Bubba,
she
she
lost
got
it.
mad.
we had somebody catch this. I saw this video yesterday. American Airlines flight 590 out of Tampa had a tire blowout during takeoff. The pilot does an outstanding job of getting the plane stopped with no injuries. But look
He
at this.
sat down on the brakes.
Yes, he did.
This audio is good. It's funny because I guess it's just some nerd guy. In fact, let me find the name of the YouTube channel. It's Captain Steven Markovich on YouTube. I think he's just like an airplane nerd guy that films this stuff for his YouTube channel, and you can kind of hear him narrating as these tires blow as this plane's trying to take off.
Oh, there goes one.
Whoa! 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 Blown engine!
Not a blown engine.
Oh! Okay. Oh! Our blown tire! Roll the trucks! Roll the trucks! Roll the trucks!
Oh, y'all.
This guy loves it.
Oh! Roll the trucks!
Greg, that sounds a little bit like you, Greg.
Roll the trucks! Emergency!
How funny, how pumped up was that guy about seeing that?
He was so glad.
Plus, everybody was okay. So
You know, it seems
I'd
like
like to see us check those tires to see if they're drying out.
it seems like we've had a lot of
Surely
tire
somebody's supposed to look at
issues
that.
lately, right? I mean, we've had a couple that come off on takeoff, a couple
Yeah.
on landing and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought
man.
they changed them at intervals, no matter if they needed them or
I
not.
hope so.
They
Well, maybe we
should.
need to back that date up.
Let's
just a
not
little
cut
bit.
corners on tires on planes.
Let's change them a month early, guys.
Hey, I told you, them tires is low.
Hey, look, not getting off the ground is key.
Yeah.
But imagine how many schedules were messed up on that plane.
I know.
Yeah, what,
And that's
what
better than being
happened?
piled
Did
up.
Did they go back and replace it, or I guess they had to tow it, right?
Pit
How
crew
do you,
came out.
How do you tow it without the wheels?
It is better than actually taking off, and now you die when you land.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
That's
It
better.
is. Yeah, put those two together.
Quickly,
Wrong engine.
30 seconds here. A lot of folks showing this yesterday. Bubba, look how close these planes come to colliding mid-air. What? Look at this right here. Oh, my goodness. Hey, now.
Hey, buddy.
Is it not as close as it looks?
It's still
too close, though. It's still too
700
close.
feet. It's 700 feet away.
We can't tell with
close.
that video
Who
how
measured
close
it?
they are.
700 feet, Bubba.
Who measured that?
That's a long way.
You can measure it with radar.
Yeah, whatever.
Well, they said they were so close that the pilot could not see the other plane. They were up on them so close.
Wow.
Who was supposed to be watching them dots on the screen?
Yeah,
Giving
for
out
real.
directions.
Did you have the audio from that? Because the
radar.
air traffic
Roll the radar.
controller is
That's 700 feet. Pull up.
he's questioning who's taking off where.
I bet he is.
Was it one was cleared to take off and
Look
one
at
was
that.
cleared to land, and they
I
shouldn't
don't
have
know.
been?
I don't know what should have happened. I
think
just
that's
heard
what
the
it
air
was.
traffic control guy not happy.
That's at least 1,200 feet.
That's 850. Isn't it?
I don't.
That's too close. That's too close.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
700 feet, Greg.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, that matters.
So, yeah, absolutely. And so that was really what was tugging at my heart. So that's the direction I took and went to a Christian musical college is where I went, and that was my focus. And that, I think, is what led me up to here. I was a part of, my wife and I, we were part of a musical drama in Branson, Missouri called The Promise, and I played the part of Simon Peter there. And it was...
Can't you picture him playing Peter?
I tell you what, when he cut your ear off, he'd mean it.
No, no.
Yeah, right. So that was an exciting time. We did that for 6 years. And then after that came the opportunity to hook up with Doxology Records. They were a brand new label looking for their first artist. And one thing led to another, and now here we are. We got the CD out and doing this.
Where do you live now?
We live in Franklin, right outside of Nashville.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And
lovely Franklin.
And this was a song 5 years ago that I'm sure you felt, that God worked through you to write a song, and who would have ever thought?
Well, let me tell you, I would love to say that I was the one that put the pencil to the paper and wrote the words, but. A couple good friends of mine, Ty Lacey and Daryl Brown. They're the ones that wrote it. And I spoke with Daryl. I said, Daryl, what inspired you to write this song?
You performed it.
I'm the one. I'm the one that gets to sing it. I'm honored to be the one that put it on CD and tape and put it out there for the world to hear. So I'm excited about that.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. It was when they put the testimonials with it and all that, and it came together. And I say this all the time. We are honored to have an audience. That we have. I mean, to get to live out our dreams and do what we do for a living, we have, hundreds of thousands of people to thank for that, because they had to choose to listen. I mean, if it was up to us, we'd have a big audience because we like it.
Right.
But it really,
we'd have been number one a long time ago.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter. But what I tell people when they get a response like you got to this record, and I say this to the writers now since you brought them up as well, all we do is present something to an audience. Then they respond whether they like it or not, and then that's credit to the performer and the songwriter.
Yeah, it has to stand on its own merit.
Trust me, everything we throw up to this audience, they don't embrace.
Sure.
I mean,
and if they did, we'd take you to eat hamburgers at our restaurant.
So what I say, the success that this has had, and we all agree it's a God thing, but on top of that, people generally like what you did.
Wow.
So that's a credit to the writers and to your performance.
Cool. So I appreciate that.
So and I know that you're very thankful as we are to the audience for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Rick, I just had a moment where I realized I was kind of kidding Allan about his mascot of his high school, the Cavemen. And I'm wearing a hat with a biscuit on it.
Yes, yes. That did not.
And it hit me like a ton of bricks.
Well, that's the one thing TV has done for us. We actually see what we're saying now.
But the good news is I've got a good grill.
Do you like Bubba's new grill?
You like that? I just got a new grill.
He's got a new
You like that?
Look at that comparison.
Look at that.
Oh yeah. Where is it?
Yeah, where is it?
Allan don't know the story. He's kind of looking around. He's not sure. Do I embrace the new grill?
I'm trying to go along here.
Yeah, embrace the new grill.
I got pictures before and after. It's gonna be on the webpage, so y'all don't pay.
Yeah, well,
those of you who've been watching on TV, you know what my grill looks like.
The veneer's kind of like, whoa.
Look at that.
Look at that right there.
Look at that.
Oh, yes.
Isn't that huge?
That is huge.
Look, that is a miracle right there, brother. You know it?
Awesome.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah. Right. Look, you can.
Nice.
Rick had his eyes fixed. I had my teeth fixed.
Right. You can get anything fixed now.
I know, that's true. That's true.
So there it is.
Yeah.
I really think God works through technology. I really do.
That's great.
You know what gets me is how big they are. They're so much bigger than your other teeth.
And I'll get used to it.
Right. Yes.
I tell you what, I tried to say Congress about 10 minutes into the show, and that snuck up on me.
Is it hard to eat a biscuit?
No, not really. As I always say, be careful. But
when we come back, Allan will perform Pray Me Through here live in the studio. So stay with us. You're listening to and watching The Rick and Bubba Show.
More wild game to eat. Hey, we got crow over here. Bubba's eating crow right now. All right, Bill Bubba Bussy is now eating the first bit of crow tonight. This is Larry and Mark have brought in some crow for us to eat. Larry and Mark, don't miss this, Don. Larry and Mark, where did the crow come from? Did this thing get hemmed up and trapped today? What happened?
We killed it earlier in the week on the river.
On the river?
Out on the river.
All right, let me ask y'all this. Do y'all just, at random, Will you just take out a crow if you see one? I mean, or do y'all actually go hunt and set up and try to kill them?
I've got a freezer full of duck, goose, crows, doves, everything.
You kill anything?
And just about everything. I got everything left for crow. I'm just about out of crow. Well, the last bit of crow meat right
Well, I hate that. Give us your crow call. Doc, can you get this? Give us your crow call.
Stay tuned, because there's more all-new Rick and Bubba on the way.
Say, where you from? From the Big Boy Studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology, both live and archived, we come to you from Sweet Home, Alabama. It is a brand new hour, and we thank you for being here. We'll get some more of your phone calls in this hour. As you heard, the gang all here. Bubba. Hubba Bubba, when all the if these kind of people, if you could just somehow get your hands on them, I mean, you can't even have a Facebook account. I mean, it's every time you try to do something, you try to have some fun, you try to interact. There's always people out there trying to steal your identity, steal this, do that. I'm gonna grab Jimmy Jam, and you've had them do it to you now. Here we go.
Well, yeah, we've had several things.
I mean, you can't even have a Facebook account.
I just wanted to make people aware. There is a clone account on Facebook, Bill Bubba Bussy 2, and there's some people actually already accepted friend requests.
I've actually got a friend request from Bill Bubba Bussy the second.
Yeah. That's funny. So that is not me.
I'll
that's
delete
fake.
that right now.
And I just want to let you know, when I first got up this morning, I had some texts going, "Hey, is this you? Is this you?" And no, it's not.
No, it's not.
No,
it's you.
The dove with the olive branch on my picture, that should be a dead giveaway.
So you're right. So it's got a little dove up there by your picture.
Yeah, something. I don't know what that.
A little turtle dove. So if you've getting a friend request today, like Helmsy just did, and it's called what? Bill Bubba Bussy 2?
Yeah.
I'm going with the second. I think it sounds
that is not Bubba. Not Bubba. And this is just so infuriating when this happens. I've had my Instagram hacked and stolen, or what's it called? Bubba's asking, what's it called when they pretend they're you? What's it called?
If they get your password and go in, that's hacked, I guess.
Okay,
correct.
Okay.
In this case, it's a clone.
Yeah,
they're duplicating what you're doing with a slight difference.
Yeah, that's happened to me 3 times at least, Helms, right? On Instagram. Yeah. And the problem is what's happening now. These friend requests, or if you're on Instagram, they start asking you to follow them. Mm-hmm. And they say they want to follow you. And then suddenly they can pretend to be us, or some of you had it happen, and there's no telling what they'll send you. You have to watch all this. So
just don't be taken in by that. Gosh knows what's coming next. You know?
I was about to say, once this person gets set up and gets all the little friends, what do you think they're going to do? Is it right now just a clone with everything you've got on yours anyway?
Or
just
the picture
or just your bio
and some of the information, yeah. And we've had several people join it already, so just be aware of that.
Oh, my goodness. The person's even put on here, I love the Minnesota Vikings. Go Vikings.
Did you report it, Bubba? Did you report it?
No, I don't even know how to do that.
If you go to the page, there should be like an option to.
I'm telling on everybody.
Yeah. This person is impersonating me, kind of thing.
Right. Yeah. I had to do it. Helmsy did it for me the first 2 times. The last time, I thought, well, I probably need to learn how to do this. and I think I was even able to pull it off. You showed me what to do, but I did it.
Yeah.
So and they're pretty. They respond to these pretty quick because I think they know that if this becomes something they don't police very well, people are not going to use the platforms. You know, because you can't live your life thinking every day I get up somebody's got a shadow account of mine out there acting a fool.
Up in here?
No, all up in here. I mean, y'all must not know about me. So anyway, somebody just sent me something. We did all this airline stuff the last hour, and one of them involved a tire blowout. And this guy is saying that the workforce in the market today, they don't know what dry tires look like. They wouldn't be able to identify dried and cracked tires because their daddy never taught them. That's funny.
I don't think they go over there and put a nickel in the treads on major airplanes to see. I think they're supposed to change that at a certain time no matter what.
Well, I will say, and Greg was talking about this goes more back to the two planes that nearly hit each other. I don't want to be, the Grim Reaper here and, be Debbie Downer. But we all know there's exceptions. Praise God for those exceptions. And I know some of these exceptions, and I'm very proud of these young people that are as sharp as a tack and trustworthy and people of character. They're out there. But I will say in a general state, and this is a general comment, the people that we need for these kind of jobs, y'all do realize the ones who do it really, really well are getting old and are dying off. And when you look to the workforce that's replacing them, the generation that has kept their nose in video games and iPhones and maybe don't have the attention span for things like watching all the planes taking off and landing and getting them to the right runways. And Greg was telling me there's a job shortage on some of the air traffic controllers because you never thought this would happen. We're dealing with a generation that looks at the job and goes, I don't want to do that.
We were talking this morning in the kickoff hour about riding bikes and different things. And one of the things that we discussed was, when we were kids, the chain would come off the bike. Correct. This is kind of a mechanical thing that you deal with as a kid, and we all the time. And listen, I hated that. I hated having to put the chain back on. Yeah. But you know what I hated more than that? Walking my bike home. And so I eventually said, Helms, you're gonna have to learn to put the chain back on your bike, or this walking's gonna get old. Right. And so I learned. The kids these days are not put through anything like that.
No.
And so they don't know how to just go in and kind of fix things and figure things out. It's amazing.
Yeah, we used to flip them over. You had to get it lined up and then kind of force it back on, and there you go.
I would have thought, and I was correct on this, that because we are, there's a generation of video games, and of course now some of you out there, you're 41 years old and you're still playing video games at mom's. You might want to look at that, but as far as the technology, I would think that the expertise of that might lend itself to some really good air traffic controllers. It's a life and death video game, but you are what I'm hearing is it's so tedious, and it requires your attention span to be longer than that of a gnat. that there's not people really desiring that job. It's so taxing.
Yeah,
it's important. We got to have that, guys. I don't want to be sitting there on the plane, next to Earl, and I think I've got that feeling of everybody knows is watching, right?
Yeah,
we're all good.
Everybody good. Everybody paying attention. Nobody hung in a stare nowhere.
He's got problems focusing, and he's never been paddled, and he's worried about something on Fortnite, and he's not watching American Airlines 590. That's
Well, and I think
we need them to get with it.
That's an important job. It really. There's a lot of places out there you can cut corners. If you decide that you found a meat distributor that you can sell me a cheaper hamburger, you know what? It might not taste that great as long as you don't put me in any kind of danger. But if somebody goes to work as air traffic controller, pilot, maintenance of airplanes, though your room for error is not. We can't have.
Well, there isn't any.
Yeah, you can't just half do that job. We got to have people on the ball.
Yeah, the tire thing's amazing to me. I know with campers they require you to change the tires every so often, no matter what.
Well, maybe, and in this case, maybe the plane hit something, but it looked like both of
them. And that is possible. It could have had a blowout.
Well, let's go back to this. Whoever's in charge of keeping the runways clear. Let's be sure y'all on it.
You know, maybe something fell off the last plane that went through. I don't know.
Everybody involving we're in the air, we got to have y'all on task.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's no room for error. I mean, and see, the problem is you go, well, look, if you can't do the job, then, just don't do it. And they go, okay. And then you ain't got enough people. I mean, that's the thing you got to watch out for. You got to find people that want to do the job. If that starts becoming a problem, you got a problem.
That's it. Bubba, good news. Lisa got a request from you. She's accepting it.
If you're getting a request for Bill Bubba 2, do not. That's not Bubba.
Yeah. I told Lisa that's not him.
That's not Bubba, which explains, why you're getting it. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This July.
Brings me to my knees.
We're back 31 minutes past the hour, 877 We Be Big. Our guest, Allan Asbury. Allan, of course, the man who performs the song Praying Me, Somebody's Praying Me Through. We played that here on the program. There was a huge response from you, the audience, and the song took off and has done very well. And Allan is back today to kind of say thanks and to perform the song for us this morning. And you can get it at Walmart stores, Christian bookstores, and I'm sure you can also get it at Doxology. Is it doxologyrecords.com? Yeah. You put all that together on the website? So you can go there as well. And Allan, are you ready to go? I mean,
I'm ready. I'm ready to roll.
I mean, you ready? And you've brought in the music, and you will now perform it here live for us on the program.
That's right.
Don't be nervous.
All right. That's all good.
Look,
it's all good.
I know you haven't performed very many times. So
How about getting up early and singing it, too? How you like?
Here we go. Well, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, should be recorded again today if everything technologically works like we hope it will. And if we get that pulled off, it'll be out this weekend wherever you get podcasts. If you're wondering about what's Michelle Obama's move in all of this, Joel Gilbert says he knows. He's the author of Michelle Obama 2024, her real-life story and plan for power, and directed the documentary Michelle Obama 2024. So we'll interview him today, Lord willing, and it'll be out this weekend. Bubba, the NBA has inked a deal they will extend with ESPN, and then they also have deals with NBC and Amazon, but it looks like TNT, even though they're not done, may not be out of the picture.
Well, TNT is
TNT.
That is the network that Barkley and Shaq and Kenny and all of them are on, and
were on.
Very, very popular. I'm a little surprised that TNT. I guess did they just price them out?
Maybe. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, it looks like to me later in the story it says something to the effect of TNT
they have
has
to
a
match
chance
it.
to match.
They got to match it.
NBC and Amazon.
The NBA, it says it up their reach in the broadcast world. I guess that's the NBC part of it. The whole deal is worth $76 billion over the next 11 years.
Now, how about the WNBA? How's theirs?
They're still losing money.
Yep.
But they need to be paid the
Are
same.
they still playing?
Need to be paid the same as the men.
So
Are they playing now? Is it still playing? I never know when their season is.
You remember the NBA did something different this year. They had an in-season tournament that aired in the United States on TNT and ESPN. Now those games would be exclusively on Amazon, according to one source reporting the deal.
We're going to see more and more of this, gents.
Yeah, that tournament, didn't they like paint the court weird?
Yeah, they did. Did it air on
TNT.
Dynamite. TNT.
High voltage.
It says when the
I'm sorry, that's dirty deeds.
What are you doing, Adam?
When the league's governors approved the deal with NBC and Amazon, as well as the extension with ESPN, and there's little doubt that that will not be done. Once the given is a go-ahead, TNT has 5 days to respond before the contracts become ratified. Should TNT decline to match the NBA's offer with Amazon and NBC, the new deal would be publicly announced before the beginning of the Summer Olympics.
Okay, so ESPN extension done. New deal, NBC, Amazon can be matched by TNT.
By who?
Is that where we are? By
TNT. It's dynamite.
Now they also said if you break a deal, you face the wheel.
Right.
Now this is what I don't understand. If
Don't do
you're NBC or ESPN, why don't you just go out and get the inside the NBA crew and bring them over to your?
I know, and they might.
Barkley's about to retire. Isn't he?
Yeah.
I think Barkley said he'd been on Indeed trying to put together a resume.
No,
because he's unemployed.
Well, I see. We don't have this article. I
ran into him over there.
We don't think.
Funny.
Did you see under the Reed Moores, Charles Barkley rips his TNT bosses?
That's the shocker.
And then there's one about Shaq's next move. So that's over. That crew's not going to do it. They're done.
Yeah. Well, I can't believe because they do
Charles
such a good job. And as far as I know, the ratings are good. Didn't they just sign big extensions 2-3 years ago?
I don't know.
Didn't we have stories about?
Yeah, they had a 2 or 3 year deal.
Unbelievable deal.
Hey man, TNT. I mean, they can. Man, it's terrible.
Yeah, and if I'm him, I'm going to say I'm going to retire.
What do you
How's
say?
he going to say it? How's he going to say it?
I'm gonna retire. Go to Regions and play with Bubba.
You should have heard him talking about it. It was funny. He would throw in he's about to be unemployed all the time.
That's funny. Now, did y'all see? And you know how you never know if these things are accurate, and then all these.
Of course, Shaq's in Nashville hanging out. With
all these reels fly at you. But I saw an interview where Shaq was saying that he realized that all the money he makes and continues to make instead of sending it to the government, he just gives it to his family, and he hires them. Yeah. Like he said, I give my daddy $500,000 a year as just an employee. He goes, because if not, I'm just going to send it in taxes.
Yeah.
So if I'm looking for ways I could spend money that's not going to go to the government, why not spend it on my family?
Mm-hmm.
You know, a lot of people do
if
that.
I'm his family, I agree.
I agree with him 100%.
And maybe a friend.
Well, he talked about when he went to his daddy and said, "What would you like to make, Dad?" And his dad was like, I think he said $100,000. He goes, "What if I said $500,000?" He said, "That's even better."
Deal. He said, "I just hide my deal."
But I didn't think about that point because he's like, well, I mean, I'm really kind of down to sending it to the government or finding a way to give it to my family. I think I'd rather give it to the family.
Yeah, I get it.
So there you go. But who knows what Barkley's going to do.
So what you're saying is Shaq's a Republican now.
That is correct. That is correct.
Always been.
So you got a Shaq too?
No, I was just saying.
That's good.
Diesel.
What does Charles think about Shaq being a
in
Republican?
there. Yeah, the general now, he does that for free.
Huh? Shaq, you a Republican, Shaq?
What? Who is that?
That's
Charles.
Barkley.
Okay,
I asked him to do Barkley.
I think he lost Barkley.
Acting like Shaq is a Republican.
Oh, Shaq, you ain't no Republican. If you're a Republican, I'm roll tide.
You were that time we had,
Barkley.
Barkley. We like Barkley, but he's a walking, talking contradiction, as Greg said.
Oh,
do you remember that time he was dogging the Republicans about not helping people, and he just told us that he'd burned how many tens of thousands of dollars gambling, and we said, why didn't you give that to the poor? Well, now see. But I'm a little shocked at this $76 billion number, because what is the state of the NBA? Is it a moneymaker?
Evidently.
Oh, I think.
Well, I'm talking about for people. I do it because I thought
think the NBA
audience
does fine.
I thought their audience was down.
The ratings were down for I think TBS a month or so ago. Can't remember. We had a story about that.
I think a few years ago it dipped, but I think overall it's come back up.
Okay.
This year the ratings were down.
They still make a lot of money.
Yeah, right. I got you.
Yeah.
Here's Shaq Diesel talking about
his
family. If you want it.
Oh, go ahead.
I learned about business not from college. I learned about business from a book called The Dummy's Guide to Starting Your Own Business. And the first thing I did was incorporate my family.
What business you started after we?
First thing I did was incorporate Shaq. And then I put my mom on salary and put my dad on salary. I got him an office and got him a car, and they were so proud because the best day of my life was, how much you make in the Army? Only make $60,000. Now you make $500,000 a year. What? You start crying. Mom, how much you want to make? You make $750 a year.
Because instead of giving it to the IRS, you're giving it to your family and you can write it off.
That's right.
I know a lot of people employ their kids. And that do the same thing.
Yeah, the wives are kids.
Speedy, you sound just like
and Helms, you don't know a lot of people. You know some people.
Right.
Say a lot. Okay, buddy?
That's several.
What kind of exaggeration was that? You know, like four people that do it. Okay.
Well, honestly, think about it. That's 4 people that have that kind of money. You'd almost say a lot.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of people who have that kind of money.
I'm gonna start doing that. Ruby's gonna be my secretary or something. Ezra could be the bouncer. Kevin could be the guard dog. Can you do that? Can you pay your dog?
I don't think so.
Okay. How many employees can I have in my household?
I don't think your dog can.
Oh, okay.
By the way, can you imagine, would anything make you madder if you were a family member of one of these idiots that leaves all their money to a dog or a cat? Would you just be infuriated?
They should just ignore that.
What's Charles think about it?
I don't hush.
What if Charles had a pet and he tried to hire it?
I'd pet it.
Let's go phone calls next, America. All 10 lines are available. The man of 1,000 voices, Calvin Speedy Wilburn, will take your phone calls. All 10 lines are available.
Barkley may be taking them. Give us a call, 866 we'll be big.
Y'all go ahead and call Speedy. When we come right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Like that.
It's the morning voice right
Let me tell you something. You nailed
Man,
it.
did that give you chills or what?
Man, when you started out, I thought, wow, it's early. And buddy, you won, and then you did. Hey, you nailed it.
Awesome.
And I guess too, when you're doing it here, unlike on the stage, you can hear things a little clearer. I mean,
that's
hey,
true.
it's up on you, and I've got it, and it sounded great.
That makes a lot of difference. Thank you.
Who came up? Where did all the testimonials come through on the
the one that we played that had there's one that has the testimonials in it. How did that come about? Where did they come from?
That even happened before we actually started dropping bombs in Iraq.
Oh, really?
I mean, we were getting ready for National Day of Prayer, working on promotional things and all that kind of stuff, and they're the ones that said, hey, let's put something together like that, and we thought it was a great idea, and so we went to Guidepost magazine and found some awesome stories that we thought would really benefit and complement the song, and that's where the stories came from. And then all of a sudden, boom, we went into Iraq, and it was just, obviously it was something that people needed to hear because it was a song, a message of hope and encouragement for such a time as this, you know. And I'll tell you this, I know we've had a lot of response from military people and military families about how this song has really helped them through this time.
Sure.
And you know, that's what this was all about. That's why we do what we do, and it's awesome to be doing something that's making a difference, making an impact.
Well, the war is obvious, and it affects so many people. But you know, there's people all over the world and all over this country that have things that they're looking for hope every day.
Exactly.
They have nothing to do with you know what's happening around the world in their own daily walk and daily struggle. And I know it's an inspiration to a lot of people. And you can get it at Christian bookstores. Walmart's got it, and also, of course, go to doxologyrecords.com. Do you have do you have a full CD too of other stuff?
Full CD, yeah, it's all right here.
Okay, so on this, the one that has this on it has some of your other work as well. So,
that's right.
So look for that there, and this song is on there as well.
Right.
So Allan Asbury. Man, appreciate you taking time to be with us today.
Man, that just fires me up, Alan. I mean, if you're in traffic right now, it's really how you make it now. You know.
How about this?
How about bring on the office? I'm ready.
How many times have you rushed out and says, "Boy, I didn't get my prayer time in this morning," or whatever? And how about Alan just hound it for you on the way in?
Covered, baby, done.
Well, you know what? It's assuring and it's comforting to know that there is somebody out there. We don't even realize it, but there is somebody out there that's praying for us. You know, praying us through and I know I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for those prayers.
Oh, yeah, me too. Absolutely.
Rick, I want to reiterate, just so there's no confusion, that the military testimonies, that is on his CD with that special bonus cut.
Okay.
Not only is it him singing like he just did, the single, but also that bonus cut of the military testimonies is also available on the full-length CD.
Yeah,
exactly.
Okay. Exactly. Well, that's great. Well, Alan, thanks a lot. Continued success to you.
Thank you, guys.
You've been a blessing to us, and it's a pleasure to meet you this morning.
Yeah, keep it up, man.
All right, buddy. Thank
Allan
you so much.
Asbury. Look for it. doxologyrecords.com. Christian bookstores and record stores or your Walmart near you ought to have it as well. We'll be right back. It's 20 minutes to the top of the hour. You're listening to and watching The Rick and Bubba Show. 877-WE-BE-BIG, our number, our website, rickandbubba.com.
Somebody say, Jimmy, said the joker to the thief. Phone calls. Speedy's grabbing them. The man of 1,000 voices. We got about half the lines available, half engaged and ready to go. ZapMyDebt.com. Debt. How can you work this hard and still be in debt? Piles of overdue bills, threatening phone calls, never having money to do anything. It just won't stop. But now if you're trapped in debt, our partners at Zero Debt USA can help you find a way out, and to find a way out aggressively and permanently. I like it. We're going to get after it. We're not going to stretch it out over, the rest of your life and lower the payment. That's not going to get it off of you. I'm done. So why don't you talk to the folks at Zero Debt USA, hear their powerful strategies that zap your debt quickly, and you can talk to them right now at zapmydebt.com. You can talk to them for free and hear what they have to say, or just go find their link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. To the phones we go at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's go to Luke out of Alabama. Luke, go ahead. Luke, you are my son.
So I've got a question that's bigger than the debate in November. Is Taco Bell a Mexican restaurant?
No, it is not.
Taco Bell?
It's not.
What do you consider it then?
It ain't Italian.
It's Americans doing Mexican food.
Well, it would be
It's
classified
American.
as Mexican. It may not be what real Mexican
It's
food
not. It's not. All of these things they have Americans made up. It's like saying,
well, you could if you go too far with that, Rick, you couldn't call McDonald's an American restaurant.
Why not?
Because it ain't a real hamburger.
Well, that's true. But like a Japanese restaurant in America, that's not Japanese. They don't even do that in Japan.
Yeah, we all have American versions of different things.
Yeah. So I would. It's you can call it what you. I just call it fast food that's cheap.
And
good. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is.
I do like Taco Bell.
It's also a great time to test how your gastrointestinal system works.
Yeah.
You'll test it straight.
Will.
Sure will.
Yes,
But it's cheap and it tastes good. Let it rock. Steve in Alabama. Steve, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, got two things real quick for you. First of all, get the kind of funny out of the way, maybe, but is there any truth to the fact that Jeff Dunham's going to be buying his new handler and he's going to be on stage with him, helping him get through these press conferences now?
So he'll basically be speaking for him?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, just like.
Well, I think him and Walter could fill in.
No question.
And it might be better.
That's exactly right.
No question.
Also, are we upset that they want to get him out of the election but not out of the presidency? I mean, if he can't be president next term, he shouldn't be today.
That's a good point.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, but now, though, some of the Democrats said, what are you talking about? He's great. He's great.
I think he's great.
I don't care who's in there.
Y'all get off him. He's sharp as a tack.
Hey, he's sharp as a tack. Didn't you see him ride that unicorn yesterday? He was great. We continue. Josh, Alabama. Josh, go ahead.
Hey, Josh.
All right, man. I am an aircraft mechanic currently. I want to talk about the tires. I watched the video. The aircraft inspections that go through, they're not did by like days. They're done by flight hours, and the tires develop a lot of thread that go around the back of them. And what a lot of guys will do will take basically grease and just go over the tops of them, and that causes a lot of issues. It's a pretty known thing that when tires go bad, when you start seeing tread on tires, you don't have more than a few, maybe a few turns left on them.
Time out. So you pointed out, rightly so, that these tires are changed on flight hours. But why are they failing? I mean, are these just not making to that number? Do we need to adjust that number?
Well, there's two different things you can go by. A lot of it has to do with your pilot. So when you land, just like a car hitting the brakes, you got to think of how fast an aircraft is going. So when they hit the brakes, let's say they land hard and they hit the brakes harder, it puts more wear on those tires. If you got a good pilot, when he lands, he will normally not hit the brakes. But a lot of new pilots, when they land, their immediate first thought is like full reverse, like, hit it as fast as possible. They want to stop the aircraft as fast as possible. That puts so much wear on those tires. It honestly, the main thing is your pilot. He depends on how much tread you got.
Yeah. Okay. So pilots vary. You have to figure that into the flight hours recommendation, right?
Correct, sir. And it right now with the way the manpower is, it's there's a lot of aircraft to not a lot of mechanics.
So, but how many hours? How many hours on one of these commercial planes? What is the limit?
I don't work on anything that large, but for mine, normally you have about 60 flight hours, but that varies because if you're what I am called a plane captain, my job is to go around and inspect the aircraft. Part of the aircraft is the tires, so it is I'm looking at the tire to see if I'm making the decision if that tire is going to make another flight or not.
Yeah, see, that was my question. Since the pilots vary, you need to do more than just change the flight hours. You need to be able to visually see when a tire's done.
Well, and roll the flight hours back if you're having a lot of them, trouble with them. Now, granted, that was one flight, and there was probably 6,000 in the U.S. yesterday.
But he said you can visually look and know when the tire is done. And they're trying to stretch more out of it by putting the grease on it. Did you say?
Well, it's not a common practice. Let's say you've got a little bit of tread on a tire that's showing, or a little bit of cord. We call it cord. Right. You got a little bit of cord showing. As an experienced person, you can look at it and go, okay, that's a good tire. It's just got a little bit of tread. You can take it, go a little bit over it. In the Marines, we did it quite a lot just because we were in places that we didn't have tires. It's more scrutinized on the civilian side. Sure. But normally when you see anything wrong with the tire, for tires to explode like that, I've been a part of 2 tire basically explosions. When a tire goes like that, somebody didn't do their job correctly.
Yeah, that's what we were doing.
Yeah, well, you always got human error. You got to figure it out.
Josh, thanks, buddy. That's a great insight. Yep. Appreciate that very much. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Chris in Alabama. Chris, go ahead.
Morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I know y'all saw the Arch Manning deal. I think he probably opted out initially on purpose because with the NIL money, he's thinking, hey, if I hold out, I can potentially get a bigger payday when everybody else is only getting $600 and a copy of the game. I can hold out and get a lot more money. Yep. And Rick, I know I've heard you talk about the game. Do any of y'all have interest in buying the game? And I know it requires a newer system. And y'all can go into GameStop and trade in your old system and have money down towards a new one.
Yeah, I'm just not as into it as I once was. So I don't know whether all that kind of effort I'm there. Maybe, and of course I have younger sons that are into it. That I'm sure they're going to get one. So I don't know. I don't know that I'm that into it. But we'll see. But I understand what you're saying. And I think Arch Manning did play that well. Let's go to Jason in Alabama. Jason, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good morning. How are you?
We're good. We're good.
Hey, I just want to first say thank y'all for the Christian witness y'all put out and how y'all put out practical information, teach men how to be men. And I wanted to comment, I'm kind of in between the generations. I wanted to comment on the younger generation. I'm in my early 40s. Yep. And I wasn't taught those type of things, the hunting and fishing and the mechanical repairs and whatnot. And I just appreciate y'all being a voice for that type of thing. But I think that there need to be more resources, and those resources need to be shared more for those of us like myself that want to learn those things, but haven't had the access, haven't had somebody show us.
Understood. Jason, you're right. There's actually some ministries that have started that I've noticed and I'm applauding them. They're saying, we want to take a role in this too, and they're literally doing what you're talking about. They will have these seminar weekends and stuff where young men who may not have dads who taught them how to fix this, how to change a tire, how to do whatever, and they'll take these young men and step in and say, sure, we're going to study the Word of God, and that's the most important thing, but we're also going to spend time in fellowship, and we're going to teach you how to hunt, how to fish if you want to, how to do the other things I mentioned. And I think that's a great idea, and there is a need for that.
How about how to hang a picture for your wife?
Right, which,
that's important.
Has anybody ever pulled that off and got it straight?
Without just having to put 3 or 4 nails in the wall.
Right. Let's go to Cameron in Pell City. Cameron, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, hear you fine.
Hey, I have a question about pickleball.
Mm-hmm.
So I was watching the. Yeah, I know it's really odd that I have a question about that.
Sure.
I was watching the. It was a championship over the weekend. Some kind of gold medal.
Timeout.
Singles. I thought that if the person serving, if the person not serving got the points, they actually didn't get a point.
Correct.
But I noticed in the singles match, even if you're not serving, it's kind of like tennis. If you get the point, you win the point.
Well, there's different scoring methods.
Talking about cutthroat?
The traditional method, from what obviously does not score that way. But we had somebody call the show and say that there is a scoring system called rally scoring. You play to 21,
right,
and whoever wins the point does get the actual counterpoint. So,
that might have been what you were watching, and in maybe singles they do that sometimes. They play that.
Yeah, that would explain that, but I don't know for sure.
All right, we'll be back. The whole thing of not scoring on the serve, not serving, I can live with more than the fact that the person that just served, we beat them to get the serve, and another person gets to serve. They get to do it twice. That's my biggest problem. Why are they getting two serves? When they lose a serve, they lose a serve. Why that? Oh, no, that just means the other person gets two now.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Welcome back to the Rick and Bubba Show, coming to you live from the EIB building in downtown New York City.
Here, and you can grab those at rickandbubba.com. Want to welcome Mary Ann and Broxton Gannon from Dothan, Alabama. Broxton is here going to a children's hospital this morning with an appointment, and he wanted to stop by and watch for a few minutes on his way to Children's Hospital, which, as we all know, around the country, the children's hospitals, what they do for our children is just overwhelming, the great job they do, and he is heading to the Birmingham Children's Hospital this morning, and I want to stop by and watch. And I asked him which national anthem he liked, and he seemed to lean toward Faith Hill. So we got that on for him and said that's his dad's favorite, too. So good morning, Broxton. Welcome to the show, and we're glad to see you this morning. Look at dressed up, sharp-looking little man, isn't he?
Ready to go.
Ready to go. So glad to have you here. Peaches also joins us this morning. Peaches now coming in, doing a little bit of training behind the scenes to be the fill-in person for Christopher Columbus when he's away. She's learned to switch the show on television. And you and I headed out to Huntsville Saturday night. I want to thank Bobby and the gang over at Southern Comfort again for providing us one of those, the lap of luxury Southern Comfort vans. It is the way to travel. And as we kick back and we're headed to Huntsville, we asked Don Juan DeMarco, who is sick this morning, unfortunately, how his weekend was going. Now, this was Saturday afternoon, so the weekend, you know, all there'd been was Friday night and part of Saturday.
Well, we noticed, Rick, he had a name tag on with his picture on it.
All
that
access.
said Memphis.
Yeah, very similar to what you saw Wayne and Garth wear in the Wayne's World when that guy had all access to Aerosmith or Alice Cooper. Was it Aerosmith? I don't remember. But so we kept wanting us to notice it, and it had Memphis on it, where we're seen in Memphis, Tennessee, on Turner South, so we were like, what? So we think, well, he said, I went to the Memphis show of Justin Timberlake and Christina Aguilera because I'm working with you guys. I can't go to the Atlanta show that Speedy and his wife Terry are going to.
So, you know, basically everybody divided up and tried to cover the shows.
Right. Yeah. And of course, you know, we didn't get a call. It was, and so I said, well, so you got some tickets or somebody took care of you? He goes, well, I can go further than that. And he basically begins to tell us a story. Should we talk about how he got the access, or will they get this person in trouble? I don't know.
We'll come back to that.
Okay.
But anyway, got a call, and, you know, Dee said, well, I just, you know, went up to the show, was hanging out with Justin and his crew, and, you know, we were like, now, Dee, come on, you need to tell us a little bit more. Peaches?
Yeah.
You were there, too? You and Dee went to the Memphis show, and Dee said the reason why he didn't bring it up Friday is, no offense to this person, but he got an email. Somebody says, I work with Justin, and we all, including Justin, watch the show on Turner South and listen when we're in the market you're on, and we all like the show. If you and one person, y'all can come hang out on the bus, and I'll take care of you on backstage and everything. And
no, we thought they were joking.
Yeah,
I mean, we thought they liked to watch Liars and Legends or something.
Right,
sure.
It's
just it didn't.
Now, Peaches, it turns out you walk up, the guy says he was where he was going to be. How you doing? We're showing pictures on Turner South now of Justin Timberlake with Don Juan DeMarco, and Don Juan wearing his Soul Brothers shirt, which I think was a good call, and
a nice armband.
There's the all access pass hanging down.
Yeah. And D is giving this classic look with one eyebrow jacked up over the other one.
Now, that's shocking enough, this picture you see here on Turner South, and we'll get it up on the website, too. We'll get it to Ryan. But the other shocking part was things like this comment, and now we have another party, that Justin Timberlake said to Don Juan, tell the fat boys that they're funny.
Yes.
Justin Timberlake.
Justin Timberlake said to tell you guys that you're hilarious.
Okay, and
Justin Timberlake.
And they see it on the bus. They've got a satellite deal with the
tracks.
The tracks, and then of course Justin's from Memphis, and
everyone of his cast and crew
are all from Memphis.
Now, wait a minute. Carry us back to point one. How did you, when you got there, what happened?
We arrived at the Pyramid in Memphis, which is an amazing venue that I had never been to, and we were told to go around back where all the buses are. And our friend met us there, and
we make it work. 8 minutes to the top. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. Have you shopped the Rick and Bubba store? I've had, and I'm sure you have too, Bubba, numerous emails. Hey, we need a heads up when the spatula goes back. We don't know. We don't know the day. I mean, as soon as we know the day, we tell you. Hey, Wednesday, I want to know. You can't be caught. You can't. I mean, the last batch we got in, they sold out in, hours. So there's another order I know that has been placed. We don't know when they'll be here, and when they're here, we'll let you know.
We're doing all we can do.
All we can do. So I understand. I commend you to try to get a little heads up. I want to be ready to go. So so we don't know yet, but it could be any day. It could be.
Probably tomorrow.
Greg, don't start. Greg, do you even have one?
No.
You didn't get one?
I don't know what I was thinking.
Yeah, I'm right here.
I've got. You didn't get one?
Either.
I didn't either.
I mean, I should have got them back in the old days. We had them in stock.
Right. You had
in here.
There was a time when y'all had them in the closet.
You had a box of them.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but they weren't ours. They were.
But you could have said, "Hey, can
it's like the spatula was a different level get."
It was.
You know what I mean? Because there was a lot invested.
Well, they're very expensive.
You know who got
bad
one?
for taking those.
One of the guys from Blackberry Smoke got one.
Yes, he did.
What?
Take a sip.
Is that your sixth cup of coffee?
It's getting pretty high.
I mean, I have seen you.
What are you doing?
I like old Joe.
Listen, he went while the coffee maker was putting new coffee. He went into the Keurig because he couldn't wait.
Greg,
that's how bad it's got today.
No,
baby brother didn't sleep good last night, Bubba?
No, I'm good.
Who's making this latest pot? Do you know? Is there coffee being made?
There's
right
some
now?
I can't go in there right now.
There's some in there, though.
Has decided to cook something and it smells awful.
I don't know what kind of spice, but I ain't gonna tell you what it smells like.
It's weird. Well, you did tell me what you thought.
Yeah, I know, and then kept talking as we walked.
We talking microwave heat up.
Yeah,
smells like Bigfoot.
It's bad. Like it's getting better, but whenever they first did it, it'll choke a donkey bad in there.
Do you think? Are you saying?
You remember on Anchorman when they
yes,
put that cologne on?
Smells like
everybody was going.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Do not do that.
Smells like big.
Do not do that. Delete that. Out. But
all the people in the background hollering different stuff.
What I'm talking about.
I tell you what it smells like.
But he's talked about the smell
so
too.
bad
Listen,
that you're worried about somebody eating it.
Well, and he's
got in my shirt.
He's talked about this how bad it is, but he still went in there and made coffee. Like he's stumbling through it.
What's going on? Greg, I ain't seen you do that since Don Day brought peanuts.
Oh, boy, he did.
He brought them again yesterday.
He did. I've been tearing them up.
I know you have. The new thing is, if you
Helms
notice,
won't eat his.
the new thing is Don Day now delivers them directly to Greg's office as he's taking his chair back.
Yeah, well, isn't that awesome? Thank you, Don.
He ought to just have like a drive-through window back there. He can just stick them in.
So
I don't know why Helms won't eat his.
But
Greg, they're not for me.
It's got an M on the bag. There's a G on the, what's the G on the bag for? What's that for?
Well, that is for you.
That's
for you.
Then.
But you're special. He's not making me a special bag.
So it smells
I
so
end up
bad.
eating them too.
So it smells so bad you wonder why someone's
rough.
eating that food.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
bad.
man, it's
Matter of
some kind
fact,
of
I want to go
spice.
investigate and see if it's still in there. I want to know what's in it.
It's some kind of spice. I don't know.
Either that or a small
Did Button Down
animal.
do it?
I felt like I'd
No,
walked
I
into a
don't-
lobby
don't
of
go
a
to- I don't know who.
Don't go to Button Down.
Yeah.
What?
I correspond with him a little bit.
I do too. I see him in the hall all the time. We were on the same go to the bathroom schedule yesterday. I saw him a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rick, it smells like when you walk into the office part of an affordable motel and you're trying to get a room. It's got that spice smell.
I knew it. I knew he was going to say that. I knew it.
There's a lot like that.
I knew he was going to say
Look,
that.
for some reason, looking around at us for confirmation.
You calling a little Indian spice?
Yes.
Hey.
Yeah, I got you.
Little curry.
Yeah, a little curry. Not a big curry guy.
I love curry. That's
Well,
not curry. That's not curry.
no,
That's
I'm
something
just saying an
else.
example. It's some kind of
You got
bad
you
example.
You can't go too much.
I'm an anti-curry out.
That's
Stay with you.
surprising.
I
I
don't
don't
know
like
what
curry.
happened.
That surprises
I
me.
don't like the color of
I
it.
need clothes
I don't like
on
the
it.
taste of it.
Color, you got to get past the color. Yeah.
No, let me tell you how bad it is.
Really need closure.
I thought I was eating potato salad, and Sherry informed me. She goes, "That's not potato salad." I said, "What is it?" She said, "It's curry chicken salad."
Oh, he's
I said, "Well, it's yellow." She goes, "Because it's curry."
Yeah, Rick, it's yeller.
And I thought it was potato salad. She goes, "You didn't notice?"
Potato salad.
She goes, "You didn't notice you were eating chicken meat?" And I said, "I guess I did."
thought it was
My mind was
potato
so
salad.
convinced it was
Not
my mind was
Hey,
so
mustard-based potato salad?
My mind was so convinced it was potato salad. It's like just made it potato salad.
Speaking of that, do you like the mustard-based potato salad or do you like the mayonnaise-based? I'm mustard.
I'm mustard when it comes to
A
potato
little
salad.
bit of mustard, yes.
I don't like potato salad. I'm out.
What?
Love.
And for these reasons, I'm out.
I'm about a 6 on potato salad.
I'm not in love
come
with it, but
on.
if I have to eat it, I go with the mustard.
I will not eat it on its own. I have to mix it with baked beans.
And it came
That's
up
a
on
good
the
mix,
question of the day or whatever we do. Yeah, the guy said you eat it cold or hot.
Yeah,
and I
yeah,
like it
yeah.
cold.
Cold,
I
yes.
hate it worse than I hate coleslaw.
Are you saying I like
and,
coleslaw?
and I will eat coleslaw in
I
a
thought you were
tide.
not. No, I thought no way.
Well, in a tide. If I'm starving and I sit down and that's all they
So
got.
it's worse.
I'm yeah. Oh,
I can't-
I won't eat potato salad under any circumstances.
I
What?
can't eat coleslaw unless it's with something. I can't
you
just
have
go, I'm going to eat
No,
coleslaw.
me
Even
I gotta have
Dreamland's
some-
potato
Oh,
salad?
but did you have a bad experience or
Dreamland
something?
potato
Or you
mayonnaise
just-
in it,
I just
guys.
don't-
Yeah,
I just
people
don't-
don't realize.
I had a
Bub's picky.
bad experience with coleslaw. I got it on my shoe in first grade, and dropped my tray in the lunch room.
Can I ask you this?
I didn't like it because of that.
On your hush
Miss
puppy.
Griffith, she yelled at me.
The potato
Me
salad
too.
thing, is it just mayonnaise hate? Because there is a mustard base, or you just don't like the way the potatoes are either?
I don't know. I just don't like any of it because I like potatoes and I like mushroom. I just don't like it all
I
together.
used to not like that, but I
mustard.
That's what I say. Have you had someone? Well, sometimes somebody might put mushrooms in them. I don't know.
Who am I, leader of the free world?
Yeah. What is it?
I just emailed Adler
smell like it.
some video. For some reason, I asked if y'all could smell it in there, and y'all can't smell a video. But
No.
anyway, it's not in there. I went into ZZK, our flagship station. Dana says she had some steak and Brussels sprouts.
That's it.
Oh, the Brussels
Brussels
sprouts have sulfur in
Oh,
them.
they do.
And then you had me in some weird, awkward back and forth with Button Down because of you.
What? Why is that
I asked
negative?
him I said, hey, did you just heat something up in the microwave? Huh? No,
Here
why?
we
What's
go.
wrong? Well, nothing's wrong. I just, and then it was just this weird,
I don't
awkward
understand why
moment.
everybody's upset about
It
this.
may be them
when,
Brussels
when
sprouts.
guys get together, we always give each other nicknames. That's endearing. He's Button Down.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is me checking here.
Rick,
See anything?
No, there
was
he
going
is.
in.
Oh yeah.
Oh, a little remnant.
Yeah.
No, Brussels sprouts have a strong smell.
Yes.
they do.
Yeah.
I think
Strong
that's
smell.
gonna
They
be.
got like
Yeah.
sulfite,
Stay with you.
sulfur, basically.
I don't mind Brussels sprouts.
I like them. Yeah, once you get past that, you got to cook the sulfur out of them.
Right. What?
That's for real. That's why they smell like farts when you cook them.
Well,
Why'd
that's
you
it.
say that?
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And immediately we are taken to Justin Timberlake's bus. I mean, there are thousands of buses, and this is his personal bus. And I'm shaking like a leaf.
Yeah,
And
because you had documented that you absolutely love Justin Timberlake.
I have dreamed of this moment for a really long time and have joked about it and never.
There she is. There's pictures with Justin Timberlake.
Never in a million years did I imagine. Remember when Roxanne got to meet Donny Osmond?
Yes, this was the same thing.
I wanted to break down so bad, but I couldn't. I had to be calm because we were guests. We were.
So you didn't freak out?
No, I did not freak out.
You wanted to be cool about it, but you wanted to go Elvis.
I'm breaking down a little bit right now, but
and
no.
freak out and scream.
Oh yes, I mean, and so we enter his bus, his king-size bed room in the very back of the bus.
Easy.
His slippers right by the bed.
Right.
We
See, Don Juan left those. That didn't mean much. Not a minute. Much
there
to
were
him.
well, there were candles.
Right.
There were candles lit everywhere.
Yeah.
There was this huge TV. But he has the den area extends out, and there's a stove in the kitchen. There's his personal bathroom where
easy.
I mean, just everything, right? I mean, this is his bus. There's a tanning bed on the bus. There's a little bunk bed where his best friend sleeps, and there's a tanning bed right next to it. I thought that was really interesting.
Well,
and,
you got to keep the tan if you're going to be out there in front of millions.
And
hard to get a tan riding down the road,
Right.
isn't it?
Our new studio actually is going to have a tanning bed in it.
Sure.
So we get the tour of his bus, and so then we are taken to the back of the venue. I have my passes in my purse in the other room, but we have these ID passes made because everyone that's a guest has to have their picture taken in mine. It says Peaches on there. He said, "Do you want to be called Peaches?" I said, "Sure." And so
tell me? So Justin Timberlake uttered the word Peaches a few times to you?
Oh yes, I introduced myself as Peaches, and he said it was nice to meet you, Peaches.
There's your all-access pass right there. Let's get that.
You need that.
And will I say this? You expected it really to be a little more complicated. It's pretty straightforward. It's green.
Yeah.
It says Memphis. Here's your picture.
When I saw Don Juan's pass and it said Memphis on it, I thought he'd like toured FedEx or something. You know, really, I didn't know.
You know the men. Because you do deserve more for that one. Let me tell you this. When I saw it, for some reason, immediately I said, he went to the Memphis show, but I didn't know that y'all would be on the bus hanging out with him and his crew, and that they would know something about the show.
We had, okay, yeah. So we got our passes made. There, I mean, dancers, people backstage everywhere. I mean, who knows who all that I didn't know at the time that I passed by. And so we get our passes made, and then he takes us to go through all these corridors, and there's locker room areas, and we come to this door, and there are these two massive men sitting in front of this door, and they're eating, and
we wasn't there now, Peaches.
Yeah, right.
Well,
this is where people go, oh, so Rick and Bubba had snuck and was back there too. No. You're talking about big muscular guys.
Right.
Okay.
And we're introduced to them as Justin's bodyguards. I shake hands with Justin's bodyguards, and they tell us that Justin is in this room that they're sitting in front of, and so we, our friend, he says, well, give me a minute. And so he goes into the room, and so we're just standing outside, and then he turns to us and he says, okay, y'all can come on in. And I mean, I'm expecting there to be a crowd, massive people. This is Memphis, this is his hometown, and so there's tons of family and friends. And we go into this room, and Justin Timberlake is sitting on a couch with a guitar in this room all by himself.
And you've got access to.
And Don Juan DeMarco.
And you looked at Don Juan and said, could you give me a minute? No, I mean, no, just a second. Tom, what are you talking about? Why does everybody have to think to catch your breath? I was just... Maybe sit down and talk with, What?
Peaches, are you okay? Are you all right?
Are you all right?
Okay.
We will come back.
Did you melt down or anything? Freak out?
There was no meltdown.
No, you handle. I have to know more because you're about to melt down now. Look at her. It's 14 minutes past. Don Juan and Peaches backstage with Justin Timberlake. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
I was in Memphis. You said Elvis. Our generation's Elvis.
Yeah.
Okay. How about this? You met your generation's Elvis. You met the next Michael Jackson.
Without all
the be that big.
Without all the weird.
Without all the weird stuff.
Oh.
By the way, Katharine Hepburn, there was a biography about her says she didn't want it released till she died because she's probably going to upset some people. Her meeting with Michael Jackson, they're wild. But anyway, she basically said he is a freak show. Katharine Hepburn. She said after he left the room, she screamed, "Please, somebody make me a straight whiskey."
You know what kills me.
Well, look,
because I'm such an MJ
you know
fan.
how he does. You remember how I noticed that he's become a little kid maniacal liar?
Right.
You know how kids just make up stories.
Sure.
And she said he comes in and he makes a fuss over her, tells her that she is his favorite actress. She says, of course, I'm knowing Elizabeth Taylor, his obsession with her. She asked him to name one movie she's ever been in. He couldn't come up with one. And she was like, wow, what a weirdo. But anyway, so...
See, I was doing so well.
So he
I was
won't
going to
be
be
weird.
so cool right now, but y'all
No, you finally got to meet, if we would have, in this time of your life, said who's the number one person you'd like to meet outside the spiritual realm in our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, the only human being that
and
you
possibly President Bush.
Well, I think
we had that moment.
I think this tops her president, but I think she'd rather meet Timberlake than
for her. Yeah.
I'm talking about for her.
Yeah.
And when you would have said, well, Justin Timberlake, but like that's really going to happen.
I said that.
And now here you are.
Past. The gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. We thank y'all for being with us today. Welcome back, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining.
Oh, Helmsy, if you need to step out, step out. Arizona golf course groundsman.
Oh, man. This gives... Oh, Rick. Yeah.
57 years old. Horrific freak death after being attacked by a swarm of angry insects while working hole number 8.
Oh, not hole number 8.
Bee attack. Sorry. Stinging bees.
I mean, so we got just a group of bees going around attacking people.
Angry.
I mean, he didn't. I mean, they're acting like he didn't like stir a nest up or nothing. Ain't they just a rogue bunch flying around?
So they're traveling.
He was
everybody a new one.
He was dedicated and a cherished member of the team there at the course where he worked. Exceptional work ethic, positive attitude,
went out doing what he loved,
unwavering commitment to his duties.
Was he allergic to?
That's
important.
Bunch of them, y'all.
That's important.
Swarm of them.
It's
until,
important.
You know, you get those kind of bites. If it could be dangerous. You know, not too long ago, I told you I was trimming a limb and it fell in an old stump, and I had a bunch of yellow jackets get after me because I looked around, I heard a noise, and it looked like a basketball floating in front of me.
It's
and
too late, buddy.
You should see me digging through the
I
woods.
wish I could have.
I got to the cart. It was about 30, 35 yards away, completely winded, and got going. And there was one bee in the cart that stayed with me.
No, really?
Yeah. Completely
You
winded.
think he'd radio back?
Completely winded.
He probably radios back to the guys. I got him. Stay with me.
Is that the bee talking? By the way, this man's dead.
Gosh.
Oh. Okay.
Man died on the green.
I was talking about Bubba.
Yeah, I'm like y'all. Did he have an allergic reaction? Or
I'm
just
like, guys, there's a bunch of them. Can't you be overwhelmed?
You remember that movie
by
when
the number?
When we were kids,
Yeah, I think you probably could.
The killer bees. We were all horrified by the thought of them growing up, and I hadn't made a TV movie about it.
You know,
scared me half to death.
You know, they ate through the ozone layer. How about looking at this? I'm sorry, I cannot find in here that he was allergic. I think he just got
overwhelmed by
I think he
bees.
got stung so many times. That can happen. I thought you had to be allergic.
No, you can't just be overtaken.
He
by
went to the
whole-
hospital and unfortunately passed due to complications from the bee stings.
God, he's
So many.
But it doesn't say in here that he's allergic.
No.
That may be what they mean by complications.
Do they?
Though. Yeah.
It
Can they
doesn't look
not
like
just say that he was allergic to
Well,
bees? I'd like that to
I
be
know
in here.
this, unless I'm wrong, because it's been a while since I worked there, but like we have safety rules and things you're supposed to do. If you got stung by, because we get stung in a minute, if it stung you above your neck, a head around in there, that you had to go to the doctor, but below you didn't, unless you knew you were.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe they just got all on his head and just wore him out.
Do you realize how many things have to time down for a traveling swarm of bees and your day, and then y'all to intersect?
Well, they talked about
And maybe if there was like a pond next to where he was at or something, he could jump in, but there wasn't.
No, can't roll that one out.
this is when you wish you had a little bit of a water deal.
Yeah.
It says that this is a
Something to
massive
move
golf
fast.
course.
They
and
said he
tennis
dove
court.
in a sand pit.
It has 3 golf
Be
courses.
a bunker, Greg.
Bubba, 31 tennis courts,
Ooh, 31, Bubba.
full fitness facility, Olympic pool. Oh, here we go. 10 pickleball courts.
Of course.
Big.
Probably tore up 3 tennis courts to get them.
There you go.
You got 31 tennis courts. That's a lot.
It says that they had a beekeeper come in. He found the bees. A little late for that, but there was a retractable roof, and somebody left it open Tuesday night, and the bees got in there.
Oh, my bad.
And
think about that person.
You're the guy that didn't close the roof.
I said actually this guy worked part time. His day job actually is a mechanic at some airline.
He also forgot to close the door.
He died.
Dead man. Rick's talking about the guy that left the building open.
Insensitive. Talking about the guy that left the building open.
I'm just saying.
But you're right, and I wish they would be more specific about him being allergic to bee stings.
Yeah, I'd like a little more information on that.
He says traveling swarm. Well, I mean swarm. How many in a swarm?
I don't know.
A swarm is a lot.
A swarm's a lot.
That's
Swarms.
of all the stinging ones out there. The one to me that I've never been hit by a hornet, so I don't know what that's like.
Yeah, me neither.
But the red wasp.
Oh, red.
Oh,
it comes out of an old piece of rusty something.
That's kind of Helm's Huff that time.
Yeah, the time that gets me on the red wasp.
The red wasp will rip you a new one.
And I'm not allergic to it, but it doesn't matter. Is that when it hits you, you think you're okay. And then you're like, walk inside, and it does that ramp up.
Oh yeah, yeah. With the big welt with a hole in the middle of it.
It starts intensifying a little bit, and it's got a delayed reaction a little bit.
God, I've been stung so
What
many
is it that's so heartbreaking about it? It just breaks your little heart when you get stung by something.
Your arm starts throbbing.
Well,
Last time you've been stung.
you feel dumb for putting yourself in the position to get stung.
Right.
You know.
Last time y'all have been stung.
Step on one at my old house.
Okay.
I had a great record going, but I was actually stung just about maybe 8 months ago.
Mine's been a couple of years, thank goodness.
About 3 years ago, sold Dad's truck to Little Lee Hubbard, and we were taking it to Piedmont. It hadn't been running in a while, and I went over and opened up the gas thing, and there was a nest in there.
Unbelievable! How many times? How many times?
3.
Did you get hit? I got hit twice.
3 got me.
Adler.
I can't even think. I think it's
that's a good sign.
I think it was a red wasp, like almost 20.
Oh, wow.
How old am I? Like 15 years ago, a red wasp on my hand.
Stung this year?
I had so many close calls that I survived. I think the red wasp put out a hit on me.
Yeah,
you know the worst.
They got me coming up. I walking up a deck, and they came up from underneath it through the steps and got me.
I was undoing a lock the other day that was in a box, and they almost got me. I saw them dropping out of it. But see, you can't deal. Those kind of numbers are impossible.
Yeah, I think that's what got it.
The worst I had was Rick. I found some old piece of equipment in the woods, and it was metal, and I was moving it, kind of looking at it, and boy, they
came out in your face.
Oh, one of they got me on the arm.
Listen, I dodged a bullet earlier this month actually. I was on the back porch on the phone, and we got some furniture out there, patio furniture. And these wasps would fly, and they would stop on the armrest, and I'd see them go in the furniture. I said, Sure enough, I got the old bebop out, flipped it over, and there they were.
Oh, man.
If I'd have sat down in there, which I'll do, it'd have ripped me up.
I dodged a bullet once. Of course, someone was literally shooting at me.
Yeah.
Wait. Helmsy, you asked the question. I just remembered something. In the my privacy fence, the gate. Yeah. They were hovered up in the corner of the gate, and I opened it one time, and it wasn't a bunch of them, maybe 4 or 5 of them got out. One of them got me.
It's a wonder I have not been stung in the last few years, and it's one of the only reasons I wear a hat. I don't like to wear hats, but I will wear one on the tennis court. No, because I've got to have something to swat. Because they're constantly getting in those fences and gates. Yeah, it's one of the main reasons I wear a hat, because you got to watch out, man.
They're everywhere.
What if you had a fly swat and just stuck it like in the back of your shirt? Man. You can get it when you need it.
How about I keep a can of wasp spray in our little shed at the courts?
Oh, I love it. You
ever been? See, I got stung twice in the same year after not being stung for decades. Yeah. Okay, so I mean over 10 years, and then they got me twice in 1 year, and one of them is still unexplained. Have you ever had one hit you and you never found the source?
I know. Yeah,
like you can't find anything.
You're looking for the nest.
I just had some rogue fighter pilot or something. He just nailed me, and I went over there after I got hit, saying we need to get rid of this nest, and there's nothing there. I'm like, where would he come from?
The grassy knoll, maybe.
Could have been.
Could be.
There was a second stinger.
Yeah.
But it's a terrible feeling.
Terrible.
feeling.
I had nests all around the house. Last week I said I'm taking care of this.
Yeah, you
So
can't
I got
have
my
those
ladder,
hanging
my
around.
bebop, and I love squirting them.
I do too. Now
We used to have, like, when I would climb towers and stuff in the fall, you'd have these wasps around.
Yeah, but
I
they
don't know
wouldn't
what
sting you.
Well, I didn't want to find out. But you know what I'm talking about? How they would swarm
They
around
would
that?
swarm poles, just get
Yeah.
all over
Yes.
it. But it's like you say, it's in the fall, but they
Yeah.
would
I
fly
know.
around me, but they never would sting me.
When-
And they weren't on a nest. They
when
were
I'm
like on the wood.
When I'm going to the shooting blinds before the season starts, killing off any on the blinds I have that are susceptible. You know, those king ranches, those ranch kids, but it's like you just leave and it comes back just like it was. Of course, they're proud of those. You can't have but just a few of them. But
Sure.
but the others that are built with wood and everything, I have to go and clean those out. And I usually will leave the dead. I won't clean them up because I want the others to see them.
Right. Let them know.
Yeah.
This is area you don't need to be in,
Right,
dude.
yeah,
Dude. I'm sending you a message.
Is that what you tell
I'm
us?
sending you a message, dude.
15 minutes past. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up. We'll cover the rest of the stories that are out there today, and probably squeeze in another phone segment before the hour's done. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So bad. I mean, from day one, I've like my obsession. I mean, not obsession, but my.
Peaches, is there anything you want to tell Justin? Because you know he's watching
Hey,
today.
Dustin. Thank you.
Has she even gotten to the fact because she's right now has lost the story, doesn't know what she's talking about?
Okay.
And I feel like I need to jump in.
Okay,
and,
you go
and
in. You go in the dressing room.
Has she told him that she's a big fan of the show? Has she even said
Y'all.
Oh, come on.
We
that?
go into.
No, we're not. Atlanta, don't talk in my ear. We're not just making this up.
I'm not.
I hear
making
y'all
this
laughing
up.
hysterically.
I'm not making this up. Don't laugh, Atlanta.
And I want the guy who made this happen for the show. If you want props, will you email one of us tonight? We'll give you the proper.
Or email me right now. Or email me right now.
So
Bubba@rickandbubba.com. We'll give you
amazing.
props or we'll keep it down home, whatever you need.
Yeah, we
He
don't
was
know.
so gracious.
We don't know if you want props or not.
So nice.
He has a cell phone.
He had,
Call us or email us right now.
so he was the nicest man.
Okay, you walk in. Justin is on the
Walk in.
couch.
He's got a guitar. He gets up and our friend says, "This is the guys I've been telling you about from the Rick and Bubba show. This is Don Juan and Peaches." And he says, "Well, it's great to meet you guys." And we shake hands. I say, "I'm Peaches." He says, "I'm Justin. It's so nice to meet you."
Was there a hug? Was there a hug of any kind?
Not at this moment.
He said he was Justin.
Which is
No,
a darn
no.
good arrangement since that's his name.
Okay. I shake his hand.
Hold it together.
You say, give me a minute.
Don't break down.
Yeah, and thank you, and Don Juan does the same. They shake hands, and so we our friend is wearing a Tommy Bahama shirt similar to the one that you like to wear, and so we discussed how you guys are the two sexiest fat men alive, and we think that we have another third sexiest fat man to come along. And Justin explained. He was like, yeah, he said, I mean, we were just flipping the channel the other night, and we watched y'all show. He said, tell those guys they're really funny. Like, I really enjoyed the show.
Now, that's before we had matching shirts on today. We hadn't planned on it.
Right, but let me tell you, we're about courage today.
That's right.
But the thing about that, though, did he say,
There you go, Tim.
I really love y'all's show. I wish Turner South would show replays when they're off. And, hey, let's lock in on a replay time at night, something a little consistent.
It's
Did
exactly.
did he say that by
exact
chance?
words out of his mouth.
Okay, good. Hey, 10:30 must be time for a replay. Nope, something else so. All right, we came on tonight at 11:10. Okay.
So y'all are you're hanging out.
Before we left Birmingham, we stopped by the American Classics kiosk in the Galleria and purchased some Rick and Bubba T-shirts and the latest best of CDs. So we get out the T-shirts and and I had picked out. Don Juan wanted to get the Hard Rock Cafe themed one, but I really liked the blue one because Justin's favorite color is blue. And
here we go. His favorite color's blue.
And so he picked that one out, and he said, "I really like that blue one." And so we gave him the blue.
Because you were all over it.
I know. And so it's the blue, the royal blue with the red, white, and blue stars and stripes that says Rick and Bubba T-shirt. So y'all, we're gonna watch MTV. He's gonna be rocking that shirt. I know it. And so we gave
Did one
them.
of his friends take off their shirt and put their Rick and Bubba on?
Now,
Don Juan said something about one of his buddies. Changed right there and put a Rick and Bubba shirt on.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
Was that a exaggeration?
Peaches couldn't take her eyes off Justin to find out.
All right, let me tell you something. You're busy telling Don Juan, give me a minute.
Can I say this? If Don Juan did make that up for me and Bubba to get us to Huntsville, thank you.
Yeah. Oh, did he tell you that too?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Well, good. He said told us both. Maybe it did happen.
That's good.
Yeah.
He had nothing to gain by telling you that.
No.
Yeah, he needed us to give more. So that
right.
You know,
so it probably did. I didn't take my eyes off Justin, so it could have happened, and I just didn't see it.
So y'all hung out for a little while.
So we were in there a solid 5 minutes.
I want you to do a solid
5 minutes, and we gave him the T-shirts, and so we asked if we could have a picture taken with him, and he says of course. And so I have two disposable. All I have is disposable cameras, and my first camera, the light. I'm trying to get the flash to work, and the light's not coming on, and I'm shaking. And so I have a brand new one in a package, and I ripped it open so fast. I did. I ripped it open. I was like, okay, here you go. And so we each take individual pictures with him. And
which we're showing you this morning,
yes.
we see.
And so
there they are. There's Peaches.
And so I got a little.
Yeah, I see.
Got a little hug.
Your arm is around behind him.
I bet you hugged him good, Peaches.
Did you give him a good hug?
Oh, yeah.
Is that your slobber on his shoulder?
So in other words, you got to hang out with and hug one of the biggest stars of your generation.
Sure.
Of any now.
Maybe the next Michael Jackson. Let's not say Elvis.
Okay.
How about this? If you were going to flip a coin, which one of those would you take, though?
Hey.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, you know,
surely there's a happy medium.
Right, sure.
He was so amazing. After I took the picture and we were walking out, we're sitting here saying, okay, well, he said, are y'all going to be at the show tonight? And I said, of course, and he was like, y'all, of course we came, of course we're going to be in the show. And so...
21 minutes past the hour. The old buddies Rick and Bubba and the gang, we're here. Here we go. So, a happy moment here on the Rick and Bubba show is the wonderful people of Bluebell have delivered a new flavor here today, and they always know that those rowdy eating twins, Greg and Bubba, are ready, and they have brought in a new flavor. When I first heard it mentioned,
I need a better spoon.
When you hear something,
it's froze good.
Yeah, we need some metal spoons up here. But have you noticed? Of course, you'd have to find a place to wash them. Was that sink in there?
Yeah, I think there's some in that drawer in there.
But anyway,
made that up a little bit.
I heard the flavor as it went by.
Mm-hmm.
But then I had to go back and realize that there was more than I thought I heard.
Yeah, Bubba,
it's cookies and cream cheesecake.
It's everything that they say that I love. Everything. There's nothing in it I don't like.
What do you taste, Greg, Bubba? Can you taste what makes this unique and not just a normal cookies and cream? Can you taste the cheesecake in there? Does it give you?
What's amazing to me is Speedy has only unwrapped this 60 seconds ago, and these two have pints just getting after it.
Shaking. Their hands are shaking.
They can't even talk.
Ain't got long left.
He's going to break that spoon.
Yeah, a plastic spoon and frozen ice cream. It's tough, isn't it? It's
tough, yeah.
Rick, I don't know that they thought
they don't care.
Bubba, can you
I'm gonna let it melt a little bit.
They don't even care.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let
If you
it.
put it in the microwave for 10 or 12 seconds, it'll make a game.
Can I tell you right now what you're right? What happened right now? What you're seeing, Helmsy, is right now these.
I'm seeing two addicts. Is what I'm seeing.
These pints of ice.
A little bite of ice cream.
These 2 pints of ice cream can do whatever they want to do with Greg and Bubba.
Oh yeah.
I mean they're
if this was a card table, Charles Barkley would be in trouble.
Maybe we can get somebody to bring y'all some quinoa. If that'll make you happy.
Hey Rick, they had the little serving cups.
What about quinoa flavored ice cream?
That'd be good.
They have one of the little serving cups. Okay, they laughed at that. They said, "No, give me the whole thing."
There were some little ones in there.
Oh no, you can transfer. Yeah,
but it's frozen as this is. That ain't happening.
Well, the Bluebell people know.
You got a cold tongue and you can't talk. You sound like Biden. Quick, read a story.
I ain't seen anybody hit ice cream like that since the president.
He loves ice cream.
I wish you had one of your dad's poem to read right now.
Yeah, Rick, ask him a question quick. Hurry.
Greg, so you good? Describe it to me.
Pretty good.
So if you're looking for, if you love Bluebell ice cream like we do, there's a new flavor: cookies and cream cheesecake.
Available today.
And they do love it, right, guys?
Yeah,
that's right. That's right.
That's
Greg.
good
How
flavor.
about you've heard of 2 thumbs up, 2 tongues up?
Yeah,
That's a good flavor, y'all.
y'all me go heat that up for you.
Who told
I don't know if we can say that.
Wait a minute.
Bubba and Greg give it 2 tongues up.
Tongue Brothers.
All right, let me turn y'all's mics off. We'll go to this next story.
Rick, make him read it. we go to Greg for this headline.
They are so focused on what is. I've never seen.
Hey, let me tell you what you're doing right now. You when somebody says, "Don't mess with that dog over there."
That's what I'm
He's
wanting.
eating. He's eating. Don't mess with him.
I'm looking for an outburst.
I'm done.
I mean, you know, when a dog gets that food, you walk over there and want to pet him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they'll do it.
They hunker down.
Yeah.
You know, we've all around the world. You know, let's face it, soccer fans. I mean, a lot of them are just fan scum, and we have a bunch of drunk Colombian soccer fans, probably bored out of their ever-loving minds watching this. But apparently, one of the players, Darwin Nunez. And I don't know what all this is, but anyway, he realizes that his parents or his family, who is it, Adler?
Family. It says family.
Well, I mean, parents. Are we talking about sisters and brothers, or just family
wife
in general?
and kids. I assume maybe wife and kids, but maybe wife and parents. I don't know.
But anyway, the fans are pulling against his team, the Colombians, and they're messing with his family, and he goes into the stands to fight them.
He does.
Yeah,
He is not happy.
So wow, he's really going in.
Which one's him?
We got teammates up there too. It's not just him.
Where are they? I don't see them.
He jumps in at the beginning, I believe.
Yeah,
This is him right
there.
there.
Okay. Yeah, he
I
just
don't know
took
why
his.
he's wearing a sports bra,
I
but
was
maybe.
thinking the same.
That's not going to help the sport.
No.
It's bad if you get beat up by a guy with a sports bra.
He actually does have a sports bra.
He really does.
I wish I hadn't seen that. No wonder his family's getting
He
hit.
ain't hitting
I'm gonna
nobody.
say it's some kind of.
I'll go to the other shot here after we watch this one, but it's somebody in the stands is filming, not just from far away. And
Rick, I'm gonna have to call
It goes crazy
melee here.
Right,
Nobody knows. Everybody's
wow.
punching
All
everybody.
right, security just got punched pretty good, by the way. He didn't want to.
Cats and dogs living together.
Who's the yellow shirt people? Security.
Okay, I see
That's
sports
Colombia.
bra. I see sports bra. He's in the middle.
Okay.
I got to tell you, if somebody's
he
got
got
hit,
popped in the dog too.
I will say, if somebody's messing with my wife, you're going to see me act a fool.
Yeah.
I mean, but
You're not going to be in a sports bra, but yeah, I got it.
no. But I don't know what in the world led to that. But
It's crazy.
Fandom is unbelievable. They just don't know where.
That's
to
where
stop.
socialism leads us, guys.
That's where y'all want us to embrace this trash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here it
okay.
is.
Here we go.
Look at
so
that.
we got, and the folks in the red vest there, aren't they some of the subs that just hadn't gotten in the game? Some of his teammates.
I don't know
Is
what
that
the
right?
red. I don't know
Okay.
what the red vest.
I think you're
means.
right, Speedy.
I think
There's Speedy.
That guy's trying to take care of his wife, get her out of there.
Is that his wife or him?
The sports bra is throwing me off.
Yeah. Why does he have a sports bra?
Maybe maybe it was a tank top that he lifted halfway up and then he got in a fight.
Yeah, it rolled
Rick, he
up.
may be transitioning to another league.
No, I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna say it rolled up on him.
Yeah, rolled up on him.
Yeah. That's a mess right there.
That's a melee.
Scrum.
How does
That's
it-
like a scrum.
A melee, you don't even know who's
No.
against
What's
who.
blue
It's just
shirt
everybody
doing?
getting punched.
The I was watching. You know, they're doing these different. You know, they did the Netflix thing on quarterbacks.
Dadgummit, it didn't roll up.
They've got one now on receivers that just came out like in the last day or so, and they go through 5 receivers through the 2023 season. And
You remember who all they were?
I can't remember their names.
Jefferson.
I can't remember their names, but I can tell you the teams they play for. Greg, why don't you just keep eating?
Kittle's one for the Niners.
Join Bubba and just eat.
You got Kittle's the only tight end.
Okay.
Then you got the number 19 for San Francisco, the big receiver that can do it all.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Then you've got the one that came from
Debo
LSU
Samuel.
to the Vikings,
Jefferson.
Jefferson's in there. Then you got Devontae Adams after his trade to I still call him Oakland, but to the Raiders.
Some guy named Amon Ray
and then
St. John.
little 14 for Detroit Lions.
Okay.
Which his is a fascinating story, by the way. But anyway, to this point, he scored against Green Bay and saw some Lions fans at Lambeau and did the Lambeau leap into the Giants fans, and behind him, nobody felt it. It's a female too. Packer fans saw it and took the beer as he's celebrating and just poured it down his uniform like that. And he's like, I felt something wet on me. And he walks over and the guy goes, grabs it. He goes, you smell like beer. And he goes, I think a Packer fan just dumped beer on me. So what? And you already see her. She's very strategic. He's doing it with the. And look, she just reaches over the Detroit fans and goes, here's a little beer down the back of your shoulder pads.
Yeah. Hey, celebrator, there you go.
There you go.
Have a drink.
There's your Lambeau leap.
Have a drink on me.
Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. More to come on the Rick and Bubba show right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we're like, well, good luck tonight. I mean, we're telling Justin Timberlake, good luck. And and we're walking out, and I made full on eye contact, and I just said, I appreciate this so much. Thank you so much for taking this time. And he was like, anytime. He said, thank you so much. No problem at all.
Did he say anytime?
He said anytime. And
a quote from the person that got them back there. She had mentioned it, he had like 200 family and friends all day long, and he was having to host them, and so he was having just a little bit of time to himself before the concert started. And he said, just don't interrupt Justin. I mean, when he goes back to get ready, but he said he went ahead and did it anyway because he knew they weren't going to be able to stay long. And so when they left, a quote from this guy was, they really got Justin pumped and it perked him up a little bit because he was tired before they came in. That was an exact quote from this guy.
You did it. You did it, and, you were the one that got him pumped.
And how about this? It even gets better. When asked if they were going to stay for the concert, tell them where you got to sit.
We sat in the sound booth area in the middle of the arena on the floor in his mother's seats. She gave us permission to sit. We didn't have, tickets or anything.
Thank you, Mama! I think I'll sit here. It's so funny because Dee was talking to Speedy.
He said, yeah, we didn't have any tickets to the show, but we were all right because we got to sit in Justin's mom's seat.
Hey, I don't know if you could hear me. You got to I was like, what?
So, yeah.
Because you perked him up for the show.
I know. I mean...
You were the key to him getting ready for his hometown show.
Win play show. That's an exact quote. He said he was drained a little bit,
tired,
and we were all a little worried.
Had to give a lot to the hometown so people don't think you're stuck up.
Yeah.
I know.
So
and you were the
key.
key.
Peaches exits the locker room area there, and
how was the show?
Before you know it, Justin's perked up.
Yeah, it was amazing. It was amazing.
The show was good.
I'm talking about the show. We're talking about the
show. Peaches. The show. The show was good?
How was that show?
Amazing. It was amazing.
Are you saying it was a whole amazing event?
It was. I got to meet Joey Fatone's brother. We discussed switching.
Hold up. If you just joined us, switching is a term used.
Justin was perked up, and
switching's a video.
Switching is a term used with showing the different camera angles. If you just joined us. Good morning and welcome.
Yes. Now, Peaches, you enjoyed the show so much that you followed Justin to Atlanta the next day.
Just go ahead and say you did.
Okay,
we got to. All right, we got to take a break.
Because he said anytime.
On the switching part.
Yeah, he said anytime.
He said anytime, so, I mean...
How about tomorrow?
How about tomorrow night? I'm free. I'm available. Yeah.
And this time, Justin's mom said, okay, I'm going to sit and watch this one. Yeah, I've given my seats once. Y'all are back. Now, who's the speedy guy?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Here we go. Phone Troll music. Phone Troll music. The Patriot Mobile Phone Troll is ready to go. Make your phone money matter. Switch to Patriot Mobile today at patriotmobile.com/bigbox. Hey, while you're doing this, dialing up, let me point you to Relief Factor. Looking at some of the testimonials coming in, it just feels great. I mean, this is a natural option for botanicals. Over 1 million people, like yours truly, we've tried it. 70% have gone back to get more. That would include me. And listen to here's another one. This is Nancy. She listens to us out of Georgia. She said, I want to let you know that I noticed improvement after 2 weeks of taking Relief Factor. I have nerve and spinal fusion damage, so I'm taking 3 packets per day. That's they tell you 2, but if you got something like that, 3 probably is going to be more helpful. I do that if I have something I've kind of strained or whatever, but she's in such shape she started with 3. And now she says it's week 5, and I took the box to my pain management doctor, as he had recommended I take 3 of the 4 ingredients anyway that I saw in Relief Factor. He said he hadn't heard of the product, but he was certainly glad for the information, is now recommending it to other patients. And then I also tell everybody about it. I'm very grateful that my husband heard about this on your program. Well, we are too, Nancy. I'm glad you're doing better. 100% drug-free, developed by, scientists who were studying the aging process. Bubba and I were, we had a meeting with them when this first started, and these doctors were saying, let's find something that can help with the body's natural inflammatory response due to aging. But now they found out it's really due to overexertion as well, or injuries. It's a unique formula of natural ingredients, and you can get yours right now by going to relieffactor.com. As a listener to this show, you'll get a discount if you call them 1-800-4-RELIEF. To the phones we go. Let's go to Craig in Gardendale. Craig, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yesterday on that clip where Kennedy went out there and wrangled that snake, he don't need to give the Democrats and the Clintons any scapegoat, because if they want him to quit running for president, there's going to be an accidental snake bite somewhere.
It was a snake handler. We all know that. An unfortunate accident, and in a strange, bizarre coincidence, there were 1,100 snakes.
And he fell into them, Rick, mysteriously with his hands tied.
Yes.
Yeah.
Matthew in Dothan, News Talk 1039. Matthew, go.
Hey, I was just going to call and say that the guy that commented on the airline tires, how they are changed based on the hours of the flight, that's just incorrect. So airline tires are changed based on cycles, which is a takeoff and a landing. So think about it. If you have a flight that goes from New York to London and it's in the air 10 hours, it's going to land, one time. But say you have a domestic flight from Dothan to Atlanta, every 10 hours that it's in the air, it's going to land, 10, 15 times. So you change tires on airlines based on takeoffs and landings.
Yeah, well, maybe that's what he meant. He
my
said hours,
question on it was, and he may be talking about private planes or something, but whatever it is, if we're seeing some of these, why don't we back it up an hour or two or a landing or two,
Yeah, I would also...
And I guess it would vary plane to plane and tire to tire, right?
Yeah, because of all those variables, I would also like to say if the tire looks like it's no good, change them. I don't care how many times it's landed and taken off.
Well, don't ever let it get to that point.
Right,
I mean, we know these tires are good for 200 takeoffs and landings, let's say, and I'm just using a random number.
Yep.
And if we're having issues, let's back it up to 175.
Bryant in Memphis. Bryant, go ahead.
Yeah, listen, guys, my wife is a nurse, and she went on a youth missions trip, about 16, 17 years ago, and they were sleeping in hammocks in these thatched huts, and they had scorpions, and a scorpion dropped out of the thatch and landed on one of the boys and stung him right in the perineum.
Oh, no.
And they had to take him to the hospital.
That's not a good place.
No, it is not a good place.
I got it.
He really, Adler loves to do
that's one thing.
Rhymes with
I know technically we're not the promised land here, but we've got it pretty good in America.
Yeah. Well, scorpions have come. They're all over us now, and of course they say these are not the ones that sting like they do in other parts of the country.
These are little ones.
Yeah, but they're not as dangerous.
If you're around a lot of rocks, you'll have them.
Well, here's the thing. I kind of caught myself in a dilemma at the house the other day. A spider was in my house, but it had killed a scorpion. So I found myself going, does the spider get to stay?
Does he get a pass?
He had the scorpion all tied up in the web, and I was like, well.
He's probably crawling dead anyway.
Yeah, I've seen a few of those too. And I've seen some wasps get caught up in those.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, how about a spider? They're just, I don't want them on me or anything. And I know some people are like with them like I am with snakes. But,
they're amazing.
Their web is for the strength versus the weight of it. It's the strongest thing on earth. And it's incredible what they can do. You will knock their web down, and I swear I will walk around the house, and I seem like it's back.
Yeah.
You go, hey, are you at it again?
Yeah. Jeremiah, tell me about the fire. Jeremiah, go ahead.
Hey, fellas. So yesterday you guys were talking about Kamala Harris, Joe Biden. Which would you rather have? And I would say Biden, even though that's hard to say. But the reason is because of Kamala Harris's race and gender, she would be viewed as a trailblazer. And when I go up to D.C. to visit all those monuments, what I don't want to be doing is visiting some Kamala Harris monument. Give me a Candace Owens or something like that. But, man, I mean, think about how much she would be viewed as a trailblazer and everything. And
no
that
question.
is not.
They try it now, but she's so bad, nobody's really jumping on board. So no one calls you a racist. It's Kamala. Jeremiah. Kamala.
Yeah, right.
And,
my bad.
And in all these discussions too, and Rick, you've pointed this out. We all are the same race.
Correct.
We need to clarify this.
Yeah,
it's more about pigmentation and skin.
Yes.
But here's the problem. Remember, she was going to be the one to come out and really challenge Joe Biden. And she that first debate they had when she was running,
lit him up.
she called him this, called him
Terrible
that.
things.
And she was the first one out of the race.
Yep.
Because she performed so well so terrible at the polls.
Right.
So of Democrats, she was the least favorite. Now, has that changed? I don't know. But
I don't know what
she
she's done
never
to
has
change it.
had a real across the board support from the rank and file Democrat.
Well, as Greg has said many times, she comes across this way. I mean, it's like me walking through the room and them tossing me the keys to the space shuttle back when we had it.
Yeah, say go blast off.
It has that look.
But I'm not qualified. Oh, you'll be okay.
Yeah. Just get in there and push go.
Yeah, you'll be fine. Hang on.
Let's go to Jim. Jim, welcome to Rick and Bubba, calling Eglin Air Force Base, right?
Crestview, Florida.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Hey, on the Bluebell, it almost cost me my ministry. I'm a bivocational pastor, and when they first come to this area and I first experienced them, and I seen their ad. Do you remember what their ad was when they first come out?
I don't know.
Okay, so their ad was the gentleman at the grocery store meets the truck at the back to unload, and the truck's almost empty. And the grocerman says, where's my delivery? Where's my ice cream? And the driver says, we eat all we can and deliver the rest.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You don't want me and Greg working on that truck.
No, I would. Let me tell you one thing.
I need to.
Yeah,
we'd be done by lunch.
I almost lost my job. I had to go work for them.
Yeah, let me tell you. All right. Large. But how about the watching? I would not let Greg and Bubba drive a Bluebell truck. No way, no how. Not if I was trying to sell it.
The profits would be bad. Wouldn't be much profit.
No way, no how.
Well, we had to test it.
How about working at the plant too?
Oh,
you ever
Bubba.
been on the tour?
Oh yes.
Yeah,
Good
good
night.
stuff.
It's just like when you and I went to that cookie place that time. I thought, how does anybody get through the day in here?
You can't go hungry.
Chocolate places. You ever been to a chocolate place? How do they
How
do it?
about the Coca-Cola plant?
I like
Yeah.
chocolate.
Hey, taking a pop right off the line, number one. Yeah.
Fresh.
Wade in Fort Payne. Wade, go ahead.
Monkey grass and Green Acres.
Thank you, Wade. Go ahead.
I was calling about the spatula. I got me one here the other day. I just don't know whether to use it or to frame it.
Yeah. Use it or frame it. I'll tell you the thing.
Two and have one for both.
I'm gonna tell you this: if Biden goes in again, or some Democrat yet to be named later, and they get control again, I'd save them to sell them on the black market. I think they'll become currency. I think they'll become currency.
I think I haven't tested this yet, but I think you can use it for pickleball.
Right.
I bet you could.
But if you had one, he
Got a
makes
little
this
weight
point.
behind it?
They're so sought after. Last year of the show, do you frame it or do you use it? I'd have to use it. I love using mine.
Yeah, it's good.
It makes the perfect hamburger.
I bet Randy Daytona could use one to play pickleball.
Put him in there. Speaking of bees,
that's one of the funniest. To me, that's one of the funniest things. I love
Randy
that. With a
Daytona.
spatula.
We'll be back. We'll look at anything that's still on the table. Hang in there if you're on hold. We might get to some more of your calls too, but we'll look at what's still out there and be sure that we've consumed all the stories today when the Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Jimmy Hill Mission boys trying to eat it off the street. We got total mania in downtown Birmingham, but hey, baby, when Rick and Bubba come to town, things happen. Things get exciting. So we're looking for Mayor Arrington and company about 5-10 minutes. Watch the Bronco. All right, there we go. He did it. All right, everybody get down. I got it.
Yeah, let's get down.
All right, now that person did not ask for a biscuit, but receiver one right in the back window.
He is looking.
Can I get
We got somebody else at the mic.
Now, this is part of what happens here when you do a show. You take some chances when you do a show.
Okay, they're gone. They're gone.
We're in the clear. Right.
We're in the clear. Please, somebody keep eye open for that black Bronco if it comes back. All right,
who's at the microphone here? If anybody sees a guy trying to park with a black Bronco, don't let him park, okay? We accidentally hit his car with a sausage.
Stay tuned because
we're back. Justin Timberlake, or better known as Peach's new friend, Justin Timberlake.
Boyfriend, whatever.
Whatever,
You know.
however you want to say it.
Special friend.
Do you call him just Jay now?
JT.
JT.
Do you really? You know, it's funny because
like this.
Now,
you
realize how many people would have given how much money to be in that position?
I can't.
You're gonna freak her out, Bubba.
I know. I was gonna be so. I was so calm. I was shaking like a leaf, but I didn't freak out. I took one picture. I didn't get a picture of his bus. I didn't get a picture with his best friend Trace. I didn't get a picture with his parents, with anyone. I met his little brother. I think we babysat his little brother.
What, you babysat Justin's little brother?
After we met Justin,
does he look like Hunter? Really, my son?
He does. Yes, he does.
What did he say?
And I didn't know at the time that this was his little brother, but we went back to the bus and had a drink. I got a bottle.
Does he like Star Wars too? Do you have to sword fight?
Did you have to put your hair up on the side like little bun?
We went back to his bus, and I got a bottle of water out of his personal refrigerator, and I still have that, and I have the water still.
Do people still...
Oh, wait, are you doing a Blair and Karen hanging on to the water bottle?
Speaking of Blair and Karen...
You didn't drink it, did you?
Blair and Karen, I'm so sorry I haven't called you.
Has Blair and Karen wrecked her car
I love
this
you, Blair and
morning?
Karen. I'm sorry.
How about you threw Blair and Karen to the curb and you went on ahead?
I did.
Who hated they missed this trip more than anybody?
I would do it again. I would do it again in a second.
Okay.
Or Casio, maybe.
Blair and Karen, we know that they could be trouble on the highways today.
Yeah.
What about
sorry,
Tori?
Karen.
How would...
I still think Blair and Karen for this particular meet. You know what I mean? You know, if she had met some more NASCAR drivers, maybe Tori.
Right.
But,
I don't know why. I'm not worthy, but I'm so thankful.
Well,
that I was chosen.
You don't understand. This is gonna set up this next caller, by the way. Emily is a very good friend of hers, and I understand. Was there some practicing that went along with?
Oh my gosh!
With making sure that you weren't going to freak out.
Well,
did you practice meeting him?
Going to Memphis.
Emily, when did she know she was going?
I don't know exactly when she knew she was going,
I didn't tell anybody.
This has been a lifelong dream of Peach's ever since NSYNC came out. You guys, she is just the hugest fan. And so we would just say, okay, Peaches, okay, you're in the room with Justin. He said, hey, what do you do? What do you do?
So you had been practicing all your life.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we had to practice because we did not want her to freak out. And I mean, this is really Peach's due because I mean, she has made us stay behind at every concert that we've gone to, see all the bands. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's her due, and I'm really proud of her for not freaking out.
And you've been, so she was practicing for this before she ever knew she was going to meet him.
Yeah,
just in case.
Sure. Yeah.
You know, maybe we should have tried
I don't want to make her look like, the psychotic man.
I'm not psychotic. Thank you, Emily.
Yeah,
I'm not.
She's not. I promise you guys.
Well, at least you will be memorable to Justin Timberlake, unlike Bubba and I with the president.
Yeah.
And you know what? How about this gives me, all my life, I'm 38 years old, and I can't meet Tom Petty. You know what I mean? And here is speeches just moving right ahead and just hanging out with Justin Timberlake.
I'm memorable. I made him have, an amazing show in Memphis.
Well, yes, you did.
She's very diligent. I'm very happy for her. I'm very happy that she got to meet
Emily,
him,
it's almost like you had shared in the preparation for this
I
day.
know. I do feel special. I do.
Well,
Thank you, Emily.
Thanks, Emily. She made you proud. Now, she's coming apart now, but, I mean, at least she did well.
I love you, Peaches.
I love you. Thank you.
I mean, I love when Don Juan had to basically talk her down. Okay?
Yeah.
And he basically had to go, look, Peaches.
The whole drive to Memphis, I mean, I'm really, really, really nervous and he's like, you have got to, you don't understand.
Come on with it. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you for being with us today. Bubba and I are scheduled here in a few moments, if you're listening live or watching live, to do another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. I know we've had 2 weeks off on that due to vacation. A new one coming out this weekend, Lord willing. Joel Gilbert, scheduled to be our guest today, author of Michelle Obama 2024, her real life story and plan for power. Also directs the documentary Michelle Obama 2024. He also has produced feature films on Barack Obama, Dreams from My Real Father, back in 2012, American Politics, There's No Place Like Utopia, Donald Trump, The Art of the Insult. He did that one too. So anyway, we'll be talking to him in the podcast, and be interesting to hear what he has to say.
Rick, did you see in Congress yesterday? Did you line up phone calls? I'm sorry.
No, I did not. No, I did not. I was going to say we could do this looting story too, but we're really hitting stories, so this works.
Well, this is just kind of eye-opening. AOC, one of our favorite representatives.
I saw this.
She put forth articles of impeachment yesterday for Clarence Thomas and Samuel Alito, the Supreme Court justices.
Can you imagine?
The impeachment resolutions for both justices cite failure, still cold mouth from ice cream, failure to disclose financial income, gifts, reimbursements, property interests, liabilities, and transactions, among other things.
Come on.
They also, she also cites Thomas for refusal to recuse from matters involving his wife's legal and financial interests.
So
now you talking about any bunch that never recuses himself? It's the Supreme Court.
Never.
And you talking about conflicts of interest? There's been plenty.
And AOC is calling for it. Come on, man. I mean, is there any? I mean, come on. So I don't think that's going.
You know what she says? Threatening American democracy. That's their.
Boy, they love that.
They must have had a focus group, and that one really worked.
That's it.
Let me tell you let me tell you why they say that. Like both of you have said, and Speedy, you've said it. This deal of the left, how great they are at basically accusing you of what they are.
Yeah,
they're over there. Look, if our republic was a meat and three, they are dining on it. they are eating away at the republic and the Constitution while claiming the right is the threat.
Think about this too.
Our way of life.
The intelligence level of those two justices versus AOC, and she thinks they're unfit.
Can you imagine?
Part of her charges too, also related to the flag that Alito's wife had put up outside his home, the upside-down American flag, which is called an appeal to heaven flag.
Thank you.
Alito said It was his wife's decision to fly the flag.
Yes.
Which had been carried by those who do not believe Joe Biden won the 2020 election outside their home. As soon as I saw it, I asked my wife to take it down.
Yep.
But she did not for several days.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, So, but still,
we've all been there.
I don't know that this one is overly surprising, and I don't know why I have decided today, or Speedy has decided, based on the stories he's picked, for us to talk about horrible things that happen in airplanes. I mean, it's like
a good airplane story.
It's like, and you know, I mean, you know, we fly.
Quit talking.
I'm not sure I'm crazy about this, but there is another update. We have an aviation expert that has taken on the JFK Jr. Carolyn Bassett. Is that how you say her last name?
Yeah.
That final plunge into the Atlantic Ocean when he tried to fly. You know, many people, you and I have talked to pilots, Bubba, sometimes even on the same flight, about what happened. But this must be the latest investigation, or a guy who says, I'll weigh in on it. And
that's been a minute, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. But, you know, many have said that he was reckless when he decided to fly, he and his wife, you know, to where they were going. And he had supposedly not banked enough hours of practice to fly alone and regularly broke aviation rules. But this expert, Jeff Gazzetti, who was part of the team that examined the wreckage, he said, and this is People magazine, that this may have played a role in Kennedy losing control of the aircraft. He was forced to rely only on internal monitors and controls while flying through the hazy night skies. We said that, but he said he was trained to look outside, get visual cues. But there were no visual cues. So wasn't this what we've always thought, that he wasn't trained?
Yeah, he was
on the instrument.
He was not equipped and trained and had the ability to fly in the weather at night that he was trying to fly in.
Right.
Now, or don't forget the QAnon people. He's going to be Trump's VP.
Here we go.
So get ready for that announcement that he's really not dead. You remember that?
No.
Y'all don't remember that?
No.
Greg, the really not dead crowd has really never produced a winner.
No,
have you noticed that?
Right. You're right, but yet they act like that they're just, you know. But we're right this time.
We've heard the Elvis thing. We've heard the Michael Jackson thing. We've heard the Kennedy thing.
Oh, he's coming back. They've had pictures of supposed to be him.
Yeah, but we've never really seen that.
They have not. Elvis.
One thing here said that his wife, JFK Jr.'s wife, said that these people who knew them both said she didn't trust his flying skills, but because this was an important wedding, let's all take a note of this, and she wanted to put on a strong marital front, she agreed to attend the wedding despite reservations, which turned out to be a deadly mistake.
We should have went with her gut.
Bubba, why looting is allowed, I don't know. And let me tell you something. I don't. This Lululemon bunch, this stuff's highly expensive.
Oh, yeah. Yes, it is.
Highly expensive.
Speedy shops there a lot.
Here's Arlington. NBC is reporting on looting, and all of a sudden, looting is going on or whatever. Yeah, so it got looted right before 2 hours earlier.
Yeah. This news package from NBC explains.
Lulu got looted.
We were here looking into the earlier crime when this happened. The video shows 3 women. 2 were wearing surgical masks, grabbing big armfuls of clothing from the Lululemon store on Clarendon Boulevard in Arlington.
Go ahead,
they appeared to be in no hurry. One woman stopped to pick up items falling out of her overloaded arms. The video was taken at 7:11 p.m. That is only 2 hours after the store had been targeted for an earlier organized theft crime. In that case, 2 women grabbed armloads of pricey athletic wear and walked out without paying. We're not sure if the same people were involved in both cases.
So they're there reporting on what happened 2 hours earlier, and they start looting again.
Well, they're not doing anything to anybody. There's no punishment. There's no downside. So why not go grab something?
Well, let me say this about your community, if this is where you live. First of all, nobody should get away with this because it's against the law. But secondly, let's say you think it's really something that everybody's letting you get away with this. Guess what? You're going to see a story that's coming soon. Lululemon leaves this community.
Yeah. And then they'll be all tore up. There's no jobs here. There's nowhere to shop.
The products and the jobs are going to leave because these retailers, though they may tolerate you on a given day or two, eventually they go, it's not worth staying here.
Nope.
Right.
San Francisco is literally putting up signs on the street that say, "Notice: stolen goods must remain under $9.50."
That can't be.
That's real.
That's not a real thing.
Because they won't prosecute you. They won't pursue it at all if it's under $9.50. They're putting up signs that says this.
If you're going to steal, don't hit the $1,000 mark.
And let's remind you that.
You can steal up to $950.
Is that the $950? $950? No wonder.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.